Chapter 201. The Second Personality. You will transform from a hero revered by all into a demon feared by all. Don't you love preaching from the moral high ground? Didn't you say that even if you were the one scorned, you would still do your duty? Well, I'm going to make you despised by everyone and let you experience that despair. Ha 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 ha. Hearing Meng Hang's words, the intense fury on Kong Weigua's face finally gave way to fear. No, you can't do this. Meng Hang, a society isn't just about the light. It has its dark side too. Although you've seen the darkness, you can go to the front lines and see the warriors fighting tooth and nail against the demon race to protect the Dragon Kingdom. There, you'll find deep brotherhood, a profound sense of national duty, and no backstabbing like within our borders. I believe that once you see them, you won't have these thoughts anymore. Kong Weigua pleaded earnestly, hoping to awaken a sliver of conscience in Meng Hang. Unfortunately, Meng Hang was teetering on the edge of a violent outburst and couldn't hear anything. His eyes had turned a deep, abyssal black, his snow-white hair was disheveled, and the corners of his mouth were stretched back to his ears. His slick, thin tongue constantly flicked out, making him appear exceptionally gruesome and bizarre. Hee. Kill them. Kill all those sanctimonious people in the Dragon Kingdom. Kill. The chilling intent to kill enveloped the entire hall. Even Yi Lingxian, who was still confused about what was happening, felt the piercing coldness. He's gone demonic. He's completely gone demonic. Girl, kill him quickly. Otherwise, he will kill you too, and then begin a rampage in the Dragon Kingdom. Then, no one will be able to stop him. Kong Weigua, frozen in place, paled drastically, placing his last hope on Yi Lingxian. Feeling a chill to her bones, Yi Lingxian hesitated upon hearing his words. Finally, she gritted her teeth and said coldly, "If he can help me break free from these shackles, what does it matter if he's demonic?" You. Kong Weigua glared at Yi Lingxian, at a loss for words at her selfishness. Kill. Meng Hang's face contorted further, devoid of any human emotion. Then, he suddenly turned towards Yi Lingxian's position, his eyes filled with madness. Humans must die. You must die too. With that, he charged directly at Yi Lingxian. Yi Lingxian's expression shifted, and she quickly cried out, "Meng Hang, I'm Yi Lingxian. Have you forgotten our agreement?" But Meng Hang's reason had been consumed by bloodlust, and he paid no heed to her words, only muttering, "All must die. All of you must die." Seeing this, Yi Lingxian finally gave up any hope for him. But she had no intention of fighting him, instead using her ability to vanish from the spot. Meng Hang, seeing Yi Lingxian disappear into the black hole, cracked a smile, his face full of mockery. Hee. Run. Can you escape? With that, he clapped his hands. Shadows appeared around his eyes, a massive tail sprouted from his back, and his entire body became covered in scales. At the same time, a surge of immense mental power erupted. Meng Hang's Sharingan eyes spun, and taking advantage of the fact that the black hole hadn't yet disappeared, he entered it as well. In the other dimension, Yi Lingxian, traveling at high speed, bit her lip, her face filled with distress. She didn't know if Meng Hang's insane state was permanent or temporary. If it was temporary, that was acceptable, but if he had truly become demonic, controlled by bloodlust, then all the hope she had placed in Meng Hang would have been in vain. Just then, the space beside her twisted, and Meng Hang's grotesque, horned face appeared directly before her. Fueled by Sage Mode, this time, it was much easier for him to infiltrate Yi Lingxian's dimension than it had been previously. No blood tears streamed from his eyes. That trick again. Yi Lingxian paled, and a jade horn appeared on her forehead, firing a beam of light at Meng Hang. Hee. Meng Hang laughed coldly. He had already been caught off guard once and wouldn't be hit by the same attack again. He vanished from the spot in an instant and appeared next to Yi Lingxian. Before she could react, his massive tail wrapped around her body and dragged her back into reality. Yi Lingxian crashed back into the hall, her face as pale as paper, looking at Meng Hang with sheer terror. Meng Hang, what are you going to do? She questioned him, her voice sharp and with a hard edge, but her body was trembling uncontrollably as she backed away, pushing herself along the floor. Meng Hang's slick tongue licked his lips repeatedly, and a lecherous glint appeared in his eyes, which had previously been consumed by the desire to kill. Hee. Killing you like this would be too easy. As he spoke, a faint red glow appeared in his eyes. Ling Xuan's terrified gaze immediately became blank. It was unclear what kind of illusion Meng Hang had cast on her, causing her to turn into this state. After doing this, he ignored Kong Weigua, who was still there, and walked towards Ling Xian with a wicked smile. Beast, what are you going to do? Kong Weigua's expression changed drastically as well. Seeing that Meng Hang wanted to do something so vile, he yelled at him. He. Old man, I hate your hypocritical, moralistic appearance the most. Today, I'm going to do the most beastly thing in your eyes right in front of you. Let's see what you can do. With that, his right hand slowly reached towards Ling Xuan's collar. And at this moment, Ling Xian didn't show any signs of resistance. Instead, she eagerly welcomed him. Just then, Meng Hang's body stiffened, and the smile on his face froze. His right eye, which had been completely consumed by darkness, suddenly turned white again, and a moment of clarity appeared in his gaze. Himph! I am the primary personality of this body. You get back in line. Unlike his previous deranged tone, his words were now filled with cold intent. But this clarity only lasted for a moment. His right eye turned pitch black again. Get lost. You useless trash. Meng Hang's face twisted with rage, and he roared as if possessed. You're not worthy to be the primary personality. Hand this body over to me, and I'll kill all those hypocritical humans, so that they can never judge us again. Then, we'll be the kings of this world. Idiot, if everyone dies, who are you going to be king of? Meng Hang's voice shifted again. I don't care. I'll kill them all first, and then I'll just use the reanimation jutsu to bring them back. The other personality of Meng Hang roared in exasperation. Chapter 202, The Trump Card. Meng Hang's right eye would turn clear for a moment, then turn twisted the next, as the two personalities fought for control over the body. In the quiet hall, Meng Hang was arguing with himself. Finally, the demonic Meng Hang gained the upper hand, and the whites of his right eye turned pitch black. He. Useless. I've already gained most of the control of this body. You'll eventually perish, and I'll replace you and become the master of this body. Then, the entire world will tremble before me. Ha. Meng Hang laughed maniacally. The Meng Hang's primary personality, who was about to disappear, didn't panic, but instead activated his Sharingan. Space warped, and Luo, who hadn't been seen in a while, fell onto the ground with a thump. Good grief, if you didn't let me out, master, I would have suffocated in that space. Luo began to ramble as soon as she appeared, complaining about her woes. But the next moment, she saw Meng Hang's appearance and swallowed the rest of her words. Master, what happened to you? Luo asked anxiously. He. I'm fine. The demonic Meng Hang, feeling confident in his victory, was even willing to reply to her. The Meng Hang's primary personality didn't have any more strength to speak. After doing all of this, his left eye, which had barely a shred of clarity left, completely fell, overtaken by the black, and both of his eyes became a void. Ha. Success. From now on, this body will be completely under my control. The corrupted Meng Hang laughed wildly. Kong Weigua, seeing that Meng Hang had been completely corrupted, looked at him with despair. This one has become a demon. The future of the Dragon Kingdom is in grave danger. Just then, Luo, who was about to speak, suddenly opened her mouth wide. Her throat constricted, and a crow crawled out of her mouth. This crow was completely black, and its eyes were carrying the Kodoamatsukami Sharingan. As soon as the crow appeared, it locked eyes with Meng Hang using its blood-red Sharingan. Upon seeing the Kodoamatsukami in the crow's eyes, the ferocious and arrogant look on his face froze. His eyes became glazed. The Sharingan in the crow's eyes spun, and it actually cast Kodoamatsukami on Meng Hang himself. Everything had happened so suddenly that even the caster himself, Meng Hang, hadn't reacted. There was no time to look away. He was instantly caught in the Sharingan's genjutsu. How is this possible? When did you plant Kodoamatsukami in Luo's body? After being hit by the Kodoamatsukami, the corrupted Meng Hang's mind started to waver. He roared with a mix of shock and fear. He felt a great echoing in his mind. A voice kept telling him to fall into a deep slumber. I'm not going down without a fight. Meng Hang's second personality yelled in defiance, attempting to activate his Sharingan in order to resist the will of the technique. But the Meng Hang's primary personality wouldn't let him. He seized the opportunity to reclaim control of the body, not allowing him to defend himself. At the same time, the left eye, which had been consumed by darkness, was taken over by the white, and the change spread like cancer to the right eye. In the blink of an eye, the right eye also regained its clarity, no longer with that distorted look of madness. Meng Hang, you'll die a horrible death. I will definitely return. With a roar, the expression on Meng Hang's face completely calmed down, returning to the way he looked before the chaos in the capital. The only difference was that his hair, which was completely white now, did not change back to black. Meng Hang stood in place, his lips curled up, and gave a cold smile, but it was no longer the insane grin from earlier. Heh, trying to take control of my body? You're still too green, he said to himself. The whole thing had actually started when Luo changed his appearance in the forest. When Luo inserted the first steel needle into the right side of his face, he suddenly felt a moment of mental disorientation. The corrupted second personality was suppressed for a brief instant. Meng Hang was overjoyed and immediately used his system to obtain Kodo Amatsukami. He then created a crow, which he put inside Luo's body. And just to be safe, he also used Kodo Amatsukami on Luo to make her forget this scene, just in case the second personality retaliated. Master, when did you put a crow inside of me? Luo asked, feeling a bit aggrieved. Haha, don't worry about the details. You've done a great job this time. Otherwise, I really would have been consumed by my second personality. Meng Hang praised Luo. Meng Hang, have you regained your sanity? Seeing that Meng Hang's eyes were clear, Kong Weigua, who was standing on the side, breathed a sigh of relief and tentatively asked. He. Meng Hang smiled oddly, but although he was no longer deranged as he was earlier, a dense, eerie aura still emanated from his entire body. Old man, don't be so quick to celebrate. Although I'm not as cruel as the other me, we do share the same goal. This world is already rotten. I will create a world without killing and backstabbing. Hearing these words, Kong Weigua's face turned grim once more. Although he didn't understand what Meng Hang meant by these words, his instincts told him that this wasn't a good thing. So he asked, what do you mean? You'll find out when the time comes. You will be the witness of my God's kingdom descending. While Meng Hang was battling his second personality, outside the main hall, in the square, a black beetle silently crawled out of Qin Jing's headless corpse. Qin Hongxi had actually planted a beetle clone inside his own son. After crawling out, the beetle didn't hesitate. It began to slowly consume the corpse, which was already drained of blood. It then started to split, multiplying into countless beetles in a short time. After consuming the body completely, these beetles didn't go back to the main hall to seek trouble with Meng Hang, nor did they secretly flee the secret realm. Instead, they silently headed towards the sacred pool. When the swarm of beetles reached the sacred pool, made up of blood, they gathered together and transformed back into the shape of Qin Hongxi. Qin Hongxi's face was deathly pale, and his aura wasn't as imposing as before, as if he had suffered a serious injury. And that was indeed the case. His ability to revive wasn't limitless. Each time he revived, it consumed a huge amount of mental power. The fewer the beetle clones, the more damage he took. Just now, all his clones were completely destroyed by Elder Kong in an instant, not even giving him a chance to react. He was meticulous to a fault. If he hadn't hidden a beetle inside his son's body, he really would have been finished this time. Qin Hongxi was filled with resentment. He gnashed his teeth, looking toward the main hall and said with hatred, Meng Hang, Kong Weigua, I will never let you rest. This saint ceremony was originally to prepare for the summoning of the Divine Master, and now everything is ready except for the final push. He. When the Divine Master arrives and unifies the world, I will be the greatest contributor, and the Divine Master will surely reward me with eternal life. As he said this, Qin Hongxi's face contorted with fanaticism, as if he could already see the scene of his success. Chapter 203, The Eternal Mother. Without hesitation, he formed a hand seal and slammed a palm squarely onto his chest. A mouthful of blood spurted out, landing in the sacred pool. Immediately, the massive blood pool began to boil intensely, as if someone had tossed lime into clear water. Countless droplets of blood rose and slowly formed a gigantic array in the air. A beam of blood-red light shot into the sky, as if piercing through this world and reaching into another. In the silent, unchanging void of the universe, a bronze temple stood for eons. The temple was vast and majestic, with the verdigris on its surface giving it an air of profound mystery. And within the temple, a figure whose features were impossible to make out sat high upon a bronze throne. Just as the blood array took shape in the sacred pool, this figure suddenly opened its eyes, and galaxies seemed to shatter within. The fish released back then is finally being reeled in? A faint voice echoed through the empty hall. After listening to Meng Hang, Kong Lao's expression was extremely grim. He had thought that Meng Hang would be less volatile after regaining his sanity, but now, while he wasn't as crazy as before, his entire being was still permeated with an eerie aura. Ling Xian, with a flirtatious gaze, lunged at Meng Hang. But Meng Hang no longer possessed the lustful intent from before. He instantly broke the illusion that had taken hold of her. The moment the illusion was dispelled, Ling Xuan's eyes cleared. She looked around, bewildered, at her disheveled clothes and her own actions of leaning on Meng Hang. Her face flushed crimson with shame. Ling Xian felt as if she had just had a long, long dream, where she and Meng Hang had been completely honest with each other and had engaged in the act of love. Meng Hang, what did you do to me? She questioned him with a mix of shame and anger. Meng Hang didn't answer, only looked with a smirk at her exposed cleavage. Seeing where Meng Hang was looking, Ling Xian instantly reacted, quickly turning her body away and adjusting her clothes. Just then, an intensely pungent smell of blood permeated the hall. At the same time, an oppressive force that made them feel despair swept in, making both Meng Hang and Kong Lao struggle to breathe. Ling Xian was even more vulnerable. She collapsed to her knees, overwhelmed by the pressure. It's coming from the direction of the sacred pool. Someone is trying to summon the Eternal Mother. Ling Xian cried out in terror to Meng Hang. Meng Hang didn't hesitate. He grabbed her, turned into a blur of motion, and rushed towards the sacred pool. At the same time, Kong Weigua also felt his body lighten, and he turned into a gust of wind, disappearing from where he was. When the three of them arrived at the sacred pool, they saw Qin Hongxi kneeling on the ground with a fanatic devotion, looking up at the sky. The blood, which had previously been endlessly deep, had dried up, transforming into a gigantic, blood-red array in the sky. Qin Hongxi, you're still alive. Kong Weigua's face was extremely grim. He hadn't expected that, even after he had acted personally, this man had managed to escape. Ling Xian didn't even glance at Qin Hongxi. Instead, she stared intently at the array in the sky. She was so frightened that her upper and lower teeth kept chattering against each other. After a long moment, she finally came to her senses and hysterically shouted at Meng Hang. Meng Hang, quickly destroy the array in the sky that's summoning the Eternal Mother. She can't be allowed to descend, or no one in this world will be her match, and the entire Dragon Kingdom will fall. Meng Hang raised his head and looked at the sky. The oppressive force even made his heart skip a beat. He knew that if this Eternal Mother were to descend, given his current strength, he would absolutely be no match for her. Hearing Ling Xuan's cry, Qin Hongxi looked at him with a twisted face. Bitch! You, a holy maiden of the unborn Mother Church, dare to try and stop the Mother's descent. But it's too late. The array has been formed, and no one can stop the Divine Master's descent. Meng Hang didn't care what he was saying. A light blue energy enveloped his entire body, and with the power of Sage Mode, a gigantic Susanoo appeared. This Susanoo had wings on its back, the face of a Tengu, and it wielded the Susanoo blade, slashing at the huge, blood-red array. Seeing the terrifying giant, Qin Hongxi's face shifted drastically, but then he laughed coldly. He didn't make any attempts to stop it. It's useless. The Divine Master has already found the anchor to this world through the array. Even if you destroy it now, it's too late. Just as Qin Hongxi had said, the gigantic Susanoo blade struck the blood-red array directly. The power of the slash was earth-shattering, and the array was immediately shattered. Blood like a waterfall plunged from the sky and poured back into the sacred pool. But despite the array disappearing, the terrifying oppressive force didn't wane. The next moment, a scene that made everyone's scalp crawl appeared. The clear sky suddenly darkened, and a figure that blotted out the sky appeared above. It was as if an outer god was standing in the universe, looking down upon this tiny planet. The 1,000-meter-high Susanoo seemed small in comparison. What is that? Even Kong Lao, with his broad experience and who had killed countless powerful demons in his life, now had a deathly pale complexion. He looked at the gigantic figure in the sky with disbelief. The Divine Master. The Divine Master has really descended. Qin Hongxi looked at the gigantic figure, his eyes filled with unprecedented fanaticism, and constantly kowtowed to the sky. The Divine Master has descended. You ants will die. This planet will be under the control of the Divine Master. Shut up, you're too damn annoying. Hearing him constantly babbling, Meng Hang's eyes were filled with killing intent. Die. The Susanu's massive foot came down on Qin Hongxi. Divine Master, save me. Qin Hongxi shouted for help, while turning into a swarm of insects, attempting to scatter and flee. But the Susanu's foot was like the Five Fingers Mountain, which had been used to suppress Sun Wukong. It was enormous and incredibly fast. Despite the swarm of insects doing everything they couldn't escape the range of its foot. Boom! The ground shook, and a massive footprint appeared on the earth. After stomping on the swarm, Meng Hang made sure to grind them hard, ensuring that not a single insect could have survived. Qin Hongxi was directly crushed into a pulp. There was no possibility of him reviving. The Eternal Mother, whom he had hoped would give him eternal life, hadn't paid any attention to him. The figure in the sky only gave him a disinterested glance and didn't move. After a long moment, the gigantic hand of the figure attempted to reach down towards the earth. But the next moment, it seemed to be struck by lightning and quickly pulled back its hand. It can't come in. There's a barrier protecting Blue Star. Kong Lao seemed to have remembered something, and he spoke excitedly. In the bronze temple in the void, the figure only frowned slightly before it smoothed out again. Now that I've found the anchor, it's time to reel in that fish. Chapter 204. Picking at Karma. Seeing that the figure had pulled its hand back and wasn't making any more movements, the three of them secretly breathed a sigh of relief, believing that she would just give up. Who knew that the next moment, the wind and clouds would shift, and a whirlwind rose out of nowhere. The wind was so strong that it made it difficult for them to open their eyes. And it was at this moment that Meng Hang suddenly felt an enormous sense of danger close by, and a feeling of terror that was coming from deep within his soul. He quickly looked to the side, and he saw that Ling Xuan's eyes were empty, and her clothes were being whipped about by the wind. She was slowly levitating into the air. Meng Hang suddenly recalled what Ling Xian had said back then, that she was the Eternal Mother's vessel. His face instantly changed, and he and Kong Lao simultaneously reached out to grab her. But before their hands could touch her body, an immense force of repulsion pushed them back. Ling Xian continued to float into the sky. At the same time, she emitted an endless, oppressive force, which was the same as what they had sensed from the figure in the sky. Ling Xian, levitating in the air, became increasingly detached, looking down on the two below her as if they were ants. Meng Hang, we can't wait like this any longer. I have a feeling that in a while, the figure in the sky will use this girl's body to completely descend into this world. If a powerful alien race invades like this, the consequences will be even more severe than a demon invasion. Kong Weigua, looking at Ling Xian in the sky, then anxiously spoke to Meng Hang. Meng Hang frowned. With the enhanced vision of his Sharingan, he could actually see a faint, almost invisible, thread connecting Ling Xian to the figure in the sky. Is that the karmic thread that Ling Xian was talking about? He then swung the Susanoo blade towards the thread. Unfortunately, this thread of karma was a force that defied logic. According to what he knew, any physical attacks should have no effect on it. And indeed, the Susanoo blade easily passed through it, but the karmic thread remained intact, connecting the two. Meng Hang didn't have any thoughts of trying to control Kong Weigua at this point. Kong Weigua bit his teeth hard and looked determined. Girl, for the sake of the entire Dragon Kingdom, I have no choice but to sacrifice you. When we meet in hell, I'll apologize to you then, old man. With that, he turned into a ball of flame and flew directly toward the sky. His scorching flames, capable of burning through space itself, aimed at Ling Xian. Seeing this, Meng Hang, inside the Susanoo, frowned, let out a cold snort, and mocked, sanctimonious old geezer. It's that same old spiel again, sacrifice one to save the entire Dragon Kingdom. It's really nauseating. Though he said that, he didn't have any intentions of stopping Kong Weigua. Given Meng Hang's selfish and dark nature, he naturally wouldn't want to put in the effort to save those Dragon Kingdom citizens who had been calling for his death. He was only thinking that if that Eternal Mother were to descend, he would be the first to be targeted. Given the threat he had sensed earlier, he was absolutely no match for her in his current state. Although he had agreed to help Ling Xian escape her confinement, that was only as long as it didn't threaten his own well-being. Now that he was in danger himself, he didn't have time to think of anyone else. Facing Meng Hang's mockery, Kong Weigua accepted it without complaint, his expression unchanged. At this time, he only had one goal, to kill Yi Lingxian and stop this terrifying alien race from descending. When Kong Weigua's punch, capable of burning everything in existence, was about to strike Yi Lingxian, a blinding golden light suddenly shone from her forehead. The golden light poured down like water, forming a light shield around her. Kong Weigua's punch struck the light shield. Deep purple flames poured out, attempting to melt it. But the next moment, something that Kong Weigua had never imagined happened. The flames that could burn through space struck the light shield. The space around the shield started to melt from the intense heat and began to collapse. But the light shield didn't show the slightest sign of melting. How is this possible? Kong Weigua looked at Yi Lingxian inside, who was unharmed, in utter shock. He knew that his strength was currently at its peak. How could he not even break through this light shield? He did not believe it. He punched the light shield again and again. If fire didn't work, then he would just use his fists. In the end, even his gnarled, bark-like hands were smashed to bits, but the light shield still didn't show a single crack. Yi Lingxian's aura became stronger and stronger. Although her expression was still cold, a hint of life was returning to her eyes. We can't wait any longer. Meng Hang's eyes flashed with a fierce light, and he also slashed his blade at Yi Lingxian. Clang! A resounding crash, as loud as a thunderclap, rang out. The Susanoo blade, which had swept across the sky, was actually rebounded. The hell? At this moment, Meng Hang could no longer maintain his composure. He couldn't help but curse. I don't care anymore. Let those hypocrites in the Dragon Kingdom find a way. I'm getting out of here. Based on the principle that it was better for others to die than him, Meng Hang was about to dispel the Susanoo and flee towards the exit of the secret realm. Dude, is the sword art I created really that forgettable? Just then, the system's plaintive voice sounded in Meng Hang's mind. System bro, this is not the time for jokes. That old monster is about to descend. If I really die, where are you going to get points to play mahjong? Don't panic, bro. The system hurriedly stopped him, saying, have you forgotten about the sword art that I gave you? It also has a move called picking at karma. Hearing this, Meng Hang was stunned, then immediately understood. There was indeed a move called picking at karma in the 13 Deadly Blades. But over such a long time, Meng Hang had used his own methods to deal with all of his opponents. He had rarely ever used that sword technique, so he had completely forgotten about this move. Try it. Maybe it'll have an unexpected result. Trying it is courting death. Damn it, I'm going to give it a shot. Meng Hang bit his teeth hard, and a look of determination came to his face. If this terrifying being descended, he might be able to escape for a moment, but not for eternity. It was better to try it out now. He didn't dispel the Susanoo. Instead, he gripped the massive Susanoo blade directly and slowly swung it. Compared to the other moves, this one was not fast. In fact, it could be said that it was the slowest of all the moves. And that was indeed the case. This move was the most unique out of the 13 blades. The other 12 blades killed the man, not the karma. And this move, picking at karma, killed the karma, not the man. It was specialized in severing that elusive karmic connection. If the karma was cut, the connection between the opponent and this world would no longer exist. Then it could naturally be said that they no longer existed in this world. The Susanoo blade slowly came down, then was slowly pulled back. The sky was still the same sky. There was no blade light that seemed capable of cutting through everything in existence, and there was no change in the sky. Kong Weigua, who was beside Yi Lingxian, was pacing about anxiously. Seeing Meng Hang's sword strike, which seemed like child's play, he couldn't help but shout, Kid, what is this a time for? You still have time to play around. Chapter 205, Susanoo-clad Great Buddha. Meng Hang ignored Kong Weigua's urging. After that mystical sword strike, he stared intently at the karmic thread, hoping for a miracle to happen. The next moment, the karmic thread that had pierced through the heavens and earth, connecting the Yu Jiao race's divine master with Yi Lingxian, actually broke. It floated uselessly in the air like a torn spider web, before slowly disappearing. Without the karmic thread's connection, the world became clear again, and the oppressive force stopped growing. This sudden development left Kong Weigua, despite his vast experience, completely dumbfounded. What did you do? He asked Meng Hang, his voice filled with shock. Meng Hang didn't respond to Kong Weigua's question. Instead, he still had a slight frown as he looked up at the sky. Although the karmic thread was cut, the massive figure in the sky didn't retreat immediately. Instead, it began to furiously smash against the barrier outside Blue Star. And as Meng Hang severed the fishline-like karmic thread, the figure in the bronze temple, unchanged for tens of thousands of years, had its eyes explode with light, its face twisting in anger. It roared into the empty hall. Impossible! How could a mere human sever the karmic thread that I laid down? At the same time, Meng Hang and Kong Weigua both heard a resounding voice emanating from Yi Lingxian. Ants, you are courting death. Although Yi Lingxuan's body hadn't been completely taken over by the so-called Divine Master, she had managed to use their connection to send a trace of divine power and will into this world. Then, Yi Lingxian pointed a finger. The power that had been poured into her body immediately poured out. The sky darkened again, and an immense right hand, blotting out the sun, appeared. It then extended its thumb, and it came down like a meteor towards the two figures below. Just the size of that hand was twice the size of the 1,000-meter-high Susanoo. Both Meng Hang and Kong Weigua's faces were extremely grim. Feeling the terrifying power emanating from the giant finger, the two had no doubt that this attack could pierce through the entire secret realm. Kong Weigua bit his teeth and acted directly. His entire body expanded like a balloon, quickly turning into a muscular, 2-meter-tall man with dark hair and a rugged face. Meng Hang watched Kong Weigua below with some surprise. He had never imagined that such a withered old man was actually so strong and robust in his youth. Kong Weigua raised his right hand, which was thicker than Meng Hang's thigh. A purple fireball instantly formed in his hand. The fireball quickly expanded, and in the blink of an eye, it had grown into a massive fireball that was 100 meters in diameter. The fireball emitted a temperature of tens of thousands of degrees, actually melting the ground and turning it into rolling lava. Flame Emperor! He roared, and the 100-meter fireball was easily thrown out, quickly hurtling towards the giant finger in the sky. Boom! The fireball exploded on contact with the finger. The intense heat from inside the fireball poured out, and under this terrifying heat, the finger slowly began to melt. Seeing this, Kong Weigua's face immediately showed an expression of joy. But this expression only lasted for a moment before vanishing from his face. Although the entire finger had disappeared under the intense heat, the fireball had also dissipated into the heavens and earth after unleashing all of its power. But after losing a finger, the massive hand, which was blotting out the sky, didn't seem to be affected too much. It continued to descend, and because it was missing its forefinger, what had been aimed as a point at the ground had now turned into a fist, and it came down on them. How is this possible? Kong Weigua's face was deathly pale. He looked in disbelief at the fist continuing to descend. His move, Flame Emperor, had killed an emperor of demons back in the day. Now, it had only managed to melt one finger. Meng Hang's face was also extremely grim. He controlled the Susanoo in its Tengu form, flying towards the meteor-like fist and slashing at it with the Susanoo blade. Boom! The two enormous forces collided. The invisible shockwaves spread out, and the entire secret realm began to tremble, on the verge of destruction. Meng Hang spat out a mouthful of blood. Under the terrifying force, the Susanoo's armor had begun to shatter, and it was then sent flying back, crashing towards the ground. Meng Hang desperately controlled the Susanoo, flapping its wings. A gust of wind swept through, whipping up the already devastated ground. It managed to halt the Susanoo's massive body just before it hit the ground. He flapped his wings a few times, and the battered Susanoo was airborne once more. Meng Hang wiped his mouth. His eyes were dark as he looked at the fist, which had paused for a moment but was now continuing to descend. All right, I don't believe that I can't even take one punch from you today. Meng Hang's thin snake-like eyes narrowed. His slick tongue licked his lips, which were dry from the heat, and he slammed his hands together. Sage art, with style, true several thousand hands. The ground trembled again. The surface, which had been ravaged by various forces multiple times, was now crisscrossed with countless massive, bottomless ravines. Lava flowed below. The next moment, a half-Buddha, half-demon figure, with countless massive arms behind its back, slowly appeared. And that was not all. Blue energy flames began to cover the 1,000-meter-high demonic Buddha. These quickly formed a layer of blue armor over its body. The demonic Buddha's face, which was half-lowered and solemn and half-twisted and ferocious, was slowly covered by the armor. Its countless arms were also covered by the Susanoo, as if they had put on gauntlets. Susanoo-clad Great Buddha. With it, Meng Hang was capable of obliterating 4 nations on his own. This was not just a simple 1+1 scenario. An incomparably powerful aura filled the space between heaven and earth, and even Kong Weigwa below was stunned. How many tricks does this kid have left? Luo, who seemed to appear out of nowhere, climbed out and went to Kong Weigwa, saying with a proud face, "Hee hee, old man, your time is past. My master has many more tricks up his sleeve. This is only the tip of the iceberg. If you follow him, you will definitely be amazed." Standing atop the great Buddha covered by the Susanoo, Meng Hang, who was even smaller than an ant compared to the fist in the sky, was now exuding an unbelievably powerful aura, and his eyes were filled with a fanatical desire for battle. Hee hee hee. Eternal Mother? I'll screw your mother. I'll send you back to wherever you came from today. Meng Hang cracked a smile, revealing a set of sharp, white teeth, and then he clapped his hands again. Top Transformed Buddha. Chapter 206, The Aftermath. As soon as he finished speaking, the numerous arms on the great Buddha's back instantly stretched out, slamming towards the fist in the sky. When Meng Hang had used this move in the capital, he had tried to limit the area of effect, so he had not used all of his strength. Now, he had unleashed his full power, and with the added boost of the Susanoo, its power was beyond compare. Boom! Boom 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 boom. Countless fists rained down on the descending fist from the sky, each fist possessing the power to sink the land. Shockwaves like ripples in the water spread out in circles. The entire secret realm could no longer withstand the enormous power. Space began to collapse, and the ground began to crumble and sink. The magnificent main hall of the unborn Mother Church had long ago been reduced to dust, disappearing without a trace. Lava bubbled from the ground, and every now and then a bubble would burst, spitting a fiery serpent into the sky. Under this terrifying power, the devastating, giant fist finally stopped descending. Crack! Crack! Countless sounds like glass shattering echoed through the air. The giant fist could no longer withstand the seemingly endless attacks, and it began to crumble inch by inch. Then, it exploded with a loud bang, turning into a shower of fragments and countless small balls of flame that slammed into the ground. How is this possible? A genderless roar echoed from the bronze temple in the void. The Yu Jiao race's divine master was shaking with rage. Although the severing of the karmic thread meant she had less than a fifth of the power left in the fish's body, she was confident that no one on Blue Star, which was still sealed, could possibly stop her attack. I will remember you. When the divine pillar descends, I will find you. A sinister voice echoed in the empty hall. The giant fist disappeared, and the figure outside the sky also slowly disappeared, unwilling to retreat. Without the support of that power, Yi Lingxian, who had long since lost consciousness, could no longer stand in the air. Her body went limp, and she fell from the sky. Seeing this, Kong Weigwa immediately flew into the air and caught her steadily. At this time, Meng Hang's mental power was completely depleted, and his face was deathly pale. Luo, catch me. Having learned from his previous experience, Meng Hang first shouted out loud. Then the great Buddha disappeared, and he canceled Sage Mode and quickly fell towards the ground. Coming! Coming! Luo cheered and shot into the air. Countless strands of mental power in her hand formed a giant net, surrounding Meng Hang. The entire secret realm was like the end of the world. The ground had become lava, and there was no place to stand. Every now and then, space would collapse, revealing the pitch-black nothingness inside. Hurry up and run. This secret realm won't last much longer. Kong Weigwa shouted, and he rushed towards the entrance with Yi Lingxian in his arms. Luo didn't dare delay either. She pulled the mental power threads like a kite and began to desperately flee. In a remote corner of the ancient battlefield, a light swirled, and 4 figures, young and old, appeared. Without pausing, they turned into a blur and disappeared. And as the 4 figures vanished, a loud explosion echoed, and a mushroom cloud formed in the sky. And then countless forms of energy raged throughout the ancient battlefield. Holy crap, what was that? The people in the ancient battlefield looked at the mushroom cloud in the sky with terror and asked in astonishment. Could it be some terrifying bone demon has come into being? Or maybe some secret treasure is appearing? Riches are to be found in danger. Let's go and see. Countless people's eyes shone as they rushed towards the explosion. 3 days later, a dazzling light flashed outside the teleportation array, and 3 people walked out from it. Leading them was a man with a mohawk, hollow cheeks, and wearing black robes. Behind him was a middle-aged woman with a sallow complexion, and an old man who walked with a shaky gait. Master, We have finally come out. The woman stretched her back. Even though she looked like a middle-aged woman with a sallow complexion, she acted in a flirty manner, making the two guards feel disgusted. The man in front didn't speak, but gave her a faint glance before continuing to walk forward. After seeing the odd trio walking away, one of the guards said to the other, "Did you hear about the huge explosion a few days ago? There's finally some news about it." "I heard too. This incident has shaken the upper echelons of the Dragon Kingdom, and they've sent people to investigate." "Hey, brothers, I just came out from the ancient battlefield. What exactly happened with that explosion?" Someone who had followed Meng Hang's group out of the portal heard the two guards talking and curiously came over to ask. This incident is all the talk in the Dragon Kingdom. No one ever expected that the unborn Mother Church's hideout, which the Dragon Kingdom had been struggling to find, was hidden in the ancient battlefield all along. How is that possible? The ancient battlefield isn't that big. How could they have hidden for so many years without being discovered? The person who had just come out of the ancient battlefield asked in disbelief. Right. These rats are good at hiding. They actually set up a sumeru in the mustard seed in the ancient battlefield. Wow, just like a sow wearing a bra. One trick after another. So, why did the unborn Mother Church's hideout end up exploding? The guard shook his head and said, "Nobody knows. The inside of that sumeru in the mustard seed was subjected to some terrifying impact. The space inside completely collapsed and turned into nothing. It's impossible to investigate now." Wow, what a pity they didn't blow all those beasts of the unborn Mother Church to bits. You think they weren't? After the unborn Mother Church's headquarters disappeared, the deeply hidden followers of the unborn Mother Church in the Dragon Kingdom suddenly started running around aimlessly like blind rats. Some people are guessing that the leaders of the unborn Mother Church died in that secret realm. So, these followers were left without leadership and all popped out. The Dragon Kingdom seized the opportunity and mobilized all forces to encircle and annihilate them. Apart from a few small fry that managed to escape, the unborn Mother Church can now be said to be just a name. When he said that, the guard's eyes couldn't help but show a sense of excitement. Wow, doesn't that mean that our Dragon Kingdom's biggest devil has been eliminated just like that? The man who had come out of the secret realm started trembling with excitement. Over the years, these lunatics of the unborn Mother Church had done countless insane things in the Dragon Kingdom. Everyone hated them to the bone. Now that he had heard that the unborn Mother Church had finally been eliminated, he couldn't control himself. Sigh. Hearing him say that, the excitement disappeared from the guard's eyes, replaced by a deep sense of fear. The biggest devil in the Dragon Kingdom right now is not the unborn Mother Church anymore, but that person. Chapter 207, The Doll Collector. Leaving the secret realm, the group walked down a wide path. Meng Hang, somewhat helpless, turned back to Yilingxian and said, "The matter has already been resolved. Why are you still following me?" Now free from her shackles, Yilingxian felt like a fish returning to the sea, her body feeling light as a feather. Hearing Meng Hang's words, she acted pitifully and said, "But we made an agreement. As long as you help me break free, I would be yours. Why are you trying to get rid of me now? Men are all fickle, heartless pigs." As she spoke, she pretended to wipe away tears. Meng Hang, knowing her personality well, remained unmoved. He said expressionlessly, "The unborn Mother Church has been destroyed. The karmic thread between you and the Eternal Mother has also been severed. You're no longer a holy maiden of some demonic sect, nor are you anyone's vessel. You are you. You can completely change your identity and live your life. And I can't. I am now the biggest devil in the Dragon Kingdom, someone that everyone wants to kill. You won't have a good life by my side. Why would I want to change my identity? I think the title of Demoness is pretty good. We can form a black and white demon duo, wandering the world, striking fear into all that we pass. I think that sounds pretty great. Forget what others say, as long as we're happy." Yilingxuan's eyes were clear. In her gaze toward Meng Hang, there was an added layer of seriousness and some anticipation. But Meng Hang still shook his head. "I have another goal that I haven't finished. If this goal is exposed, I will become the public enemy of all of the Dragon Kingdom. Even though I already am." Meng Hang gave a self-deprecating smile before continuing, "Even the demon race won't be the greatest enemy of the Dragon Kingdom. The people from the 4 cities of First Sky may come and besiege me. So, it's best if you don't follow me." Hearing Meng Hang say this, the other 3 were shocked. The people from the 4 cities would all come to besiege him? What kind of heinous act would he commit to have such terrifying consequences? Meng Hang, didn't you say that you wouldn't massacre the entire Dragon Kingdom? Kong Weigua's face was filled with anger as he questioned Meng Hang. Although Kong Weigua still had that old and frail look, his appearance had completely changed. After all, he was an iconic figure in the hearts of the Dragon Kingdom's people. No one could not recognize him. If he just openly walked around, wouldn't the whole country be thrown into an uproar? Hee hee hee. Meng Hang, clad in black robes, radiated a cold aura. I also said that I will create a world without deceit and backstabbing. You. Kong Weigua wanted to say more, but the next moment, Meng Hang used his power to control him, preventing him from continuing. He then looked at Yilingxian. So, you should just leave. There won't be a good ending for you by my side. Giggle. Yilingxian giggled, covering her mouth. After breaking free, her laughter held less sinister intent and more purity and brightness. All right, although the unborn Mother Church has been destroyed, I still have some things to take care of. So, I will leave for now. With that, she suddenly flashed and appeared right in front of Meng Hang. Meng Hang raised an eyebrow. Not feeling any killing intent on her, he didn't stop her, wanting to see what she was going to do. Standing before Meng Hang, Yilingxian suddenly tiptoed, and her rosy lips, like two dewy flower petals, gave Meng Hang a light, butterfly-like kiss. She quickly pulled away. Her cheeks were flushed, but her eyes were exceptionally clear as she looked at Meng Hang and said, "No matter what heinous things you do, I will stand by your side. Wait for me to come back." After saying that, Yilingxian disappeared, leaving behind only a faint fragrance in the air. Meng Hang, somewhat dumbfounded, touched his lips, where the fragrance still lingered. He just shook his head helplessly, but didn't show any more emotion. It was just a kiss. It's not like he was on the losing side. He wouldn't mind if Yilingxian kissed him a couple more times. Master, what do we do next? Are we going to carry out your magnificent plan? Luo rubbed her hands together, looking expectantly at Meng Hang. Hearing this, Kong Weigua also looked at him anxiously. His body was completely out of his control. He had no way of stopping Meng Hang. So, he could only pray that Meng Hang wouldn't start acting too soon, so that he could find a way to relay the news to the upper echelons of the Dragon Kingdom. A grand plan. That requires a lot of points. Meng Hang mumbled to himself, looking up at the sky. Achieving infinite Tsukuyomi was not easy. The points required were simply terrifying. Let's put that aside for now. We'll solve your issue first. Meng Hang thought for a moment, and then said to Luo, "My problem? What problem do I have?" Luo asked, somewhat confused. "Do you want your soul to stay inside this doll forever?" Hearing Meng Hang say this, Luo's entire body trembled. Her eyes were filled with joy but also disbelief as she asked, "Master, are you going to help me get my body back?" Meng Hang nodded. "You played a crucial role in my being able to reclaim my body without being consumed by my second personality. So, to repay you, I've decided to help you get your body back. But I didn't really do anything," Luo said shyly, which was a rare occurrence. "Oh, then never mind." "No, Master, I know you're the best," Luo quickly said. Seeing the arc of Meng Hang's lips, she knew he was joking. But the next moment, the light in her eyes dimmed again. "But I don't know where that old pervert is right now," Luo said with some melancholy. "An old pervert who transfers souls into dolls. Are you talking about the doll collector, Bujia? You know him too?" Meng Hang raised his eyebrows and asked with some surprise. "Hee hee, this old man has been stationed in the country for so many years. Of course I know all about these evil and crooked paths. Are you proud of the fact that there are so many evil cults in the Dragon Kingdom?" Meng Hang hit him without holding back. Kong Weigua's face immediately fell. Unable to refute, he could only continue speaking awkwardly. Bujia is a power user who can control the power of souls. No one knows how old he is. He is eccentric by nature, and what he enjoys most is collecting dolls. But not ordinary dolls. He extracts the souls of living people and puts them into dolls. That's why he has the title of doll collector. Yes, that's him," Luo said excitedly. Because of Meng Hang's disdainful attitude towards Kong Weigua, she had always subconsciously thought that he was just a hypocritical old man. She now remembered that the old man in front of her was not an ordinary person, but a living legend. Chapter 208. Minors don't break the law when killing. Elder Kong, you must know the whereabouts of that old pervert, right? Luo's eyes shone with anticipation, and she even changed her way of addressing Kong Weigwa to be more respectful. Unfortunately, Kong Weigwa shook his head helplessly, saying with some regret, "I had people try to capture him before, but that old scoundrel is too unpredictable. He's not only a pervert to others, but also a pervert to himself. He frequently extracts other people's souls, and then has his own soul occupy their bodies, living under their identities. So, the people I sent out searched for him for years without success. In the end, they had to return empty-handed." Hearing Kong Weigwa's reply, the hope in Luo's eyes dimmed once more. Even if her young master was incredibly capable, there was nothing they could do if they couldn't find him. As if sensing what Luo was thinking, Meng Hang smiled slightly and said, "Who said that he's the only one in the world who can extract other people's souls?" It was like a bolt of lightning. Luo's eyes lit up, and she blurted out, "The Black and White Reapers, the twin sisters from the Shao family." That's right. The Black and White Reapers, they specialize in seizing souls. I think this little thing should be within their capabilities. Meng Hang continued, "The only problem is that if we can't find that Bujia, you may not be able to get your original body back. If you don't mind, we'll have to find you a new body." Luo trembled with excitement and quickly said, "I don't mind. I don't mind. After all these years, my body's probably either turned to bones or become a dried-up corpse. Even if you give it to me, I don't want it. I've long wanted to switch into a young and beautiful body. Oh, that holy maiden from the Wuxing sect has a pretty, nice body. Young master, why don't you give me her body?" she said, with a sly glint in her empty eye sockets. She was fuming, remembering how that little vixen had dared to kiss her young master. "Don't worry, young master. I can control ice and fire, and I can do more than she can. I'll definitely give you good service." Meng Hang rolled his eyes, not replying, and instead said, "Let's see what happens on the way. Let's go find those two young ladies first." With that, he strode off into the distance. Luo jumped and landed lightly on Meng Hang's shoulder, while Elder Kong, still leaning on his cane, followed behind. Though he walked with a wobble, as if about to collapse at any moment, a careful observer would have noticed that he kept exactly the same distance from Meng Hang, no matter how fast or slow he walked. Along the way, since Meng Hang didn't have any urgent business, he didn't bother taking any vehicles. Instead, they walked at a leisurely pace, stopping and going as they pleased. In his life, aside from Cloudwater City and the capital, he hadn't had a chance to really see other parts of the Dragon Kingdom. So, he took this as a rare opportunity for a walking tour. It must be said that every city in the Dragon Kingdom had its own unique characteristics. Some cities were filled with ancient architecture, revealing their long history. Others were modern metropolises, with skyscrapers lined up next to each other. At the end of the day, Meng Hang was still just a teenager, soon to be 19, and the diversity of sights was dazzling. Kong Old Man noticed Meng Hang's expressions along the way and said, "Young man, now you see that there's still so much beauty in the Dragon Kingdom? As a member of the Dragon Kingdom, we should protect this land, not think about destroying it. Only when we have goodness in our hearts can the Dragon Kingdom become better and better. There are many remote places, and the more remote they are, the more simple and honest people are, without those backstabbing schemes. I believe you can feel a different kind of public spirit here than in the city." He tried his best to correct Meng Hang's somewhat skewed thinking during their time together. However, as soon as he finished, the somewhat relaxed and sunny temperament that had appeared on Meng Hang instantly disappeared. His eyes narrowed, and he said coldly to Kong Weigwa, "It's precisely because of that I want to create a perfect country." After walking for nearly 2 days, the three of them arrived at a remote village. To avoid drawing attention, Meng Hang would keep Luo within his divine power space whenever they approached a village or city. After all, when Meng Hang had blocked the school entrance, Luo had been sitting on his shoulder the whole time. Anyone who had seen Luo then would easily connect her with Meng Hang. Though the village was small, it had everything it needed. Each house was nicely decorated. They had red bricks and green tiles, and some of the houses even had 2 floors. TSK. I didn't expect such a remote village to be so well off, Meng Hang said with some surprise. The two didn't seek lodging, instead setting up a fire at a random place. For Kong Weigwa, not to mention Meng Hang, being at their current power levels, the sky could be their roof and the earth their bed, and they wouldn't feel a thing. Meng Hang took a large leg of a wild boar beast from his spatial ring and placed it over the fire to roast. Then, he pulled out various jars and bottles of seasoning and sprinkled them on the meat. He had prepared these things when he went out for training before the college entrance exams, and he didn't expect that they would still have some left. Soon, the huge boar leg began to sizzle, with oil dripping onto the ground. An irresistible aroma wafted around them. Meng Hang cut a small piece of meat and put it in his mouth, immediately tasting how the wild boar was fatty but not greasy. His mouth was left with a lingering fragrance. He nodded in satisfaction and was about to pick up the entire leg to eat. Kong Old Man, meanwhile, was sitting still, with no intention of moving. As someone who had been revived from the earth, he had no senses and naturally didn't need to eat. Just then, a childish but commanding voice sounded next to the two of them. "Hey, roast a piece for me. I want to eat too." Meng Hang's open mouth paused. He raised an eyebrow and looked to the side. He saw a boy around 7 or 8 years old, dressed in clothes that weren't too old but covered in mud, standing next to him, looking at the roasted meat with a greedy expression. "What if I don't give you any?" Meng Hang said with a slight smile. It wasn't that he was stingy, he simply didn't like the boy's tone. If the boy had spoken politely, Meng Hang wouldn't have been so frugal to a child. But the boy, with his commanding and self-important attitude, made Meng Hang very uncomfortable. Hearing Meng Hang say that, the little boy didn't look upset like other children his age. Instead, his face became vicious. "If you don't give it to me, I'll cut you with my knife," he said, with a sneer. Minors aren't punished for killing. Hearing this, Meng Hang and Kong Weigua were stunned. They never expected that such words would come from the mouth of a 7 or 8-year-old child. Chapter 209. A Gentle Education. What kind of family could raise a child who spoke so extremely? The fact that he could say something like, "It's not illegal for a minor to kill someone," meant that he wasn't just being ignorant, he truly believed it. "Get lost." Meng Hang directly shouted coldly, not wanting to stoop to the level of a child. But if they lingered any longer, Meng Hang feared that he wouldn't be able to control himself and might just twist the boy's head off. "You just wait." The young boy wasn't scared by Meng Hang's words. Instead, he threw out a vicious threat and ran away. Glancing at the young boy who had run far away, Meng Hang didn't pay him any mind and continued to gnaw on the large pig leg. Kong Weigua, however, sat there in a daze. He just couldn't understand why a child so young could have such extreme thoughts. Looking at Kong Weigua's stunned expression, Meng Hang said, completely unconcerned, "Hmph, people are born evil. What's so strange about it?" Kong Weigua shook his head and said, "If this was an adult, I wouldn't find it strange. But he's just a 7 or 8-year-old child." While the two were talking, the young boy, who had already left, actually ran back, and he had a scythe in his hand. Meng Hang raised an eyebrow, acting as if he didn't see anything, and continued to eat his food. Old Kong also didn't pay any mind, like a sleepy old man nodding off. The young boy ran to the two of them in a few steps, raised the scythe high, and slashed it at Meng Hang's back without any hesitation. Meng Hang and Kong Weigua's pupils both contracted. It wasn't because the boy's move was powerful. It was because neither of them had expected that this young boy would be so ruthless and unhesitating when striking. Grabbing the boy's right hand as it came down, Meng Hang ruthlessly pinned him to the ground. He snatched the knife from the boy's hand and pressed it against his neck, saying coldly, "Do you want to die?" The boy, with the knife pressed against his neck, didn't show any fear. Instead, he struggled desperately, spitting out words that were difficult for even Meng Hang to hear. "Damn you, let me go, or else my dad will come out later and kill you." Heh. Meng Hang didn't respond, but he stomped on the boy's head several times. The young boy, who had previously been cursing, immediately started crying loudly. The crying alerted the adults in a house not far away. One of them, a large man with a face full of pockmarks, was enraged to see that his son had been pinned to the ground. He grabbed a meat cleaver and was ready to fight Meng Hang to the death. Fortunately, the people next to him were quick and pulled him back. The large man was trying to break free from the others, while cursing at Meng Hang, "You little brat! You dare hit my son! I'll cut you to pieces today. Damn you! If I let you leave Zhao Village today, I'll change my surname to yours." The torrent of vulgarity attracted the attention of the neighbors, who all came out and surrounded Meng Hang and Kong Weigua. An old man in his 50s came out from the crowd. He glanced at the young boy, who was still struggling on the ground, then looked at Meng Hang, who was stepping on him, and said, "I am the village chief of this village. I don't know how Zhao's boy offended you, for you to treat him like this? Heh, just because I didn't give him any barbecue, he actually tried to kill me with a scythe." Seeing that so many people had gathered, Meng Hang wasn't scared at all. He said calmly, "Bullshit. My son is so well behaved. How could he do such a thing?" Hearing the large man say this, the people didn't say anything, but there was a mutual, subtle look of disdain in their eyes. Clearly, the young boy didn't have a good reputation in the village. Ahem. The village chief coughed lightly before saying, "You're such an adult. Why are you picking on a child? Besides, you weren't hurt, were you?" That's right, that's right. The child is ignorant. You, as an adult, should be more understanding. How could you put the child under your feet?" The people around them all chimed in. Most of the villagers in Zhao village were surnamed Zhao, and they were all related to each other in some way. So, even though they knew the boy was in the wrong, they were biased and started criticizing Meng Hang. Meng Hang raised an eyebrow with interest. He grabbed the boy's hair and lifted him up, saying, "Okay, as long as this brat apologizes to me today, I will let him go." The boy was in pain, but he didn't show any intention of giving in. He was kicking and punching Meng Hang all over. "Apologize your mother. You just wait next time. I won't use a scythe. I'll kill you with a meat cleaver." Smack. A solid slap landed on the boy's face, leaving a handprint. The boy froze, not daring to move again. This scene made the boy's father's eyes turn bloodshot. "Damn you! You dare hit my son. I'm going to kill you today. No one can stop me." With that, the large man broke free from the others and was ready to attack Meng Hang with his knife. Good grief, like father, like son. It seems these father and son are indeed two of a kind. Meng Hang narrowed his eyes and directly grabbed the boy's neck, strangling him until his eyes rolled back. "Don't come any closer. If you come any closer, I'll snap his neck," Meng Hang said calmly as he looked at the large man rushing towards him. But it was this calm tone that made the large man stop in his tracks, not daring to move another step forward. Although Meng Hang's tone was calm, the large man had a feeling that if he dared to move another step, the mohawked man in front of him would really snap his son's neck. Just then, a dog as tall as a person squeezed through the crowd. Its jaws were wide open as it lunged towards Meng Hang. The boy, who had just caught his breath, saw his dog rush over and his eyes lit up. He excitedly shouted, "Tiger, bite him to death." Seeing the jaws coming for him, Meng Hang didn't change his expression. A flash of a blade appeared, and he plunged the scythe in his hand into the dog's brain. Aarg! With a miserable howl, the large dog fell to the ground. It struggled twice, then stumbled back to its feet, ready to lunge at Meng Hang again. A cold light flashed in Meng Hang's eyes. He kicked out, directly shattering the dog's head, and blood splattered on Meng Hang and the boy. A canine's tough head and bones were no match for Meng Hang. Seeing how brutal Meng Hang was, the crowd gasped and didn't dare to point fingers at him anymore. The large man didn't dare to move another step, afraid that his son would end up like his dog. Meng Hang looked at the boy, who was completely frightened, and the corners of his lips almost reached his ears. That's right, children should be this well-behaved. When dealing with ignorant children, Meng Hang always prioritized gentle education, as after all, they were the future of the Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 210. The Demonic Capital University. Meng Hang chuckled wickedly and let go of the boy's hair. The boy went limp and immediately slumped to the ground. After kicking the dog's head in, Meng Hang didn't plan to stop. Instead, he slowly used the scythe to cut open the dog's stomach. Then Meng Hang took out the intestines and the internal organs and placed them in front of the boy. He then gently whispered into his ear, "Kid, you can only threaten me with it's not illegal for a minor to kill someone. But I'm different. I'm sure you can see it. I'm a power user, and I'm a very, very powerful one. If I wanted to, I could kill your mom and dad, your grandparents, in front of you and pull out their intestines, putting them in front of you just like this dog." Hee hee hee. As he said this, Meng Hang's gaze turned more sinister, and he chuckled strangely before continuing. "Then, I'll peel their faces off and sew them onto your body. The whole family needs to be together. Don't worry, I won't kill you. You are still a child after all. I'll just cut off all of your limbs and make you live in fear forever." Hearing this, the boy could no longer suppress his fear, and his entire body began to tremble uncontrollably. Seeing the boy's expression, Meng Hang finally nodded in satisfaction and grinned. "That's right. You should just kneel like that. Don't move until I leave, or else you'll see if I dare or not." With that, he didn't look at the boy's expression, and casually wiped the blood on his hand on the boy before going back to continue eating his food. The crowd, seeing that Meng Hang had finally released the boy, rushed forward to help him up. But no matter how hard they tried to pull him up, the boy just knelt on the ground, biting his lips tightly. Even though tears streamed down from his eyes, he didn't make a sound. "What did you say to my son? Why did you scare him like that?" With a roar, the large man's eyes turned red, and he rushed toward Meng Hang with his meat cleaver. Seeing the children of their village scared out of their wits, the other villagers of Zhao village also cursed and surrounded Meng Hang. Meng Hang didn't even look at them. He continued eating the barbecue with one hand, and a long blade appeared in his other hand. He then ruthlessly slashed toward the large man. A blade of light flashed, and the ground was instantly cut with a massive crack that quickly extended towards the large man. Feeling the power of this slash, the large man felt a chill run down his spine. He slammed on his brakes and stopped in place, not daring to take another step forward. And the crack in the ground also stopped at his feet, so close to cutting him in half. The others, who had been cursing and yelling, were also scared into silence by this terrifying attack. They stared at Meng Hang in terror. Meng Hang didn't even raise an eyelid, as if he wasn't the one who had unleashed the attack, and continued to gnaw on the meat in his hand. After finishing the last piece of meat, he wiped the grease from his mouth, glanced at the boy still kneeling on the ground, then at the large man still frozen in place and said, "If you don't educate your own children, someone else will. You're lucky that you met someone as kind as me, or else your son would have died 100 times over." He then ignored them and turned around to leave in the direction of the village entrance. Even after Meng Hang and Kong Weigua had left, the boy still didn't dare to get up. No matter how much others tried to persuade him, he just kept his mouth shut and didn't make a sound. Under Meng Hang's thorough education, they believed that the boy would definitely turn over a new leaf and reach the peak of his life. Meng Hang, walking along the road, looked with interest at Kong Weigua, who had been silent, and said, "Old Kong, is this what you call a simple and honest folk? I think that old saying is right. Barren mountains and evil waters breed unruly people." Kong Weigua opened his mouth but didn't say anything. It wasn't as if Kong Weigua, after living for so many years, hadn't encountered anything. How could he not even understand something so simple? From the time he had awakened his powers as a young man, he had been an unparalleled genius. Later, he had joined the army, and because of his outstanding abilities and fervor, he led the Dragon Kingdom to resist the invasion of the demon race, and step by step, he became a legend of the Dragon Kingdom. Later still, as he grew older, he withdrew from the front lines and took control of the Dragon Kingdom. He had lived his life with passion and calculation. He had encountered countless setbacks, but he had never seen the way of life of the common people at the bottom. He was too high up, about several dozen stories high. He saw people on the ground like ants. When someone is too outstanding, they don't have bad people around them, only good people. Of course, this didn't mean that old Kong had lived his life like a dog, like an innocent child who had never experienced the world. He understood the disgusting tactics of the families that held high positions, but he knew very little about the ways of the common people at the bottom. "I've lived my life like a dog," Kong Weigua said, somewhat absent-mindedly. After this incident, Meng Hang was no longer in the mood to continue wandering around and sped toward the demonic capital university. The demonic capital, as the economic center of the Dragon Kingdom, was incredibly developed, and the demonic capital university, located here, had less than the century-old history of the imperial capital university, but more of a sense of prosperity. When Meng Hang and Kong Weigua arrived at the demonic capital university and saw the young and beautiful students, the depressing mood from the past few days immediately cleared. Meng Hang casually grabbed a male student and asked with a smile, "Hey, buddy, I'm looking for Xiao Wanner and Xiao Linger from your school. Do you know them?" The male student who had been grabbed looked at the 43-year-old face with the mohawk. His brow furrowed as he said, "Know them? Of course I know them. Too bad I know them, but they don't know me. Those two are the most famous pair of beauties in our demonic capital university, the dream goddesses of countless students. There are many people who have made it their life goal to conquer those twins, and some of them are scions of powerful families." As he said this, he took a look at Kong Weigua, who seemed like an old servant. He said with some disdain, "It's not that I'm trying to be harsh, buddy, but with your appearance, plus that servant behind you who can barely walk, just give up on trying to go after them. I'm telling you, those young masters are not easy to deal with, and they will do anything if you anger them." Hearing him say this, Meng Hang's lips curled into a sardonic smile. He didn't explain his intentions. Instead, he murmured excitedly to himself, "Scions of powerful families? I specialize in beating up those scions of powerful families. They better not provoke me, or I'll make them regret being born into this world. Tisi, a 700-pound cow, 800-pound bullshit. You're really a big talker. Do you think you're that devil Meng Hang, who beat up all the young masters of the imperial capital until they couldn't hold their heads up? Chapter 211. Arrival at the Magic Capital University. Meng Hang chuckled, offering no explanation. He felt a surge of smug satisfaction at the sound of his current notoriety. Just as the student was about to launch another sarcastic remark, his eyes suddenly lit up, pointing towards the school entrance. He's here. Meng Hang turned and saw a cluster of people surrounding Xiao Linger and Xiao Wanner like stars around the moon as they walked towards the gate. Xiao Linger, with her shock of white hair, remained as cold as ice, paying no mind to the flattering overtures of those around her. Her younger sister, Xiao Wanner, remained her usual timid self, hiding behind Xiao Linger like a frightened rabbit. Linger Wanner, I've booked a private room at the Shangtang banquet tonight. Would you do me the honor of joining me? A handsome young man with an air of wealth and nobility walked beside them, his expensive clothes a clear indication of his status. Not interested, Xiao Linger retorted bluntly, giving him no quarter. Undeterred, the young man pulled out 2 shimmering necklaces from his spatial ring. Linger Wanner, I happened upon these 2 necklaces. Each has a 10,000-ly flowing light talisman inscribed on it. They are the perfect treasures for beauties such as yourselves, and I brought them specifically for you. Heh, Chao Yang, you have the gall to offer such trash, another young man, also dressed in finery, scoffed from the other side of the twins. Chao Yang's sunny smile immediately faltered. However, determined not to ruin his impression on the 2 young women, he forced himself to endure the slight and said, Oh, I wonder what treasures brother Sun has to show that can open my eyes. Nothing too special, just a pair of concentric glazed locks for Linger and Wanner, Sun Xian said, producing a pair of antique-looking copper locks. These concentric glazed locks have no other specific purpose other than that the 2 who wear them will share a mystical connection. Even if they are thousands of miles apart, if one is in danger, the other can instantly appear at her side to lend aid. This pair of locks is a match made in heaven for Linger and Wanner. As he spoke, Sun Xian subtly raised an eyebrow at Chao Yang, his provocation obvious. Chao Yang's face flushed with embarrassment. He hadn't expected Sun Xian to go to such lengths to win over the sisters. While secretly gloating, Sun Xian also felt a pang of pain in his heart. He had truly invested a fortune in his attempt to win their affections. But the thought of Xiao Linger and Xiao Wanner, identical in appearance yet so different, in personality, fueled his burning desire. Their supreme talent only made them more irresistible to him. After all, beyond looks, status also contributed to a man's infatuation with a woman, school bells, empresses, and the like. Brother, don't bite off more than you can chew. Chao Yang's voice suddenly whispered in his ear. Let's compromise. You take one, and I'll take the other. Once we get bored, we can switch or even share. Sun Xian was taken aback. He glanced at Chao Yang. Though Chao Yang's lips didn't move, he gave Sun Xian a knowing, men will be men grin. Sun Xian immediately understood. Chao Yang had used a sound transmission technique, which only he could hear. Sun Xian chuckled. Taking on both at once was going to be tricky. But if he were to compromise, a less direct route might not be a bad idea. It was a common occurrence among the wealthy young masters in their circles. With a tacit understanding now formed, the 2 men adjusted their strategies. Chao Yang grew more attentive to Xiao Linger, while Sun Xian began to engage the timid Xiao Wanner, who always hid behind her sister. The 2 thought their plan was flawless, but it had been overheard by 2 individuals with exceptionally powerful mental strength. A cold smile formed on Meng Hang's lips. He looked at the displeased elder Kong beside him. Just look at the behavior of these large family scions. It's clear that the roots of the Dragon Kingdom are rotten to the core. He added, according to what you've said, the soldiers at the front risk everything to protect these beasts? He continued with a sharp sneer. You've been in charge of the Dragon Kingdom for so many years and all you've produced is this trash? If I were you, I would have ended it all a long time ago. Just as Kong Weiguan never missed a chance to persuade Meng Hang to return to the right path. Meng Hang also had no concept of respecting his elders, launching straight into mocking criticism. These are just exceptions, Kong Weiguan sputtered. They don't represent the entire Dragon Kingdom. Huh. The families who control every vital element of the Dragon Kingdom are already like this. What else do you want me to see? Meng Hang scoffed. Another scene like the one we saw in Zhao family village? As the two continued their usual arguments, the persistently bothered Xiao Linger finally spoke out. Get out of our way. Stop following us, or don't blame me if I'm not polite. Please, Linger. I truly like you. Just give me a chance, please. Xiao Yang, undeterred by her frigid aura, desperately pleaded. Xiao Linger's lips curled into a cold sneer. Instead of lessening her icy demeanor, the smile made her seem even more unapproachable. Fine, I'll give you a chance. If you can beat us, then I'll agree to go to dinner with you tonight. Xiao Yang's smile faltered. He said, with a sense of defeat, Linger, you're clearly not giving me a chance. Everyone knows that you two sisters are the strongest of this generation in our school. No one can possibly beat you. That's not true, Xiao Linger retorted. Meng Hang alone challenged several geniuses from all 4 academies and defeated us without any chance to retaliate. The mention of Meng Hang's name caused everyone, including Qiao Yang and the onlookers, to flinch. Currently, Meng Hang wasn't only regarded as the greatest villain in the Dragon Kingdom, but also as a name that was forbidden to be mentioned by all 4 academies. For the most prestigious talents in all 4 academies to be defeated by an individual who had fallen into the demonic path was a slap in the face. This defeat would forever be their shame. Xiao Linger, do you even know what you're saying? Qiao Yang said, his tone rising in exasperation. My family, the Qiao family, supported Elder Kong in fighting against the demon invasion. We've contributed countless meritorious deeds to the Dragon Kingdom. How dare you compare me to that demonic fiend? At that moment, a derisive snort echoed through the crowd, jarring the tense atmosphere. Everyone turned to see a man with a long, horse-like face and a mohawk sporting a very contemptuous grin. Chapter 212, Teaching You How to Pick Up Girls. Meng Hang's mocking laughter wasn't actually directed at Xiao Yang but at Kong Weigua. How could someone so inept and devious be a descendant of someone who had been a part of Kong Weigua's inner circle? It was a slap in the face of the legendary man. Kong Weigua knew, of course, that Meng Hang was mocking him. His expression turned thunderous. The Qiao family was one he knew intimately. Qiao Yun had been his comrade in arms. It was appalling to see his protégé's descendants had fallen into such depravity. Kong Weigua understood what Meng Hang was mocking, but the others didn't, and Qiao Yang certainly did not. They all assumed Meng Hang was mocking Qiao Yang's statement about his family's contributions. Boy, do you dare to mock my Qiao family's contributions to the Dragon Kingdom? Qiao Yang's amiable demeanor had disappeared, replaced by a dark, threatening stare directed at the gaunt figure before him. The young man who had been speaking to Meng Hang earlier had already taken the opportunity to slip away. Heh, I just wanted to tell you, this isn't how you pick up girls, Meng Hang said matter-of-factly. You're going to tell me how to pick up girls? Qiao Yang's eyes widened in shock. Then suddenly he burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. He wiped tears from his eyes and said, You should look in the mirror. See the kind of face you have? How dare you boast and think you can teach me? I've had. He nearly blurted out that he'd been with more women than Meng Hang had had meals, catching himself just in time. Dude, it's not your fault that you were born this way, but to act arrogant with that kind of face is just your own fault. Ha ha ha. Who is this guy? Does he even know what he looks like? He wants to teach other people how to pick up girls. What's more, he's trying to hit on the black and white reapers from our school, someone scoffed. He is like a toad trying to mate with a swan. Ugliness and arrogance. A potent mix. A wave of laughter rippled through the crowd. Clearly, they all agreed that Meng Hang was ridiculous. Meng Hang's lips curved into a subtle smile, not bothering to explain. He simply walked calmly in front of Xiao Linger. On seeing him, Xiao Linger's face showed clear disgust. She was even more repulsed by him than she had been by Qiao Yang. He was a show-off, an arrogant windbag. That was how she perceived Meng Hang. At that moment, she was about to spit out a harsh "get lost," when Meng Hang's eyes suddenly flashed a subtle red light. Suddenly, Xiao Linger's exquisite eyes seemed to become glazed and unfocused. Beautiful lady, may I invite you to dinner tonight? Meng Hang said, even lightly stroking Xiao Linger's cheek. Hiss. The crowd gasped. That action was, to put it mildly, sacrilegious. Xiao Linger was known for her cold personality, refusing any form of contact with others, never mind allowing someone to so shamelessly touch her. That's it. This kid has no idea what he's doing. He's really trying to provoke Xiao Linger, a student whispered. Just watch. Her wrath is going to rip his soul apart, another person said. Qiao Yang was stunned, then infuriated. Even he had never dared to touch Xiaolinger, and yet this punk with the mohawk had just stroked her face? But in the next moment, he sneered. He was just playing with fire. This kid was courting death. But then, everyone fell silent, stunned into absolute stillness. They stared with wide eyes, as if witnessing something incomprehensibly horrific. Xiaolinger's face, which was as cold as a 1,000-year-old iceberg, actually smiled. But it wasn't a cold, chilling smile but one of warmth and radiance. Like spring's renewal, the ice melted away, bathing everyone in a gentle breeze. "The sun has risen in the west," a student muttered. "I must be dreaming," another muttered. "Did I just see Xiaolinger smile? This is probably an identity swap with her sister. Otherwise, this can't be. I would sooner believe that a tree of iron had blossomed. Seeing her smile, my life is now complete," a third person gushed. Xiaolinger looked at Meng Hang, smiling radiantly, and said, "To have such an invitation from the young master. I'm flattered. Where would you like to eat?" What the hell? What did I just hear? Xiaolinger actually agreed to go with him? The world has gone mad. He looks like that. What does she see in him? Is that how unique the aesthetic of a beautiful woman is? The crowd wasn't the only one shocked. Even Xiao Wanner was staring in disbelief. "Huh?" she exclaimed, tilting her head. Sister, are you all right?" "Hee, don't worry, little sister. It's just dinner," Xiaolinger said with a casualness that was completely unlike her. But Xiao Wanner began but was immediately interrupted by her sister. "All right, no more talk," Xiaolinger said decisively. "Okay." Xiao Wanner nodded weakly. She always obeyed her elder sister. Since her sister said it was fine, then it must be. Seeing that even Xiao Wanner had agreed, Sun Xian could no longer sit by and do nothing. Was the goose that was within his grasp about to fly away? Meng Hang smiled, a challenging look in his eyes directed at both Chao Yang and Sun Xian. Then, he reached out to take Xiaolinger's hand. Chao Yang and Sun Xian immediately grabbed his outstretched arm. Chao Yang narrowed his eyes at Meng Hang, then turned to look at Xiaolinger. "Linger, do you know this guy?" Xiaolinger shook her head. Since Meng Hang's appearance, she had not taken her eyes off him. He had seemingly become the only thing in existence. Hearing that, Chao Yang's face darkened. "Linger, what does he have that I don't? I've been pursuing you for so long, and you've always been cold to me. Not only would you not let me touch you, you would rarely spare even a single word. But now that this kid appears, you're acting like an entirely different person. You're smiling in a way that I've never seen before. Tell me, what do I lack that he possesses? How am I worse than him?" "Heh, compared to the young master, you're nothing. He's simply not on the same plane as you," Xiaolinger said with brutal honesty. Having his face so brazenly slapped in front of everyone made his forehead bulge with rage. He laughed maniacally. Good. Today, I'll see what's so special about this trash that could enchant you so." As he spoke, his aura exploded, and his fist shot towards Meng Hang's face with full force, with no intention of holding back, determined to crush him. Facing the attack, Meng Hang remained impassive, not attempting to dodge. Behind him, however, an old figure vanished, quickly stepping in front of him to easily block Chao Yang's fist. "Young man, I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt considering you're a descendant of the Chao family. I advise you to leave. My young master is someone you can't afford to offend." Chapter 213. Elder Kong unleashes his power. Everyone's eyes blurred for a moment, and when they could see clearly again, the seemingly frail old man who had stood behind Meng Hang appeared to have effortlessly blocked Chao Yang's attack. No one had expected the old man to be such a hidden expert. However, the crowd quickly reasoned that Meng Hang wouldn't have dared to challenge Chao Yang without some backup. Still, Kong Wei's display of strength wasn't enough to overly impress the onlookers. After all, what prominent family didn't have a few hidden protectors? Upon hearing Kong Wei's words, Chao Yang laughed as if he'd just heard the funniest joke in the world. "Ha ha ha ha. Is there anyone in this world that my Chao family can't provoke? What is he, a bastard son of Zhao Shanhe?" Kong Wei simply shook his head, without speaking a word. "Since he's not, how dare you challenge my Chao family?" Chao Yang's face immediately darkened. "First, you mocked my Chao family ancestors' meritorious contributions to the Dragon Kingdom. Then, you used some kind of sorcery to bewitch the students of Magic Capital University. Today, on behalf of my family, on behalf of Xiaolinger, I will capture the two of you demonic fiends." Chao Yang spoke with a serious expression, putting on an air of righteousness. As soon as he finished speaking, two figures materialized out of thin air, and two powerful auras pressed down on Kong Weigwa. Seeing this, Elder Kong first shook his head sadly, then his hunched back instantly straightened. His cloudy eyes also became sharp and clear. Today, I'll teach you unfilial descendants of Chow Yun a lesson. With that, Kong Weigwa slammed his cane hard on the ground, and a vast aura rose out of nowhere. In the next moment, everyone felt as though an enormous mountain was pressing down on them, making it hard to breathe, and their legs uncontrollably buckled. Many couldn't withstand the pressure and simply collapsed on the ground. The Kong Weigwa they saw now was no longer a frail old man, but an unstoppable, ancient giant. This was just the residual effect of his power, and the two members of the Chow family directly facing his pressure were faring even worse. The pressure, akin to the wrath of the heavens, was like 100-fold gravity, squeezing them until their eyes bulged and their mouths bled. The two figures who had been flying at high speed through the air thudded onto the ground. Completely immobilized, the two now realized that the unassuming old man was a peerless expert and immediately begged for mercy. "We are members of the Chow family of Magic Capital. Please, Elder, show mercy for the sake of the Chow family. Forgive our blindness." Faced with their pleas, Kong Weigwa not only refused to yield, but his expression became even more furious. "You dare to mention the Chow family? You two aid and abet evil, attacking without asking any questions. You are dragging the name of the Chow family through the mud. Today, I'll enforce the family rules that Chow Yun would have wanted." With that, he slammed his cane on the ground again. Bang, bang, bang. The meridians in the bodies of the two Chow family members who were unable to move ruptured one after another, and blood splattered everywhere. "No!" The two howled in anguish and desperation. Kong Weigwa's methods were ruthless, turning them into invalids. It was even more cruel than simply killing them. After finishing this, Kong Weigwa looked at Chow Yang, who was already terrified. Under that gaze, Chow Yang's scalp tingled. He retreated in terror. "What do you want to do?" he cried. "I warn you, I'm the only direct descendant of the Chow family. If you dare do anything to me, my family will not let you get away with it." Seeing his useless behavior, Kong Weigwa couldn't help thinking about how the young Chow Yun had fought valiantly by his side, risking everything. A sense of grief flashed through his eyes. If Chow Yun knew you existed, he'd never rest in peace. "It's better that I send you off today, so you can be reborn sooner, rather than have you live in the world and tarnish his name." "Elder, please have mercy," a voice called out. A figure rushed out from within the school and stepped in front of Chow Yang. It was Hoing Nan, the president of Magic Capital University. Hoing Nan's face was a mixture of green and purple as he faced Kong Weigwa's terrifying power. After taking a moment to recover, he clasped his hands together and said, "To injure my students at the entrance of my Magic Capital University, Elder, it's a little hard to justify, wouldn't you say? Moreover, what heinous acts did Chow Yang commit that makes you insist on killing him? This boy has a vicious heart. For a mere disagreement, he tried to kill my young master," Kong Weigwa stated. "He is also still so young yet already full of evil intentions. He secretly conspired with others to commit shameful acts against those two young ladies. Because I had a connection with the ancestor of the Chow family, I have to discipline this unfilial descendant." Seeing the president standing in front of him, Chow Yang regained a little confidence and quickly argued, "President, don't listen to his nonsense. It was his young master who mocked my Chow family first, and I was only so angry that I wanted to teach him a lesson. And his claim that I plotted something with others to do something shameful against Linger and Warner is even more absurd. Everyone here can testify that I never said anything vulgar to them." Hearing both of their statements, Hoing frowned. He glanced at Chow Yang, who had always had a decent reputation, before turning to Kong Weigwa. "Chow Yang was wrong to attack first, but Elder, you have already crippled the two experts by his side. That should be enough punishment. As for the second matter, there's no proof to back your accusation. We can't simply take a young man's life based only on your word." "Humph. I've roamed the Dragon Kingdom for so many years. My word is proof." Kong Weigwa was domineering, completely different from how he acted in front of Meng Hang. "I'm speaking to you only because you're the president of Magic Capital University and you're trying to educate people. Now, get lost." Kong Weigwa waved his hand, and Hoing Nan, who was at the Huan Jie level of power, flew like a kite with a broken string and crashed onto the ground a dozen meters away. "Boy, If I want to kill you, even the Celestial Emperor cannot save you. Kong Weigwa roared, like an enraged lion. Just then, a hand landed on his shoulder. It was Meng Hang. The unstoppable aura of Kong Weigwa immediately vanished. He stepped aside respectfully, letting Meng Hang take his place, like a loyal servant. This scene, in stark contrast to his earlier invincible attitude, left everyone, including a recently recovered Hoang Nan, in a state of bewilderment. They were all trying to figure out what big family Meng Hang belonged to that would warrant such respect from such a high-level expert. Chapter 214, Demonic Possession. Meng Hang smiled slightly and said to the Elder Kong beside him, Elder Kong, what I despise the most is bullying the weak. What they said is not wrong. How can you, at your age, bully a youngster? Let this young one resolve the matter himself. Yes, young master, Kong Weigwa replied obediently, but inside, he sighed. It would be better if I just killed this little beast directly. Seeing the old man step back, everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief. The pressure Kong Weigwa emitted was just too immense. Chao Yang knew his life had been spared, and his spirits lifted. Kid, you better think it over. If I beat you later, don't come crying for your parents. Chao Yang was truly frightened. He was used to intimidating others with his family's background, and he never thought he'd be on the receiving end. Hee, don't worry, go ahead and beat me, Meng Hang said calmly, glancing at Chao Yang. If you can kill me, not only will no one bother you, you'll become a hero of the Dragon Kingdom. Chao Yang didn't hesitate. With so many people watching, now that words had been said, if he backed down, he would never be able to survive in Magic Capital University. Hoang Nan didn't try to interfere again. It wasn't necessary for him to get involved in a dispute between two young people. Just as Chao Yang was about to make a move, a simply dressed woman rushed out of the crowd, with tears streaming down her face. Even though she wore no makeup, she was breathtakingly beautiful, not less so than Yin Lingxian, Xiao Linger, and other beauties. As soon as she appeared, everyone's eyes lit up. Their gaze was instinctively drawn to her, and for a moment, they all forgot the duel between Meng Hang and Chao Yang. Ignoring everyone's stares, the woman staggered over to Xiao Linger and Xiao Wanner and knelt before them, hitting the ground with a thud. Even Xiao Linger, who was usually so indifferent, was taken aback and quickly bent down to help her up. Lady, what are you doing? If you have something to say, please get up first. However, the woman held onto Xiao Linger's leg and refused to stand up. Tears flowed down her face, breaking many a heart. If you don't stand, we're leaving. Seeing as she wouldn't stop, Xiao Linger had no choice but to scare her before the woman finally let go and stood up. Please, ladies, save my father. I'll be your slave to repay you. What happened? Xiao Linger asked, frowning. Xiao Wanner also looked at her, her big eyes full of curiosity. My name is Tsuelian. I'm from a small village in the suburbs of Magic Capital. My father has recently been possessed by a demonic entity. We've invited countless monks and Taoists to perform rituals, but they've all failed to work. I heard the Black and White Reapers from Magic Capital University are very well known, so I'm pleading for your help. Demonic possession? Hearing what Tsuelian had said, everyone was in an uproar. Even Meng Hang and Kong Weigwa raised their eyebrows, showing interest. What era was this? Humans possessed abilities rivaling the gods, yet people were still believing in gods and ghosts. Lady, there are demon clans in this world, but there are no such things as demonic entities. It's just feudal superstition, Xiao Linger said, with a slight frown. No, it's really demonic possession, Tsuelian said, quickly. A few days ago, my father was walking at night when he suddenly encountered an abandoned grave. But I've lived in this village for many years, and I've never heard of any abandoned graves. My father was terrified, and he immediately ran home. That night he developed a high fever, and he was muttering nonsense. The next afternoon, he was like a completely different person. His voice was completely different, and he didn't even recognize me and my mother. The elders in the village said that he was possessed by a demonic entity. Only an expert can perform a ritual to exorcise the entity. Hearing her story, the people around began to discuss the matter. Wow, is that for real? Do those things really exist in this world? Stop messing around. It's been so many years since the spiritual energy started to recover. Why are people still believing in that stuff? It's possible that because of the spiritual energy recovery, some of those gods and ghosts might be appearing. After hearing her whole story, Xiao Linger finally spoke. You want us to help your father by extracting the demonic entity from his body? Her smart mind had instantly understood what Suelian wanted. Yes, yes, please save my father. I won't forget your great kindness, she said and again tried to kneel before Xiao Linger and Xiao Wanner. However, before she could, an invisible force lifted her up. Hoingnan frowned, stepping forward with a thoughtful expression. Demonic possession is impossible. I suspect a power user with an evil heart has used an ability to forcibly transfer someone else's soul into your father's body. Suelian looked at him, bewildered, and asked incredulously, such an unusual power exists? Heh, why not? You came to Linger and Wanner because you heard of their ability to extract other people's souls. If there's an ability to extract souls, why couldn't there be an ability to transfer souls into other bodies? Hoingnan looked at Xiao Linger again. Linger, this matter involves a life. If you have the ability, please help. Xiao Wanner, who had been silent, tugged on Xiao Linger's sleeve, whispering in her ear, Sister, she's so pitiful. Let's help her. Xiao Linger had already reverted to her icy demeanor, but she nodded in agreement. It is our duty to eradicate demons and evil spirits. I'll leave with my sister now to see who's behind all this. Hearing that, Suelian rejoiced, thanking everyone profusely. Her already stunning face was even more captivating now. Thank you, President. Thank you, Miss Linger. Thank you, Miss Wanner. When he heard the twins agree, Chao Yang's eyes immediately lit up. He didn't even care about the match with Meng Hang anymore and quickly interjected. Exterminating demons and evil is also the responsibility of the Chao family. I want to join. He had no good intentions. He wanted to go along because it was a perfect opportunity to get closer to Xiao Linger. However, there was one more important reason. When Chao Yang saw Suelian, he couldn't help but get excited. In all his years, he had been with countless women, but this was the first time he had seen a girl who was so simple and unaffected, like a girl who hadn't been spoiled by society. He couldn't resist the urge to have her. Chapter 215. Arriving at the destination, Sun Xian, who had already retreated to the side, now eagerly pushed his way forward, putting on a similar righteous act and saying that he also wanted to go. Needless to say, the little plans he harbored were the same as Chao Yang's. While Suelian was talking about her father's condition, Meng Hang and Kong Weigua exchanged a knowing glance. The ability to transfer a soul into another body seemed rather familiar. He goes to great lengths to search, and here he is, delivered to me. Meng Hang smiled, his expression carrying a deeper meaning. Then, he spoke out loud. Heh, as a fine young man of the Dragon Kingdom, I naturally can't stand idly by while evil runs rampant. Hearing him say that, Kong Weigua's mouth twitched behind Meng Hang's back. As the greatest fiend of the Dragon Kingdom right now, are you really not ashamed to say that? Upon learning that Meng Hang was also going, Chao Yang and Sun Xian's expressions turned stiff. This is a matter for Magic Capital University. What business is it of yours, an outsider? Chao Yang said, disgruntled. Huh, how did this become a matter for Magic Capital University? Meng Hang said, scoffing at him. The person involved hasn't said anything. Why are you barking like a dog? Isn't that right, Miss Suelian? Meng Hang wasn't going to let Chao Yang get away with his condescending tone. You. Chao Yang raged, but glancing at the seemingly dozing Kong Weigua, he could only say, humph. I'm not going to argue with a hooligan like you. Suelian, seeing the two men arguing, quickly tried to smooth things over. It's my honor that both gentlemen are willing to help. Then, let's all go together. Hoingnan, worried about the group's safety, also wanted to follow, but Kong Old Man's words made him embarrassed and he quickly left. Heh, if you encounter someone that I cannot deal with, you'd only be sending yourself to your death by going. After leaving Magic Capital University, the group made their way towards Suelian's home. Along the way, Chao Yang and Sun Xian acted like two peacocks in heat, constantly circling around Suelian, practically displaying their feathers. Miss Suelian, you must have heard of Magic Capital University. Those who can enter this school are all top geniuses of the Dragon Kingdom, Chao Yang started. And not only am I a student of Magic Capital University, but also the eldest son of the Chao family in Magic Capital. You must have heard of the Chao family of Magic Capital, right? So, you can rest assured that as long as we take action, your father's matter will be easily resolved. Chao Yang patted his chest confidently. That's right, that's right. Leave this to us and you can relax. Sun Xian added quickly, not wanting to be outdone. I may be a little lacking, but I awakened the lightning type ability that specifically counters evil. If those two sisters can't solve your father's problem, I'll also take action to help you. Listening to the two of them bragging, Suelian looked flattered. I didn't expect both gentlemen to be such outstanding figures. Then, I'll have to depend on you. Ha ha ha, you are too polite, Miss Suelian, Chaoyang said, getting bold. I wonder if you have any contact information. We can add each other. We can keep in touch after resolving your father's problem. If you encounter any further difficulties, you can also find me. I'm not bragging, but I, Chaoyang, have some influence in Magic Capital. Meng Hang walked in front, not saying a word to Suelian, nor to Xiao Linger and Xiao Wanner. After realizing that the mastermind behind this might be the doll collector Bujia, he no longer had any interest in flirting with the sisters. If the mastermind turned out to be someone else, then he could try to pursue them again. Since Meng Hang didn't speak, Xiao Linger also coldly ignored him, as if the bright smile she had given him earlier had never happened. Only Xiao Wanner was still a little bewildered, following behind her sister. She couldn't understand why her sister, who hadn't ever smiled at a man since she was born, would smile so radiantly at a stranger. Sister, do you really know that man? Xiao Wanner asked, confused. But that shouldn't be possible. We've been together since birth, and I know everyone you know. What are you talking about? How could I know him? Xiao Linger asked, frowning. She didn't understand what her sister was talking about at all. Then why did you smile so brightly at him earlier? Don't talk nonsense. When have I ever smiled at him? Xiao Linger asked, looking at Xiao Wanner, a confused expression on her face. Huh? No degree in anything. After about half an hour, the group arrived at the village where Suelian lived. As soon as they entered the village, the group frowned, their expressions turning strange. Even though it was still daytime, every house's doors and windows were tightly shut. Through the glass, Meng Hang could vaguely see pairs of eyes staring at them from the darkened interiors of each house. A gust of wind swept across the road, scattering fallen leaves and turning the entire village into a scene straight out of a ghost story. Chao Yang and Sun Xian both felt a cold chill, and they couldn't help but shiver. Thinking about the abandoned grave and the demonic possession that Suelian had mentioned made them feel even more uneasy. See you, Miss Suelian. Why is there no one to be seen in this village? Chao Yang asked, puzzled. Ever since my father's incident, everyone in the village has been on edge, afraid of encountering something unclean. And whenever we appear, they hide from us like we're a plague, scared that our family will spread evil to them. If it wasn't for the village chief's intervention, they would have kicked us out of the village a long time ago. As she spoke, tears once again welled up in Suelian's eyes. Seeing her so pitiful, Chao Yang and Sun Xian felt their hearts ache. After walking along the small village road for a few minutes, the first house on the left turn was Suelian's home. It was an ordinary tiled house, neither poor nor lavish. As soon as they stepped into the yard, they heard a beast-like howl from inside the house. Suelian, on hearing this, lost all composure and ran towards the house. The others were also curious and hurried to follow. Inside the house, Meng Hang saw a man, about 50 years old, sitting on a chair, with a finger-thick iron chain binding him. The man was desperately shaking his body, trying to break free from the chain. His face was contorted, with bulging veins. On seeing the group enter, he howled at them like a wild animal. Beside him, a middle-aged woman was cowering in the corner, looking terrified at the man. Chapter 216. Accident. Mom, what happened to my father? Suelian, upon entering the house, tightly hugged her mother, asking with tears in her eyes. Suelian, you're finally back. Upon seeing her daughter, the middle-aged woman seemed to have found her backbone, bursting into tears. The two embraced and cried for a long time, until the others couldn't stand it anymore and came forward to persuade them to stop crying. Auntie, we are students from Magic Capital University. Please tell us what happened, Chao Yang said, taking the lead, like the leader of the group. Suelian's mother looked at the still crazed man, wiped her tears and sobbed. Not long after Suelian left, her father was still fine, but suddenly, he went mad, trying to strangle me. If the villagers hadn't come and 10 or more of them hadn't worked together to subdue him, I would have been strangled to death. After that, no one from the village dared to come near our house. Hearing Suelian's mother say this, the group noticed the purple bruises around her neck. Suelian could not control her emotions again and knelt in front of Xiao Linger and Xiao Wanner with a thud. Please, ladies, save my father. Don't worry, Miss Suelian. I'll take a look and see what exactly is going on, Xiaolinger and Xiaowaner exchanged a look, and simultaneously, chains appeared in their hands, like two poisonous snakes flying toward Suelian's father. But just as the soul-snatching chains were about to touch the middle-aged man, his struggling body stopped. Then, with all his strength, the thumb-thick chain snapped. The middle-aged man then jumped towards the ceiling and hung upside down on the roof, growling at the group like a beast. "Humph, you're looking for death." Chao Yang snorted coldly. Wanting to show off his abilities, he wanted to take action. Although the middle-aged man showed unusual strength, to the people in the house, it was nothing to worry about. "Young Master Chao, please don't hurt my father." On seeing that he was about to attack, Suelian quickly grabbed Chao Yang's arm, afraid he would hurt her father. Chao Yang felt embarrassed. Killing the middle-aged man was an easy task for him, but if he was tasked with resolving the situation without hurting him, he wouldn't know where to start. "Let us handle it," Xiaolinger said. Her chains, which had failed to hit their target, twisted around and rushed at the man on the roof. Although the man on the roof seemed to be without any sense, a beast's instinct made him feel the danger. He launched himself off of the roof, leaving a blur, and then charged towards Xiaolinger. "Don't you dare hurt my sister." Xiaowaner pouted. Her soul-snatching chains turned into a black flash of lightning and bound the middle-aged man at lightning speed. "Oh, whoa." The middle-aged man roared like a beast and tried to break free of the black chains with all his strength. Unfortunately, Xiaowaner's soul-snatching chains weren't as weak as the chains that had previously bound him. No matter how hard he struggled, the chains didn't budge. At the same time, Xiaolinger's chains reached him and, without hesitation, pierced through the middle-aged man's body. "Father!" Suelian, thinking that her father had been hurt, cried out and wanted to rush forward to see his condition. Chao Yang quickly stopped her and said proudly, "Don't worry, Miss Suelian. The reputation of the Black and White Reapers is not for show. Their soul chains hurt souls, not people. They are drawing out the other soul from your father's body." Hearing this, Suelian stopped, looking at her father with a skeptical expression. Xiaolinger pulled back on the chains, and a faint, transparent soul was pulled out of the middle-aged man's body. At the same time this soul was extracted, the middle-aged man went limp and collapsed to the floor, unconscious. The group was stunned when they saw the soul, and they all turned to look at Suelian. "Didn't you say your father was possessed by another human soul?" Suelian looked at the soul with a mixture of confusion and fear. Taking a step back, she said, I don't know. When my father came home, he said that he had encountered an abandoned grave, so I thought he was possessed by an evil spirit." Everyone frowned as they looked at the struggling figure on the soul chain. No one expected that it would actually be the soul of a ferocious ape-like beast. How could anyone be so inhumane as to forcibly put a beast's soul into a human's body? Xiaolinger said, her face as cold as ice. Icy aura radiated off of her as she spoke, clearly enraged by this event. "If I find whoever did this, I will rip them into shreds." She shook her soul-snatching chain, and the beast's soul disappeared without a trace. Xiaowaner, who was beside her, also swung her small fist angrily. "Yes, beat that bad guy to death." Just as the figure disappeared, the group felt a strong gust of wind behind them. Looking back, they saw Suelian's mother, who had been crying earlier, suddenly rushing towards them. The middle-aged woman's eyes had turned completely white, and the veins on her face were bulging. She looked just like her husband had earlier. How could she be possessed by a beast soul as well? The group gasped. They were bewildered by how someone who had been fine had suddenly gone mad. Ignoring the group's shock, the middle-aged woman quickly charged towards Sun Xian, who was the closest to her. Sun Xian raised his eyebrow, not panicking at all. Despite his pampered demeanor, he was, after all, a genius who had been accepted into Magic Capital University. He was more than capable of handling a situation like this. He sneered, "With so many people here, you chose to ambush me. Do you really think I, your young master, am so easily bullied?" Looking at the approaching middle-aged woman, who looked like a beast and was crawling toward him, Sun Xian did not hesitate. Electricity crackled around his fist, which he then slammed into the woman. When these family scions were trying to win a woman over, they could spend any amount of effort. But when faced with danger that could threaten their lives, women were just like clothing that could be discarded at any time. Bang! Sun Xian's fist had great power. The middle-aged woman cried out in pain and crashed through the wall, landing in the yard. Having been attacked by Sun Xian's electrical attack, the middle-aged woman's body was charred. and she only twitched a few times on the ground before falling silent. Mom. Suelian could not believe her eyes, looking at the lifeless body in the yard. It took a long moment for her to realize what had happened. Mom! Suelian cried, a heart-wrenching scream. Ignoring everything, she rushed out of the house and desperately shook her mother's body. Mom, wake up. Don't scare me. Then, she turned around angrily, yelling at son Xian, who was still inside the house. You killed my mother. I'll avenge her. Chapter 217. The True Form. Brother son, I've got to say, your attacks were a bit too harsh. Chao Yang said with a frown, feigning disapproval. Looking at the charred corpse on the ground, son Xian, realizing he had gone too far, awkwardly said, You can't blame me for this. She suddenly attacked me from behind. If I hadn't fought back, then I'd be the one lying on the ground. Suelian, who was consumed by rage, paid no attention to his excuses. She just grabbed a rock from the ground and charged towards son Xian. I will avenge my mother. Seeing that Suelian actually dared to attack him, son Xian's face darkened. He no longer bothered to disguise his true nature and said, You, little bitch, I was being too nice to you. How dare you, a country bumpkin, attack me? With that, he slapped his hand towards Suelian. At the same time, Xiao Linger, unable to watch any longer, grabbed his arm, her face as cold as ice. Bullying a woman who can't even hold a chicken. What kind of man are you? You. Sun Xian's expression was unpleasant, but knowing that he couldn't beat her, he could only coldly say, You better restrain this crazy woman, or don't blame me for not showing mercy. Xiao Linger turned around, a trace of sympathy flashing across her icy face, and was about to comfort Suelian. But the next moment, the distraught and stumbling Suelian disappeared from her spot, as fast as lightning. Even the elite geniuses of Magic Capital University didn't have time to react. In the next second, Suelian's figure had appeared directly in front of Kong Old Man, who had not said anything yet, with a shadowy figure of a Grim Reaper wielding a scythe behind her. The Grim Reaper swung the scythe down towards Kong Weigua with lightning speed. It was a swift yet calculated strike, and it was so sudden that anyone else there would have been completely helpless. Unfortunately for her, her target was Kong Weigua, the legend of the Dragon Kingdom. Kong Weigua's cloudy eyes seemed to have seen through everything, and he only stepped back slightly, effortlessly dodging the Grim Reaper's scythe. At this point, the others finally reacted, their eyes widening in disbelief. This seemingly gentle woman was actually a hidden expert. Little girl, you were hiding so deeply, you nearly tricked this old man, Kong Weigua said, but there was no change in his expression. He extended his right hand toward Suelian. A tremendous, invisible pulling force came from his hand, wanting to draw her in. Suelian's face changed. The shadowy figure behind her solidified slightly, and she quickly retreated, managing to evade the terrifying suction power. Once she had regained her footing, Suelian's expression became sinister as she stared at Kong Weigua. Earlier, at the entrance of Magic Capital University, she had realized that this old man was difficult to deal with, and so she had planned to attack him by surprise. As long as the old man was dealt with, the rest would be easy prey for her. But she had underestimated Kong Weigua's strength. Even after launching a sneak attack using all her power, the old man had managed to dodge so easily. Who exactly are you? Chao Yang asked, staring at Suelian, who was still beautiful, but had a completely different aura. Suelian gave him a wicked smile, and was about to say something, when she was interrupted by Meng Hang, who had been watching the show all along. Heh, if I'm not mistaken, you are the doll collector, Bujia, right? Hearing Meng Hang say that, everyone was stunned, clearly having heard of him. Everyone knows that Bujia is a man. How could Suelian possibly be that legendary old pervert? Chao Yang said in disbelief. You're the old pervert. Your whole family are old perverts. Suelian's expression twisted as she started cursing at Chao Yang. Now, without needing any further explanation, everyone understood that this person was indeed the legendary pervert who enjoyed collecting dolls. It's as expected of a pervert. Not only do you like collecting dolls, you even enjoy turning yourself into a woman, Meng Hang said with a chuckle and a mocking tone. Compared to you, kid, I'm still too inexperienced. Faced with Meng Hang's mockery, Bujia wasn't angry, but instead said with smug arrogance, Heh, ignorant brat, what do you know? The soul is the most important thing about a person. The body is just a stinking shell that can be discarded at any time. So does it even matter if it's a man or a woman? Oh, another question, Meng Hang said. What exactly was all this for? Hearing that, Bujia's face, which had been smug, instantly darkened. How dare you ask, she yelled. My target was those two twin sisters. She glanced toward Xiao Linger and Xiao Wanner, looking at them as if they were precious treasures. What beautiful souls they have. Extremely rare twin souls, and coupled with that, extremely rare soul-type powers. They're the most unique materials in this world. As she spoke, she became more and more excited, her whole body beginning to shake. Once I turn them into puppets, my collection will have an unrivaled masterpiece. Look, look, I even have the puppets ready for them. With that, Bujia took out a doll from her spatial ring and proudly showed it to everyone. She held a pair of dolls, linked together, wearing gorgeous clothes. The dolls' expressions were so realistic, they were a work of art. These dolls are the result of all my efforts. Look, look, aren't they perfect? Bujia looked at the group with anticipation, hoping for praise. But instead, everyone felt a deep chill. An old monster of an unknown age, transforming into a woman and holding a pair of dolls made them feel incredibly disturbed. Not seeing the praise she expected, Bujia continued, unconcerned. Unfortunately, such a perfect pair of dolls lack souls, and this made me unwilling to give up. So, I tried everything I could, and only then could I set up this plan to lure them here and steal their souls. But because of your arrival, my plan has changed. I have to deal with you first, she said, her expression turning sinister again. Tell me, don't you all deserve to die? After listening to her, Xiao Linger and Xiao Wanner's faces turned pale. They realized that if Bujia had targeted them, they would not have been able to react, and they might have died there. Chao Yang and Sun Xian regretted their actions. They could have minded their own business, but because of their lust for Tsuelian, they might lose their lives today. You went through so much trouble just for their souls? Meng Hang asked, speechless. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. You will never reach my level, Bujia said, looking at Meng Hang with disdain. It doesn't matter. Once you die, I won't need to understand, Meng Hang said indifferently. Hee, you little beast. Your words are just too arrogant. Do you think that just because you have an old man behind you, I have no way of dealing with you? Chapter 218. Are dolls really that rare? With that, Bujia blew a whistle, and her figure shot backward. As soon as the whistle stopped, the previously silent village was suddenly filled with loud noises. The village wasn't big, but it still housed dozens of families. The houses exploded, and nearly 100 figures, like beasts responding to a call, let out roars as they flew toward them. Everyone's hearts sank. They hadn't expected that Bujia would be so depraved as to turn the villagers into these inhuman beings. These villagers are innocent. They're just possessed by beast souls. Xiao Wanner said, feeling sympathetic. Sister, what should we do? Xiao Linger frowned and shook her head sadly, looking at the middle-aged man who was still lying unconscious on the ground. It's useless. Their souls have already been devoured by the beast souls. Even if we help everyone here to extract the beast souls from their bodies, it will be useless. In the end, they'll only be a group of soulless husks. So, now's not the time to be soft-hearted. Just treat them like a group of beasts. Regardless of their personalities, they were all geniuses. Faced with such a large group of zombies, no one showed any fear. Especially Chao Yang and Sun Xian. Though they were terrified when facing Bujia, they were extremely brave when facing these cannon fodder. Chao Yang was instantly covered in golden armor, while a golden halberd materialized in his hand. He was already a handsome man, but dressed in this high-level armor, he looked like a battle-hardened Buddha, brave and indomitable. With a confident aura, Chao Yang charged directly into the crowd of beast-like humans. Wherever he went, the halberd was like a scythe. Every time it was swung, it took countless lives. Sun Xian was unwilling to be outdone. Electricity crackled around his body as an electromagnetic cannon materialized in his hand. Boom, boom, boom. With each booming sound, countless figures were blasted away, creating a vacuum in the middle of the area. The Xiao sisters also held their own. Their soul chains were like black lightning, roaming through the crowd. Souls were pulled out with each pass. Sometimes, the chains would kill two birds with one stone, pulling out strings of beast souls like strings of candied fruit. The four fought intensely, while Meng Hang and Kong Weigwa simply stood to one side, seemingly watching the show. Brother Sun, This is no place to stay for long. Let's join forces and find an opportunity to break through, Chaoyang said, cutting down a villager while communicating with Sun Xian telepathically. Sun Xian's eyes lit up, and he quickly replied, "Great minds think alike. This old monster must have other tricks up his sleeve. Let's escape first and let those two unknowns deal with him." Both of them were secretly planning to take the opportunity to run away. Instead of getting entangled with an old monster, it was better to run away and come up with another plan at the school. Not long after, the crowd of zombies that had surrounded them were turned into piles of corpses. Chaoyang and Sun Xian's eyes met. They quickly and silently broke off in opposite directions. Seeing their movements, a sarcastic smile appeared on Bujia's face. Seeing that no one was stopping them, the two were overjoyed. They quickly disappeared into the bushes on either side. But the next second, two screams sounded at the same time. Chaoyang and Sun Xian's bodies flew back, crashing onto the ground. Chaoyang was fortunate. The golden armor on his body had been heavily dented, but it had managed to block a fatal blow. He spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed onto the ground. Although he was badly injured, his life was no longer in danger. On the other hand, Sun Xian had a fist-sized wound in his chest. Blood gushed out of his body, and he had already stopped breathing. The master didn't say anything, so you can't go anywhere. A rustling sound came from the bushes on both sides. Then, Meng Hang and the others saw 6 small figures walk out. The 6 figures looked either ferocious, sinister, or cute, but they were all in the form of puppets. Although the puppets were small, they all exuded a power no less than the Huanjia level, which made Xiaolinger secretly feel shocked. You didn't think I only prepared those wastes to deal with you, right? Bujia proudly said, standing in the distance. These 6 are all treasures that I have, collected over the years. In the past, I would have been heartbroken to bring even one of them out. But today, I've brought all of them out. This is an honor for all of you. Feeling the oppressive power from the 6 puppets, Xiaolinger secretly calculated in her heart. On their side, aside from the dead, Sun Xian and severely injured Chaoyang, they still had 4 people left, including the unmoving Mohawk man and the mysterious old man. With their combined strength, they could only guarantee they could hold their own against 2, and they might not be able to handle more than that. The best outcome would be if the Mohawk man could fight 1, and the mysterious old man could fight 3. But she had a deep worry in her heart. The Mohawk man looked like a scion of some unknown family, and she didn't think he had the ability to hold off a Huanjia-level expert. Young master, this is a life-or-death situation. We should be honest with each other. Xiaolinger asked Meng Hang. My sister and I can hold off too. How many do you and the elder beside you think you can handle? Hearing Xiaolinger speak to him, Meng Hang glanced at her with some disdain. Seeing his expression, Xiaolinger immediately felt annoyed. Young master, we are facing a great enemy. What is the meaning of that? Xiaowaner also nodded angrily. That's right. What does that mean? For all. Meng Hang chuckled. After all this time, you haven't improved at all. You need to join forces to deal with these few wastes. You know me? Xiaolinger looked at Meng Hang, her beautiful eyes wide with shock. Humph, sister. You actually secretly found a man behind my back. Carrot. Their conversation had not been discreet. So Bujia had heard everything Meng Hang had said, and she was instantly enraged. Kid, do you know how much effort I spent in creating these 6 puppets? How dare you call them trash? Faced with Bujia's anger, Meng Hang raised an eyebrow and said with disdain, Are these puppets really that rare? It just so happens that I have one as well. You're talking nonsense, Bujia said, as if she had been stepped on, her temper flaring up. These puppets have souls and can exert the powers they possessed when they were alive. All of these were created by me after countless hardships. Ask those so-called black and white reapers beside you. Could they do this? And yet you're here, bragging and saying that you have one as well? Chapter 219. Give you face? Is that so? Meng Hang, who had always maintained a calm expression, suddenly had a deranged look in his eyes, a wide, unnatural smile stretching across his face. In the next moment, Meng Hang's deep brown eyes turned blood red. The Tomoe in his pupils began to spin. How is this possible? Seeing those eyes, Xiaolinger could no longer maintain the stoic expression she'd had all along. Her eyes were wide, her body instinctively taking 2 steps back. Her face had flushed red, whether from excitement or fear, and she looked at Meng Hang with utter disbelief. Xiaowaner, hiding behind her sister like a frightened deer, pointed at Meng Hang with trembling fingers. He's, she stuttered, unable to muster the courage to say the name that was taboo for all people in the Dragon Kingdom. The sisters' fear of Meng Hang far surpassed the fear they had felt upon discovering that Suelian was Bujia. Without exchanging another word, the twins turned to run. They realized that they had no place in the battle. Did I say you could go? Meng Hang's sinister voice echoed in the sisters' ears. At the same time, they felt like countless wooden stakes had pierced their bodies, and no matter how hard they struggled, they couldn't move. Bujia and the 6 puppets watched, confused. What was going on? Why were they fighting amongst themselves? And who exactly was the villain? Why were the sisters running away from the Mohawk head, but not from them? Didn't they deserve respect? While everyone was in shock, the space in front of Meng Hang twisted, and a puppet jumped out. Oh, young master, you've locked me up for so many days, not even asking how I am. How did it go? Did you find those twin sisters? Is my body settled yet? Luo just came out and was immediately chattering as if trying to make up for all the words she had missed. However, she stopped mid-sentence, looking at the 6 puppets in the distance who were similar to her. Traitor, it's you. Upon seeing Luo's appearance, the 6 puppets were stunned. Then, like they had seen their arch-nemesis, they began to emanate an overwhelming killing intent. Luo uncharacteristically didn't act as childish as before. Instead, she looked at the 6 puppets with a profound gaze and said, 6, it's been a while. It has been a while. One of the puppets, with a sweet face, ground out through gritted teeth. It's been far too long. Day and night I've dreamt of skinning you and leaving you to die a horrible death. We 7 had agreed to serve our master together, but you took the opportunity to run away, a thankless wretch. You have the gall to say it's been a while? Another puppet, with a ferocious look, interjected impatiently. Luo sneered at this. We've all been tormented by that old pervert for so many years. Who didn't want to escape his clutches? I was just lucky enough to find a chance to escape that year. Well, you guys were still enduring that old pervert's abuse. You sound so noble and righteous, calling me a traitor. But in the end, aren't you just bitter that it was me who escaped, and not you? That's a lie, the 6 puppets yelled, as Luo tore away their pretense. Enraged, they were about to attack and kill the traitor. Stop! At that moment, Bujia shouted urgently, then looked at Meng Hang, who was now wearing an eerie smile, with a very unpleasant expression. When he had seen Luo appear, he was also stunned. He thought that he was the only one who could make a puppet like that. But in the next moment, he recognized that this was the one who had run away. He had already seen Luo, who was always sitting on Meng Hang's shoulder in videos when Meng Hang had blocked the entrance of the Imperial University. His most prized collection was originally 7 puppets, and it had only become 6 because of Luo's escape. After Luo joined the Dark Pavilion, her whereabouts became unpredictable, and Bujia had been looking for her for years, without any success. He hadn't expected Luo to come out so openly. But regardless, the naughty child who had run away must be found and brought back. Therefore, Bujia had gone north to the capital, planning to destroy the arrogant Meng Hang and bring back his beloved collection. But on the day he had arrived in the capital, Meng Hang had fallen into the demonic path. He had seen Meng Hang summon the 1,000-meter-high demonic Buddha and blast the Yi family to create a massive crater. That crater was still there, and it had become a famous tourist spot in the capital. At the time, Bujia felt fortunate that he hadn't provoked the madman, or he would have been crushed into meat paste. Now that Luo was actually in front of him, what did it mean? Bujia finally realized why the twins had looked like they'd seen a plague when they'd seen Meng Hang and had run away. After stopping the 6 puppets, Bujia's mouth twitched. He wore a forced smile, which looked more like a cry, and said to Meng Hang, "Ha ha ha, it's you, young friend Meng Hang. Forgive my blind eyes. I didn't recognize you. I may have been too loud when talking to you. I offer you my apologies." Luo blinked, and it then dawned on her. This woman, so beautiful but without any makeup, was actually that old pervert. A sense of fear from her soul overwhelmed her. Luo jumped onto Meng Hang's shoulder, pointing at Bujia with fear and anger. Young master, that's Bujia," she cried out. Kill her. You must avenge me, young master." Hearing Luo say this, Bujia felt a surge of anger. But remembering Meng Hang's terrifying power, she suppressed herself. She said, forcing a smile, "Meng Hang, Let's mind our own businesses. It was my fault that I didn't recognize you. I already apologized. How? About this? I will give up my collection. Consider it as an apology. She glanced at Luo and then continued. Young Master Meng, give me a face and don't interfere with today's business. Leave the twin sisters to me and I, Bu Jia, will owe you one favor. Upon hearing this, the twins, who were still unable to move, turned pale. Especially Xiao Wanner, whose tears wouldn't stop flowing. If Meng Hang really agreed to Bu Jia's conditions, their future would be worse than death. Rather than fall into Bu Jia's hands, they would rather fall into Meng Hang's hands at this point. Of course, that was because they didn't know how terrifying Meng Hang could be when he turned nasty. Otherwise, they would not have thought this way at all. Meng Hang raised an eyebrow, looking at Bu Jia mockingly. Give you face? Who the hell are you? Why should I give you face? Chapter 220. Just who is he? Bu Jia's face immediately darkened. She was an old monster who had been famous for countless years, but she was being insulted like this by a younger generation. Kid, I'm giving you a way out, but you're going too far. You really think I'm afraid of you? She demanded. Why don't you try it? Meng Hang said back, not giving an inch. Bu Jia's face was uncertain for a while, as she weighed the pros and cons. In the end, she made a decision, grinding her teeth and saying, fine, fine, fine. As the saying goes, the younger generation always surpasses the old. Kid, today, I admit defeat. Let's just leave this and part ways, never to meet again. Bu Jia bowed to Meng Hang and was about to turn around and leave with the 6 puppets. Although her obsession with the twin sisters was extremely deep, the thought of Meng Hang's extreme strength made her decide to give up. After all, she could always find a chance to create new puppets, but she only had one life. Did I say you could leave? Just as she had turned around, she heard Meng Hang's faint voice behind her. Bu Jia turned back, furious. She asked with an unpleasant expression, Kid, what else do you want? This time, Meng Hang ignored her. Instead, he stroked Luo's head on his shoulder and said with a strange smile, Luo, do you like this body? Luo was stunned for a second, and then excitedly replied, I love it. I love it too much. Thank you, young master. I want this body. Hearing this conversation, Bu Jia felt extremely uneasy. She instinctively took 2 steps back, her eyes narrowed as she looked at Meng Hang warily. What are you trying to do? She demanded. I'm warning you, I'm giving you face, but that doesn't mean I'm afraid of you. If you really push me, I'll just go down with you. Go down with me? Are you even worthy? Meng Hang at this time was like the villain who can't survive past 3 episodes of a drama, arrogant and self-important. Hearing this, Bu Jia knew that she wouldn't be able to leave so easily. Enraged, she started laughing maniacally. Fine, fine, fine. I've lived for so many years, but I've never seen such an arrogant young person. Today, I, your old mistress, will see just how powerful the Devil Emperor, who has turned the entire capital upside down, really is. Go. Although she was saying such tough words, she was still wary of Meng Hang in her heart, so she ordered the 6 puppets to test Meng Hang first. But hearing Bu Jia's order, the 6 puppets hesitated. Although they were now puppets, they weren't dumb. They knew Meng Hang's name, and none of them wanted to be the first to become cannon fodder. When Bu Jia saw that they didn't listen to her command, she became even more furious. A soul-whipping lash materialized in her hand, and she lashed out at the 6 puppets without hesitation. Ah! The puppets cried out in agony as they felt the searing pain in their souls. No longer daring to hesitate, they instantly disappeared, rushing towards Meng Hang with all their might. Looking at the 6 puppets charging towards him, Meng Hang just scoffed, not even bothering to move. Hey kid, you don't even know to respect the elders. You're still asking this old man to deal with something so trivial, Kong Weigua said, sounding helpless as he felt his body being pulled forward. He walked towards the battle and slammed his cane lightly on the ground. In an instant, the area was filled with a despairing heat. At the same time, a deep purple ring of fire enveloped Meng Hang, Xiaolinger, Xiao Wanner, and rapidly expanded outward. Feeling the heat coming at them and seeing that deep purple flame, Bu Jia was stunned for a second, before the hair on her entire body stood on end. Her hair stood up out of fear. Impossible! She screamed, then desperately tried to escape. She didn't care about the 6 puppets as she desperately tried to get out of the way. She knew that if it was really that person's power, then she had no chance of winning, even if there were 10 of her. Bujia reacted quickly and managed to escape the range of the fire attack. However, her 6 puppets weren't so lucky. Feeling the terrifying power of the flames while they were moving at high speed, their faces changed drastically. They wanted to turn around and avoid it. But the fire ring expanded so quickly that it engulfed them in an instant. They didn't even have a chance to cry out, their figures immediately disappearing in the flames. When the flames disappeared, only the air, distorted by the intense heat, remained. The 6 figures had disappeared without a trace, without even a speck of ash left behind. Bujia, who was running away, didn't even dare to look back. Feeling that her prized 6 puppets had disappeared, her heart was bleeding. But she knew that it was not the time to feel pity. She circulated all of her spiritual energy to increase her running speed once more. Hee, you're not very strong, but at least you have some good eyes, Kong Weigwa said. But do you really think you can escape my grasp? He said, his face turning serious, before yelling out, Fire Meteor! In an instant, countless fireballs appeared in the sky in front of Bujia, crashing down on her like meteors. Boom, boom, boom. The ground shook, as each fireball created a huge crater in the ground. The fireballs seemed to be intentionally driving her back, and they landed not far in front of her, but none of them hit her. Damn it! Bujia screamed angrily. She realized the intentions of the old man and reluctantly retreated. Hee, I told you to run, Luo said, slapping her hands together excitedly on Meng Hang's shoulder, using Meng Hang's power to mock her. Bujia, as wretched as a dog who had lost its home, had several holes burned into her clothes, but she had a look of extreme fear as she stared at Kong Weigwa. Who exactly are you? She yelled, her voice hysterical. Why do you have the power of that old man? Kong Weigwa shook his head. Who I am is not important. I am now just an old servant serving the young master. Hearing this, Bujia then remembered that the real star of the show was Meng Hang, and the mysterious old man was just a servant. She then turned her gaze to Meng Hang. Just who is he? Don't you already have the answer in your heart? Meng Hang said calmly. That's impossible. I saw with my own eyes that you killed him. He cannot still be alive. Bujia shook her head wildly, her body retreating uncontrollably. She couldn't accept this reality. Chapter 221. Fall. Seeing Bujia's horrified expression, Luo revealed a gleeful smile. Hee, you old pervert. How could you possibly comprehend the methods of my young master? Then, taking matters into her own hands, she withdrew the steel needles from Meng Hang's and Kong Lao's faces. Immediately, Meng Hang's white hair fell loose, and his cheeks filled out, transforming him into a youth with sharp features. In contrast, after having the needles removed, Kong Weigwa still appeared aged and frail, but his appearance had changed drastically, and he exuded an oppressive aura that left one breathless. Thump! Bujia collapsed onto the ground, pointing at Kong Weigwa with a trembling finger, unable to utter a single word. Although he had harbored suspicions, seeing Kong Weigwa reveal his true form was still unbelievable. Regardless of whether he had faked his death or not, Kong Weigwa's physical condition at the time should not have allowed him to live to this day. The twins, who were still immobilized, were also unable to suppress their shock, their mouths agape as if they had seen a ghost. Kong Lao's death at the hands of Meng Hang was a nationally witnessed event. Much of the Dragon Nation's hatred for Meng Hang stemmed from this incident. Now, seeing Kong Lao standing here, completely unharmed, was something they couldn't process. You're not dead. I understand now. While I don't know what your objective is, that scene above the Imperial City must have been an act staged by you, the old undead, with this kid. Bujia finally calmed down somewhat, standing up and speaking excitedly to Kong Weigwa. Kong Weigwa shook his head. No, I am already dead. I am merely a walking corpse, returned from hell. Bullshit. Hearing this, Bujia became agitated again. You old fox can deceive others, but you can't deceive me. I am a soul-type ability user. No one knows more about souls than I do. How could there possibly be such an impossible ability to summon a soul from hell? Bujia stared intently at Kong Weigwa, then glanced disdainfully at Meng Hang. He knew of Meng Hang's strength, but he didn't believe anyone could surpass him in soul-related abilities. Heh, we're on different levels. You simply can't understand, Meng Hang retorted, throwing Bujia's own words back at him. Young master, what's the point of wasting words on him? I can't wait to possess his body, Luo said, shaking Meng Hang's shoulder impatiently. I'll give you one chance. Come out of that body yourself, and I will let you live, Meng Hang said to Bujia, cutting straight to the chase. You little beast, in your dreams. I have always been the one taking over other people's bodies. No one has ever taken mine. Bujia's face twisted in a grimace. He summoned his soul-striking whip once more and lashed it towards Meng Hang. Humph! Seeing that he still dared to attack, Kong Weigua let out a cold snort and clenched his withered hand in the air. Fire prison. In an instant, pillars of fire erupted from the ground around Bujia, forming a cage that trapped him within. Bujia stood stiffly inside, sweating profusely from the intense heat, but afraid to move an inch. He had no doubt that even a touch of the raging purple flames, coupled with the warped space around him, would mean certain death. I gave you a chance, but you didn't take it. It's not like you're the only one here with soul-snatching abilities. Meng Hang shook his head with a hint of helplessness, then turned to look at the twin sisters, Xiao Linger and Xiao Waner, who had been left aside. What? What do you want to do? Seeing Meng Hang suddenly turn his gaze towards them, both women shivered, asking in fear. Meng Hang's lips curled into an ominous smile. The devilish smile only deepened their fear, but they were unable to move, and they could only watch him with terror. Sister, I'm scared. Oh. Large tears streamed from Xiao Waner's eyes as she pleaded pitifully with Xiao Linger. Xiao Linger's heart was filled with terror as well, but upon seeing her sister's state, she could only force herself to sound calm as she spoke to Meng Hang. Meng Hang, I'm warning you, come for me if you have a problem. If you dare to touch a hair on my sister's head, I will not let you go. Meng Hang raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement in his eyes. He, I am a gentleman. How could I take advantage of someone in a vulnerable state? I just want to. As he spoke, Meng Hang's Sharingan activated, the Tomoe whirling in his eyes as he looked at the two women. The twins, who were caught in Meng Hang's gaze at the same time that he activated his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, began to appear lost. Sensing something was amiss, they tried to break their gaze with him. However, Meng Hang's eyes seemed to be a black hole, sucking their very souls in, trapping them. In what felt like an eternity, Meng Hang's gaze lifted, and he released them from his magic binding technique. Their eyes regained their clarity, and upon being freed, they did not flee but instead knelt on one knee before Meng Hang. Young master. What was this? Not only Bujia, but even Kong Weigua and Luo stared in bewilderment at this scene. While at the unborn cult, they only knew that Meng Hang had used some means to incite the cult's leaders to rebel. It was only today, with this bizarre scene, that they realized how he had accomplished it. Meng Hang had once again defied their understanding of the world. Rise, Meng Hang commanded, and the two women stood up in unison. Xiao Linger, with her white hair and slender legs clad in white stockings, still had an icy expression. However, her gaze towards Meng Hang was filled with intense admiration. If Xiao Linger's admiration was subtle, Xiao Waner's was blatantly obvious. Her big, fluttering eyes were filled with stars, and her long, black-stockinged legs seemed slightly unable to stay closed. Staring at the two intense gazes, Meng Hang awkwardly rubbed his nose, musing about the enduring impact of the Kodo Amatsukami technique. Now I will give you a task. Extract the soul of that old pervert who's possessing that body. After the awkwardness subsided, Meng Hang's eyes narrowed as he spoke to the two women. Understood, young master. Xiao Linger stated crisply. I'm young master's person in life and a ghost for young master in death. As long as it's young master's command, I will complete it even if I die. Much less than. Xiao Waner's gaze was glazed, her soft, melting voice causing goosebumps to rise all over Meng Hang's skin. Chapter 222, Blood, the most delicious thing. Though he didn't know what methods Meng Hang had used to make the twin beauties, Xiao Linger and Xiao Waner, submit, Bujia couldn't help but sneer when he heard that Meng Hang wanted them to extract his soul. Kid, you're too naive. If these two young girls could defeat me in my area of expertise, I might as well have lived these years for nothing. Hearing his words, Meng Hang raised an eyebrow and looked at the two women. This old pervert is looking down on you. Being belittled in front of their young master, the twins' faces showed indignation. Sister, let's show him what we've got. Xiao Waner's face turned frosty. After speaking to her sister, a huge white shadow appeared behind her. It was none other than the white impermanence. Xiao Linger was not to be outdone. Her lips pouted with resentment as the phantom of black impermanence emerged behind her at the same time. Without any further ado, As the phantoms manifested, two enormous chains emerged from the hands of the white and black impermanent shadows. They passed through the cracks of the fire prison, heading towards Bujia. Bujia snorted coldly, and the phantom of the Grim Reaper also appeared behind him simultaneously. However, due to the limited space within the fire prison, the Grim Reaper phantom was not as massive as when he had ambushed Kongwegwa. It was now merely the same height as Bujia. The Grim Reaper phantom opened its arms, as if embracing a lover, and enveloped Bujia from behind. At the same time, the two chains reached Bujia, piercing straight towards his body without hesitation. However, in the next moment, the soul chains, which had always been unstoppable, failed spectacularly. When they touched his body, the soul chains didn't extract his soul as they usually did. Instead, they bounced back as if they had hit an invisible wall. Seeing this, the two women's eyes widened, not understanding why their most formidable method had failed. Seeing their expressions, Bujia laughed triumphantly. Ha 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 ha. Two inexperienced little girls. Want to extract my soul? You'll need to train for another 100 years. Hmph, don't be so arrogant. The twins secretly glanced at Meng Hang, and seeing that his gaze was enigmatic, they became somewhat anxious. They looked at each other and simultaneously bit their fingers, then made a series of intricate hand seals. The phantoms of the black and white impermanents became more solid, and the soul chains turned into two massive, fanged serpents, lunging to bite Bujia. Seeing this, Bujia's eyes showed a hint of admiration, but no fear. He simply stood there, remaining steadfast in the face of all changes. The two jet-black serpents opened their huge fangs, biting down on Bujia's body. But nothing changed. No matter how hard the giant serpents transformed from the soul chains tried, they couldn't break through Bujia's defenses. All right, stop. After a while, Meng Hang saw that the twins were already covered in sweat and spoke to stop them. Young master, we can do it. Xiaolinger, thinking that Meng Hang was disappointed in them, spoke with some urgency. He, kid, there's no point in wasting your energy. Unless I willingly do it myself, no one can extract my soul. Bujia said to Meng Hang smugly. Oh, is that so? Then I'll have to try it too. Meng Hang cracked his neck a few times, creating a series of snap, snap sounds. His mouth suddenly stretched to his earlobes as he said in a chilling voice. Bujia's smile froze, and he looked at Meng Hang's strange expression, feeling a little flustered as he asked, What are you going to do? However, before he could finish his sentence, he felt a darkness envelop his vision. When Bujia opened his eyes again, he was shocked to find himself in an unfamiliar space. His whole body was entangled by a giant, snow-white serpent, making it impossible for him to move. What shocked him even more was that he was no longer the beautiful and captivating Cui Lian, but had returned to his original, aged appearance. Bujia stared in disbelief at Meng Hang before him, crying out in horror, How is this possible? How could you extract my soul? This time, when Meng Hang entered the Tsukuyami space, he didn't have any weapons. He simply crossed his arms and looked with interest at Bujia's true form. Bujia's face was now ancient and wizened. His eyes were lecherous, and his teeth were large and yellow, as if they hadn't been brushed in over a decade. Tisk, TSK. Who would have thought that the legendary doll collector would actually look like this? No wonder you always like to possess other people's bodies. If I were you, I wouldn't be able to accept myself looking like this either, Meng Hang said, shaking his head in a show of regret. Hearing this, Bujia felt as if he had suffered a great humiliation. He struggled frantically, roaring at Meng Hang, You won't die a good death, you little brat. I will definitely dig out your eyes and soak them in wine, then cut off your tongue and feed it to dogs. Are you talking to me? Meng Hang's previously amiable expression turned cold, and the temperature in the entire space dropped noticeably. Bujia, whose mind had been clouded by humiliation, finally realized that he was nothing more than a fish on a chopping block, his life hanging in the balance depending on Meng Hang's whim. However, he didn't show much fear. You little beast, kill me if you dare, he challenged. But if I die, you'll never get 4 out of that doll. Bujia kept a close eye on Meng Hang's face, gambling on whether Meng Hang would spare his life for that doll. Jia. You actually dare to threaten me. Meng Hang laughed strangely upon hearing his words. He then rubbed his chin as if in deep thought, before continuing, I hate it the most when others threaten me, so I've prepared a punishment for you. As he said that, without giving Bujia a chance to react, He plunged his right hand straight through Bujia's chest, stirring around inside. An intense pain assaulted Bujia, his eyes widened, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. He couldn't believe that Meng Hang had actually killed him. But, in the next moment, he was horrified to realize that despite the physical pain, his life force hadn't diminished one bit. What is going on? Bujia had always thought that his soul-based abilities were already quite bizarre. But, upon encountering Meng Hang today, he learned the true meaning of there's always a higher mountain. Meng Hang was now incredibly sinister, like a cold, poisonous snake, making Bujia's skin crawl. Then he discovered, with horror, that another version of himself had materialized. This new self stared back at him with equal horror, his eyes full of confusion. Before this doppelganger of himself stood another Meng Hang, who looked at him with the same sneer. Then, both Meng Hangs simultaneously produced long blades, stabbing towards Bujia's chest. This dual torment of the body and mind caused Bujia's eyes to turn bloodshot. On the verge of going mad, he struggled and screamed at the top of his lungs, "No!" Chapter 223, I Won't Eat, You Eat. The scene made Bujia's eyes widen and his whole body break out in goosebumps. Although the wound on his chest had healed, the area around his heart still throbbed with intense pain. But all of that was nothing compared to the boundless fear he felt from Meng Hang's twisted actions. When Meng Hang released the Genjutsu, not even a second had passed in the real world. Released from the illusion, Bujia collapsed to the ground like a dead dog, his body twitching uncontrollably. Although he was out of it, the pain he had suffered within the Tsukuyami had seemingly etched itself into his mind. Despite there being no physical harm, he felt like his internal organs had been torn out of his body all over again. The pain was driving him mad. Ugh. Ugh, 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 ugh. At the thought of his internal organs, Bujia's stomach churned, and he began to vomit uncontrollably. While vomiting, he started to yell erratically, "I won't eat it. I really can't eat anymore." Seeing that he had been arrogant just a moment ago, but had now descended into madness, Luo suddenly understood and couldn't help but shudder. What methods did the young master use in there to torture him to this state? It was the first time Kong Weigua had seen Meng Hang use this method. A hint of confusion appeared in his cloudy eyes. He knew it was Meng Hang's doing without a doubt, so he asked him, "What did you do to him?" Meng Hang felt incredibly refreshed. He took a deep breath and shrugged, unconcerned. Who knows? Maybe he had a nightmare. Bujia convulsed for quite some time before finally recovering a little. His eyes were vacant, and even though he had nothing left to vomit, he still dry heaved periodically. Meng Hang, I agree to the earlier terms. As long as you let me go, I'll agree to let her have this body. He no longer had any intention of fighting Meng Hang. He just wanted to get away from this devil as soon as possible. However, Meng Hang shook his head, unmoved by Bujia's show of weakness. You didn't grasp the opportunity when it was given to you. Now it's too late to go back on your word. Hearing this, Bujia's eyes widened. Meng Hang, give people a break where you can. If you push me too far, even if it means death, I won't let go of this body. With just these two inexperienced little girls, you can let them train for another 100 years, and they still won't be able to take the traitor's soul out of that doll. So, letting me go is a win-win for everyone. I swear, I'll keep out of your way in the future, and I'll never clash with you again. And now that these two girls are yours, I promise to never go after them again. Even though Bujia had abandoned his pride and was begging Meng Hang for mercy, Meng Hang shook his head again, pushing his luck further. It seems you still don't understand me. Do you think I really have no way to deal with you? After emerging from the Tsukuyami space, Bujia quickly realized that it was just an illusion-like space. Meng Hang was the ruler of that world, and he could extract his soul. But, back in the real world, Meng Hang was still helpless against him, so he still felt confident. The famous young generation's black and white impermanence couldn't do anything. If you had any other methods, you would have used them already. I acknowledge the terror of your power, but when it comes to souls, I am still confident that I am unparalleled. Hee, a frog at the bottom of a well. I just didn't want to waste my time on you. Since you said so, then I'll be merciful and show you what a miracle really is. Chapter 224, Cursed Seals. Meng Hang let out a strange laugh. Then, without looking at Bujia's reaction, he turned to face the twin sisters, Xiaolinger and Xiaowaner. Next, I will bestow power upon you. It will hurt a little, but don't resist. Hearing this, A hint of anticipation appeared in Xiao Linger's and Xiao Wanner's eyes. Young master, don't worry, even if you want to take our lives, we won't resist, Xiao Wanner said, looking at Meng Hang with glazed eyes. Although Xiao Linger didn't speak, the look in her eyes showed that she shared the same sentiment as her sister. Hee, good. Meng Hang extended his slender, smooth tongue, licking his lips with excitement. He then formed a strange hand seal with both hands. In the next moment, Meng Hang's neck suddenly stretched out, and his two canines transformed into long, thin fangs, like those of a venomous snake. His body didn't move, but his neck stretched out towards Xiao Linger. Bujia's eyes widened, not understanding what kind of bizarre ability this was. Luo and Kong Weigua were also staring with confused eyes, goosebumps rising on their skin. They were secretly marveling at how many more of these twisted abilities Meng Hang possessed. Xiao Linger and Xiao Wanner were also frightened by this. But, remembering what their young master had said, the two women forcibly suppressed the fear in their hearts and remained rooted to the spot. Meng Hang's flexible neck first approached Xiao Linger. He opened his fangs and, without any hesitation, bit into her smooth, fair neck, just like a vampire. A 3-Tomoe curse seal instantly appeared at the bite mark. Then, Meng Hang finally pulled his fangs from her neck with satisfaction. Ah! Xiao Linger's cherry lips parted slightly. The pain coming from her neck made her groan softly. It's all right, the pain will pass soon. Meng Hang comforted her gently. Ah! Another soft groan that seemed almost like a cooing came. But this time it wasn't Xiao Linger, but Xiao Wanner. Xiao Wanner's eyes were glazed over, and she was covering the spot where Xiao Linger had been bitten. Meng Hang looked at Xiao Wanner with some confusion. He hadn't even bitten her yet. Why was she screaming? Xiao Linger, who had just recovered from the pain, saw Meng Hang's expression and quickly explained, Young master, my sister and I are naturally telepathic. We can feel each other's emotions and physical sensations. Tisk, that's double the pleasure. If this was somewhere else, he would have to. Meng Hang cut off his own thought, realizing this wasn't the time to be thinking about such things. Please be a bit gentler, young master. Remembering the intense pain from earlier, Xiao Wanner said softly, with some lingering fear. All right, I'll be gentle. Although he said that, Meng Hang still bit her directly on the neck, without hesitation. After finishing, Meng Hang quickly retracted his long, thin neck, which had stretched out several meters. He licked the blood left on his teeth and said, with a hint of intoxication, the blood of young and vibrant maidens is so delicious, much better than that old guy's blood. Xiao Linger and Xiao Wanner only felt a burning sensation in their necks. They looked at Meng Hang with some confusion. Young master, what is this? Meng Hang's mouth curled up, and he said with some pride, These are cursed seals. They can greatly increase your power. You can try to use your spiritual energy to activate the cursed seals on your necks. Hearing this, the two girls' eyes lit up. They activated the power of the cursed seal at the same time. They felt a burning pain in their necks, and the 3 black Tomoe turned crimson, as if they had been branded with hot irons. The cursed seal quickly spread throughout their bodies. Soon, half of their bodies turned crimson, as if lava was flowing through them. Then, the lava faded, and mysterious symbols densely covered Xiao Linger's and Xiao Wanner's delicate bodies, as if someone had used a brush to draw them stroke by stroke. The two women stared in shock at the cursed seals on their bodies. They clenched their fists, feeling their spiritual energy surging throughout them. This power. Their pupils shrank, and they were so shocked that they couldn't find the words to describe the terrifying power. All right, now use that old pervert as a test subject for this power. Meng Hang said calmly. Yes, young master. After the shock wore off, Xiao Linger and Xiao Wanner were overjoyed. Without Meng Hang needing to tell them, they wanted to test exactly how terrifying this power was. There's no need to waste your energy. I don't believe that just by having a little ink on your body, you can? How is this possible? Bujia's expression changed dramatically before he could finish speaking. He stared in disbelief at the two girls, who were now activating their abilities. Chapter 225, Regaining a Body. Purple spiritual energy surged around Xiao Linger and Xiao Wanner, their bodies radiating heat as the cursed seals on them glowed intensely. This, however, wasn't what shocked Bujia. It was the reappearance of the black and white impermanence phantoms behind the two women. The Reaper phantom that had been gripping him seemed to sense a natural enemy and released its hold on him uncontrollably. This is impossible. How could mere black and white impermanence phantasms achieve this? Bujia's face twisted with disbelief as he roared in outrage. However, no one paid him any mind. The soul-locking chains in the hands of the black and white impermanents extended once more, the chilling aura they emitted freezing the moisture in the air into a visible white mist. The two chains, as if transcending time itself, appeared directly in front of Bujia and passed through his body without resistance. The two women's eyes lit up simultaneously. They yanked the chains back, and a grotesque, aged soul with a lecherous expression was pulled free. Bujia's soul struggled in terror, but how could a soul bound by the soul-locking chains break free so easily? Seeing the desperately writhing soul, Luo's eyes flashed with satisfaction as she said through gritted teeth, "You old pervert, you never thought you'd see this day, did you?" Then, her expression turned to one of unrestrained excitement as she called out eagerly to Meng Hang, Young master, it's my turn." Hearing Luo's call, Xiao Linger, without needing Meng Hang's instruction, proactively withdrew one of the soul-locking chains holding Bujia's soul and directed it toward her. Seeing the chain flying towards her, Luo felt her heart pounding in her chest. She had experienced this moment in her dreams countless times. But upon waking, all that remained was profound despair. The next moment, the soul-locking chain entered her body. A ghostly image of a stunningly beautiful woman with a voluptuous figure appeared at the end of the chain. Xiaolinger didn't waste time. She guided Luo's soul towards the body of Cui Lian lying on the ground, and the soul and body began to merge. Her eyelashes fluttered, and Cui Lian, no, Luo, as she should now be called, slowly opened her beautiful eyes. A second later, she abruptly sat up, scrutinizing her body from head to toe. Finally, she pinched her arm. I actually have a body? Confirming that she wasn't dreaming, Luo shed her usual playfulness and instead sat there in a daze, tears streaming down her face. All right, don't put on that little girl act. It doesn't suit you. Meng Hang's voice rang out in her ear. Luo's once hesitant gaze instantly brightened. She transformed into a blur, appearing before Meng Hang and throwing herself into his arms. Young master, Luo is willing to pledge her life to repay your immense kindness. Although she had initially chosen to serve Meng Hang out of fear, now every word she spoke was sincere. Okay, stop trying to take advantage of me. Meng Hang poked her forehead with a finger and pushed her away, chuckling. Reluctantly detaching herself from Meng Hang, Luo suppressed her sentimental mood and regained her usual mischievous demeanor. She crossed her arms, raised an eyebrow, and said with a hint of mock anger, Young master, I, a beautiful woman, offered myself to you, and you turned me down. Are you, perhaps, not up to the task? The original Cui Lian had a gentle and delicate aura that instinctively invoked a man's desire to protect her. But now, with Luo's soul in control, every movement exuded a bold, unrestrained attitude. Meng Hang gave a wry smile, thinking to himself, the platform won't allow a harem. Himph, shameless. Young master, what should we do with this old guy? Heh. At that moment, Xiao Wanner's slightly jealous voice came. Meng Hang turned his head to see her holding the soul-locking chains, pouting with her big eyes looking pitifully at him. She was clearly jealous that Luo had hugged him. Meng Hang awkwardly scratched his nose and then looked towards the struggling Bujia, a look of contemplation coming over him. Should he put his soul into that puppet body? No, that would be too hard to kill. He really didn't want to go to all that trouble to kill someone, especially after how difficult it was when he had cut off Luo's head. His eyes suddenly brightened as his gaze landed on Sun Xion's lifeless corpse. Wanner, can you put this old guy's soul into his body? Meng Hang asked, pointing to Sun Xion's corpse. Put him in his body? Yes, it's possible, but that body is too badly damaged. Even if we put his soul in there, he'll die again in no time. Instead of going through all that trouble, I could just crush his soul, she said, not understanding why Meng Hang would go to the extra effort. Upon hearing she was about to crush Bujia's soul, Meng Hang quickly waved his hand to stop her. This was all valuable experience points. No, just keep him alive, even barely. I'll take care of the rest. Oh, okay. Due to the Kodoame Tsukumi, Meng Hang was the supreme figure in their minds. Although they didn't understand his actions, they would unquestioningly obey him. When Bujia opened his eyes, before he could figure out what was happening, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. Still dazed, his first thought was that the pervert Meng Hang had once again ripped out his heart and was going to feed it to him. As he tried to beg for mercy, a wave of weakness washed over him. He didn't even have the strength to open his mouth. Seeing that he was awake, Meng Hang walked up to him and gave him a cold look, saying blandly, "Pray you don't meet me again in your next life." With that, his right foot slammed down on Bujia's head. Splatter! Bujia's head exploded like a watermelon, spraying brains and blood everywhere. Everyone present furrowed their brows, not understanding why Meng Hang had gone to the extra trouble. Except for Kong Weigua, who felt some discomfort and thought Meng Hang did this to satisfy his perverted desires. The rest had no other thoughts. Ah! Just when Meng Hang thought they were done, a pained groan rang out. Meng Hang raised an eyebrow and looked to the side, then said with a chuckle, "Almost forgot about you." Chao Yang felt a sharp pain course through his body. His last memory was running away before being kicked back into place. Thankfully, his armor was sturdy, or that kick might have killed him. What's going on? Chao Yang shook his head, trying to clear his vision, and struggled to stand. The first thing he saw was a headless body. He quickly recognized the clothes of Sun Xian and his heart shuddered. Then, he slowly looked up. Chapter 226, Chao Yang's Mental Breakdown. When Chao Yang looked up, he realized that the fight was over. Everyone was staring at him. The first person he saw was the man standing in front of him, looking down. The man was wearing the same clothes as Rooster Head, but his face was drastically different. Rooster Head now had a head of white hair falling loosely, and a sinister smile played at the corners of his mouth, sending chills down Chao Yang's spine. Why does he look so familiar? The next second, Chao Yang's eyes widened in horror, his mouth agape. Thud. He fell back on his rear, desperately scooting backwards, pointing at Meng Hang with disbelief, stammering, You're Meng Hang." Although he hadn't seen Meng Hang in person, who in Dragon Country didn't know who he was. Everyone had been clamoring for Meng Hang's death and revenge for Old Man Kong, including him. But now, seeing this evil star, all he felt was cold fear. "Heh, weren't you eager to fight me? Now I'll give you that chance." Meng Hang leaned down, a glint of amusement in his eyes as he looked down at Chao Yang. No, I didn't. I didn't know it was you. I would have been dead before I spoke those words." Chao Yang shook his head frantically. This pervert had tortured Yifan so badly that there was not a single inch of good flesh left on him. There was no way he'd try to fight Meng Hang. Chao Yang quickly retreated, but he still didn't feel safe. What should I do? What should I do? Sweat poured down his face as his mind raced for a way out. His gaze suddenly caught sight of Xiao Linger and Xiao Wanner standing on the side, and a flicker of hope lit up in his eyes. "Linger, Wanner, save me!" Chao Yang cried out. He knew that the three of them were no match for Meng Hang, but in this moment, one more person meant one more sliver of hope. However, the two sisters just looked at him coldly, as if they hadn't heard him. Seeing their expressions, Chao Yang was enraged. "We are classmates, yet you're just going to watch me die?" Xiao Linger ignored his accusations and simply glanced at him coldly before looking at Meng Hang. "Young master, what do you want to do with him?" "Young master?" Chao Yang's eyes widened, his voice several octaves higher. "How can you possibly acknowledge him as a—" He couldn't bring himself to say the word demon. He felt his body grow cold. Even the most notorious black and white impermanents from Devil City had sworn allegiance to Meng Hang. How could he possibly escape? He turned his head mechanically, intending to look at Meng Hang, but his eyes landed on the mysterious old man not far away. Chao Yang shuddered again, staring at Kong Weigua, before rubbing his eyes and looking again. Smack! He slapped himself hard, trying to wake up from this nightmare. The burning pain in his face told him it wasn't a dream. "How are you still alive?" Chao Yang yelled hysterically at Kong Weigua, completely unable to believe what he was seeing. "What should we do?" "Of course, kill him." Meng Hang's icy voice sent a shiver down Chao Yang's spine. Ignoring if Kong Weigua was a ghost or not, Chao Yang rushed to his side and clung to his leg, crying out, Old Man Kong, save me. I'm from the Chao family of Devil City, the direct descendant of Chao Yun. I'm the only direct descendant of the Chao family. If I die, our family line will end. Old Man Kong, for my ancestors' sake, save me." Hearing this, Kong Weigua's emotionless face finally softened. He had wanted to kill this disgrace to the Chao family to vent his anger. But hearing that Chao Yang was the last of his family line, his heart melted. He couldn't let his lifelong brother die out. "Young master, spare his life." If you're worried, you can control him like the two sisters, making him your subordinate. Kong Weigwa lowered his posture to beg for mercy. Young master? Old man Kong, how can you call this demon young master? Chaoyang felt like the world had gone mad. Kong Weigwa was the god of Dragon Country, and he called the biggest demon in the country young master? Ha ha ha, you're all mad. You've all gone mad. Chaoyang was frantic, his hair in disarray as he shakily stood. You call him young master? He staggered, pointing at Kong Weigwa, speaking with a touch of madness. Then, he staggered over to Xiaolinger and Xiaowaner, pointing at them. You call him young master too? He. It must be the world that has gone mad, not me. As he spoke, he staggered over to Luo. Chaoyang didn't know Bu Jia was dead yet. He still thought that Luo was Bu Jia. After hesitating a moment, he asked, You don't call him young master too, do you? Luo nodded matter-of-factly, and with a touch of pride, replied, Of course. I'm going to serve young master for the rest of my life. Hearing her response, something seemed to click in Chaoyang's mind. He suddenly realized. I understand. This is all a setup, a plot to target me. You are all in cahoots. All of this was to lure me here and use me to threaten the Chao family. Meng Hang, what do you want from my family that you went to so much trouble to put on this charade? Meng Hang couldn't help but smile, saying, You're overestimating your family. Do you really think I would need to go to all this trouble to wipe out your family? Then why? Go ask Bu Jia. Before Chaoyang finished speaking, his head suddenly disappeared, and blood sprayed into the air like a fountain. Kong Weigwa's expression changed drastically. He tried to intervene, but it was too late. He turned an angry gaze at Meng Hang. Meng Hang, why couldn't you have spared him? Meng Hang shrugged dismissively, saying, Such a useless person. Controlling him would have been a waste of my spiritual energy. He had used the Kodoame Tsukimi to change the two twin beauties' minds. But for a man like Chaoyang, he chose to kill him without hesitation. Some might say that Meng Hang was a hypocrite and only cared about women, but Meng Hang did not see any problem with that. Chapter 227, The One-Line Sky. With Chaoyang dealt with, the matter here was finally resolved. Luo hadn't yet recovered from the joy of regaining her physical body, constantly pinching and poking herself. After playing around for quite a while, she asked Meng Hang, Young master, where are we going next? This time, Meng Hang didn't hesitate, a smirk playing on his lips as he said, To the one-line sky. Let's see what the front lines look like. Hearing this, the other's eyes lit up with excitement. Only Kong Weigwa's cloudy eyes held a hint of unease. He wondered what impact this ominous star would have on the front lines. Oh, right, Lingerwaner. You two should go back to the school first. Meng Hang quickly interjected when he saw that the two sisters also looked eager to go. The two girls' faces froze, their gazes becoming resentful towards Meng Hang. Young master, is there something we didn't do well? Xiaowaner said, her lips trembling, tears welling up in her eyes, ready to spill at any moment. Xiaolinger, although not as reactive, also looked incredibly disappointed. No. Meng Hang quickly waved his hands, explaining, Going to the front lines is unpredictable, and I also need to stay informed about what's happening in Dragon Country. And out of everyone here, you two are the only people I trust. So, I need you to stay here and report to me on the latest events in the country. Hearing this, the two girls felt a bit better. Don't worry, young master, we will definitely fulfill your instructions, Xiaolinger and Xiaowaner said resolutely. After chatting for a bit longer, the two girls bid farewell to Meng Hang and returned to the school. As for how to explain Chaoyang and Sun Xion's deaths, they could just make up some excuse about them being attacked by the masterminds of the whole affair. With the reputation of black and white impermanence, no one would suspect that they would turn traitor. Watching the two girls' disappearing figures, Meng Hang snapped his fingers, and a wooden mask appeared in his hand. Then, he used the disguise materials left by Yi Lingxian to paint the entire mask red before finally putting it on his face, satisfied. This mask was similar to the one worn by Obito in the original story, except that Obito's mask had only one hole, while Meng Hang's had two. After all, both of Meng Hang's eyes were Sharingan. He couldn't just leave one unused. Seeing that he had put on a mask instead of disguising himself, Luo pouted a bit, saying, Young master, are you saying you don't like my disguise skills? Meng Hang chuckled. You don't understand. This is called faith. After Luo helped give Kong Weigwa a makeover, Meng Hang waved his hand. Let's go. Got it. Luo cheered excitedly and habitually tried to jump onto Meng Hang's shoulder. Meng Hang, startled, quickly stopped her. Luo, you can't jump like that anymore. Since the spiritual energy revival thousands of years ago, humans had awakened special abilities, and the demon race had also begun to mutate. But that wasn't the most dangerous. The most dangerous part was that people had discovered a massive spatial rift in the remote areas of Dragon Country, from which countless demons swarmed out, slaughtering humans. These demons were different from the indigenous demon beasts that had evolved from beasts within the country. They were far stronger and more cruel. After countless years of fighting, humans finally established 4 major cities at the one-line sky, holding the demons at bay outside of Dragon Country's borders. Each city was led by a Dragon Country powerhouse, who were the pillars of Dragon Country's defense against the demon race. These 4 cities were the town of the Abyss led by Zhao Shanhe, the city of Sky Rejection led by Du Gajan, the city of the Giant led by Xianyuan Jingyang, and the city of Taiji led by Lung Qianqiu, the only female city lord among the 4. Meng Hang didn't choose to travel by vehicle, instead choosing to walk on foot. After all, his identity was sensitive, and he couldn't travel by car. With Meng Hang's current strength, he wasn't afraid of being exposed. He just saw no point in inviting trouble. After traveling for over a month, the 3 travel-weary individuals finally reached Dragon Country's borders. The one-line sky was located at the westernmost point of Dragon Country. The closer they got, the more desolate the environment became. The area was a vast expanse of desert. There was no sign of any living creatures, not even a demon beast. After all, this area was close to the front lines. People's hatred for the demon race was far stronger here than within the country. How could they possibly allow any demons to dwell here? They had long been slaughtered. After traveling through the sandstorm for a few more days, Meng Hang saw a chasm in the distance like a natural barrier. This chasm was about 100 meters wide, and its depth was unknown. Even with Meng Hang's current vision, he could only see endless darkness when he looked down, unable to see the bottom. A thick white fog hung over the chasm, obscuring the view on the other side. Is this the one-line sky? Meng Hang said with a hint of awe. That's right. The name, One-Line Sky, comes from this massive chasm. Kong Weigua nodded, his eyes filled with memories. He continued, the One-Line Sky is the last line of defense for Dragon Country against the demon race. If the demons ever breached this point, that would mean the end of Dragon Country. Meng Hang didn't reply, instead just gazing at the scene before him. Above the chasm, there was a grand, arched bridge that looked like a magpie bridge from the Milky Way, connecting the 2 sides of the one-line sky. A large stone tablet stood at the front of the bridge, with the 3 words, Taiji Bridge, carved on it. Seeing Meng Hang's gaze, Kong Weigua spoke again. There are 4 of these bridges in total. Each bridge leads to one of the cities, and each is named after the city it connects to. If you simply follow the name of a bridge, you will end up in the city you wish to go to. Meng Hang nodded. He didn't hesitate and directly stepped onto Taiji Bridge. Originally, Meng Hang had wanted to visit the town of the Abyss to witness Zhao Shanhe's presence, given his fame. But now, seeing how long it would take to get there, Meng Hang's patience wore thin. He stopped caring. He figured they'd meet eventually. Even with the 3 walking slowly, it only took a few breaths for them to cross the one-line sky and reach the other side. Stepping off the Taiji Bridge, the thick fog disappeared, and Meng Hang felt like the world in front of him had just opened up. However, he was immediately left agape, a look of complete shock on his face. Before him was a massive city wall built with some unknown material. The wall was a dark black color and stretched so high that he could not see where it ended. Meng Hang estimated that even if he manifested his 1,000-meter-tall Buddha statue, it would still look small compared to this city. Chapter 228, Taiji City. Seeing Meng Hang's dumbfounded look, Kong Weigua couldn't help but feel a surge of secret satisfaction. During this time, the bizarre methods that Meng Hang used had countless times almost made his jaw drop. Now, he finally got to see him at a loss. Old man Kong, is it necessary to build the city so high? Meng Hang said, turning his head mechanically, his voice full of doubt. Hee hee, young Meng, you are still too young. Kong Weigua smiled triumphantly, placing his hands behind his back, acting like an elder giving advice to a younger. There are many demons that excel in size. You don't see them in the country, but they are quite common here. We suffered heavy losses when we first built the city, which is why we called countless ability users to reinforce and raise the walls each year. Today, the 4 cities have become so magnificent. Looking up at the towering city, His eyes revealed a pride he couldn't conceal. This was the place he had fought for all his life. Kong Weigwa had a deep connection with it. If it weren't for the four city lords strongly stopping him back then, he would have dragged his ruined body into the demon territory. This was his true home. What looked close ended up being further than expected. Although Taiji City had looked right in front of them after leaving the bridge, it still took them over 10 minutes to walk from the bridge to the main gate. A massive stone gate was open at the foot of the wall, flanked by two soldiers wearing silver armor and holding long spears. They had serious expressions, and the faint killing intent they radiated raised Meng Hang's brow. Whether it was like this every day or Meng Hang had just arrived at the right time. A long queue had formed in front of the city gate. A large portion of them were young people in their 20s, but there were also a fair number of middle-aged people. Some, like him, wore bamboo hats or masks, hiding their faces. The two soldiers seemed not to notice their strange disguises and allowed them to enter without question. Old Man Kong, are there this many people going into Taiji City every day? Meng Hang asked, curiously. He had thought that few people other than soldiers would visit, but now it seemed his assumption was wrong. Kong Weigwa shook his head. You wouldn't know if you didn't go to college. Dragon Country's regulation is that no matter what college you go to, you need to do an internship on the front lines by your 3rd year. Today, the students from some college are probably here for their internship. After all, the war with the demon race is brutal. There are countless soldiers dying every day. So, the government needs to replenish personnel from within the country. These students will join the army directly and become official soldiers. The remaining free ability users make their own decisions. If they don't wish to be constrained by the military, they can also act as freelance warriors, roaming the battlefield and looking for opportunities to hunt demons. Hearing the words, "You didn't go to college," Meng Hang's mouth twitched. He thought that the old guy still held a grudge and would not miss an opportunity to mock him. What about those ability users who are hiding their faces? These people are clearly like me with something to hide, which is why they are dressed like this. Is Taiji City really okay with letting these people with unknown identities in? Aren't they afraid of them doing anything bad? Kong Weigwa shook his head with a smile. Hee. You underestimate the four cities' tolerance and their iron will. Whether they are murderers, arsonists, or if they are running from enemies, whatever their reasons, if they are here, they have come prepared to fight the demons. As long as they don't cause trouble in the city, they will be left alone. But if they have other intentions, He paused, and a glint of killing intent appeared in his eyes. Those four guarding the border are not soft. There is no death penalty in the four cities. They'll just throw them onto the battlefield where they will fight to their deaths. Meng Hang nodded in understanding and joined the queue. When it was Meng Hang's turn, as Kong Weigwa had said, the two guards at the city gate acted as if they hadn't seen his strange outfit. Only when Kong Weigwa walked past did their eyes flicker slightly, wondering why someone so old was here. However, they only wondered about it briefly and did not ask any questions. When Meng Hang entered the city, for a moment, he thought he had traveled to the ancient world. The streets were wide and paved with bluestone. All the buildings on either side were made of wood. Continuing to walk forward, he saw taverns and tea houses lining both sides of the road. He couldn't help but click his tongue. Old Man Kong, aren't the four cities supposed to be guarding the borders? Why are there places like this? Soldiers are still people. They need to relax. Especially in a place like One Line Sky where many people live day to day, they need such places to unwind. Every time after a major battle with the demons, the soldiers will come here to eat large amounts of meat and drink heavily, celebrating the fact that they survived another day. Meng Hang nodded. Having arrived here, he felt like a curious child and wanted to ask about everything he saw. After wandering the city for a while, Meng Hang stopped and looked at an alleyway ahead, glancing at Old Man Kong for an explanation. Every door in the alley was hung with white cloth strips, and women walking on the street were wearing white mourning clothes. Did everyone in this entire alley die? Before Meng Hang could ask, Luo couldn't help but inquire. Kong Weigwa's face turned solemn. He shook his head and said, "This is a tradition in the four cities. During every big battle, every household hangs white cloth strips. The women waiting for their husbands' return wear mourning clothes. Isn't that cursing their husbands to die?" Luo couldn't help but pout, puzzled. "That's because you don't understand the cruelty of the war here in the One Line Sky. Whether it's a soldier or their family members, they all come prepared to die on the battlefield." Oh, a big battle? Hearing those two words, Meng Hang's eyebrows shot up. His goal here was to earn experience points, and a big battle meant more demon beasts. He was not about to miss this opportunity. Let's go out of the city. I will go see how cruel the war on the front lines actually is. With that, he started walking in a determined direction. Hey, wait. Seeing Meng Hang's decisive action, Kong Weigwa quickly called out to him. What is it? Meng Hang asked, a bit confused. The city gate to the battlefield is that way? Chapter 229, War. The main gate of Taiji City faced north, welcoming those coming from the one-line sky. But the south gate was a gateway to hell, leading into a massive meat grinder. As Meng Hang stepped through the south gate, a desolate aura hit him. It was as if the entire world had darkened, with no sun visible all day, and only a bright moon hung in the sky. The earth was a dark red. As Meng Hang stepped on it, his shoes sank slightly, and a dark red liquid seeped out around them. Is that the demon realm over there? Meng Hang said quietly, looking toward the faintly glowing area in the distance. Kong Weigwa gazed at the same area, nodding solemnly. That's right, the demon realm is that close to us. But for thousands of years, we haven't been able to approach it. Is the gap between us and the demon race really that big? Meng Hang asked, somewhat perplexed. Kong Weigwa shook his head helplessly, replying, in terms of high-end combat power, there isn't a big difference between us and the demon race. But the difference in the number of low-end combatants is far too great. How many children can a human woman bear at one time? Maybe twins, triplets at most, if they are extremely fortunate. But those beasts breed by the litter. As he said this, Kong Weigwa couldn't help but laugh self-deprecatingly. And that's just talking about mammal-type demons. I haven't even mentioned insect-type demons. The number they produce is simply horrifying. Whoa, how has Dragon Country held on for so many years? Luo asked in surprise. Hee, although those beasts can breed easily, luckily those that can are low-level demons that mostly reach second or third tier, just cannon fodder. The stronger the demon, the harder it is to conceive, and the longer it takes for its offspring to grow up. So, our Dragon Country is able to hold them back, but launching a counterattack is rather difficult. Both Meng Hang and Luo nodded in understanding. Although they had known about the power of the demons within the country, they had not actually witnessed it. They had never been able to truly feel the severity of the situation. The battlefield is so big. Where are we supposed to find the war? After walking for a while, Luo looked around, realizing that in the dimly lit environment was a boundless plain. There wasn't a single sign of a large-scale battle. Hee, that's easy. Meng Hang smirked and directly transformed into countless dark crows that flew out in all directions, their red eyes keenly scanning the area below for any disturbances. At the same time, on the blood-red battlefield, a brutal battle was underway. A nearly 10,000-strong army stood still and uniformly in place, facing a dense mass of demons charging towards them. They showed no fear. Each and every one of them was eager to jump into the fight. Ice-type ability users, prepare. A man with a resolute face and chiseled features, wearing black armor that clearly distinguished him from the others, called out loudly at the front of the army. As soon as his voice fell, wisps of cold air filled the air. The black and red ground was instantly covered with a layer of ice that reflected the pale moonlight. The demons, who had been moving at high speed, slipped and fell, sliding a long way. The demons in the front fell, and the demons behind couldn't react in time and fell as well. In an instant, the demon horde fell like dominoes. Seeing this, the man in black armor's expression remained unchanged, as if he had expected this. Then, he spoke again. Ice spikes, release. As soon as his voice fell, countless enormous ice spikes suddenly shot out of the ice-covered ground, impaling the fallen demons. Blood spurted out, staining the white ice spikes red. Although this attack eliminated nearly 100 demons, it was just a drop in the bucket for the tens of thousands on the field. The demons behind used the dead bodies as stepping stones, continuing to charge forward fearlessly. At the back of the demon horde, a wolf-headed humanoid demon was happily gnawing on a human leg. Seeing this, his lips curled into a cruel smile, blood dripping from the corners of his mouth. Hee, we have an endless supply of this kind of mindless cannon fodder. Let's see how many you can kill. Earth-type ability users, prepare, release. Another shout went out, and the demons rushing towards them felt their feet sink into the ground like a swamp, making them unable to pull themselves out. The sky was suddenly covered in a sea of fire, and then a rain of fire followed, directly crashing into the demon ranks. In an instant, countless demons writhed in pain on the ground, and their painful roars filled the air. With just those attacks, The demons had already lost nearly 10,000. However, the Dragon Country soldiers showed no signs of joy, their expressions instead growing more solemn. There were simply too many demons, and the ones they had lost were insignificant to the whole. The demons were getting closer, giving them less time to cast spells. Brothers, the demon spawn are right in front of us. Take out your weapons and chop them to pieces. Kill. 10,000 soldiers roared in unison, their voices like thunder, filling the heavens and the earth. Then, the soldiers drew their weapons. None of them showed any fear. They charged toward the demons with a look of determination to die on the battlefield. The battle erupted. Dense ranks of demons and soldiers wearing silver armor clashed, the light of various energies mixed with the bright red of blood spraying into the sky. One soldier held a long saber and sliced the head off a demon charging at him. But the next moment, a massive beast claw pierced his body from behind. The soldier coughed up a mouthful of blood. His eyes turned bloodshot, his face twisted in rage as he screamed, "You bunch of beasts, I'll take one of you with me even if I die today." After saying that, he reversed his grip on the saber and, without hesitation, thrust the blade into his own body, piercing the demon behind him at the same time. Having done this, the soldier smiled triumphantly. The next moment, his gaze went blank. His body remained standing, his head drooping down as he died silently. The demon behind him roared unwillingly and stopped breathing as well. Such things continued to happen. The moment that the Dragon Country soldiers and the demons made contact, it turned into a meat grinder. Here, human lives became the cheapest commodity. Every soldier who died took several demons' lives with them. Overall, the number of demons was half more than the Dragon Country soldiers, but the Dragon Countryside was not on the losing end. Chapter 230, Ambush. Just when both sides were in the heat of battle, 3 powerful auras appeared at the back of the demon ranks. At the same time, 3 demons, each dozens of yards tall, rose into the air and flew towards the battlefield. The black-armored man's expression changed slightly. He had not expected that the demons would send out 3 fifth-tier demons this time. As the 3 fifth-tier demons appeared, 2 soldiers wearing red armor stepped out of the Dragon Country ranks and knelt on one knee in front of the man in black armor, stating resolutely, "Hua Yang and Zhang Hang request permission to fight." The man in black armor nodded and said with a serious expression, "Although your strength is remarkable, there are 3 fifth-tier demons. You must be careful." Understood. The 2 responded and transformed into streaks of light that shot into the sky. As the 2 soldiers faced the 3 fifth-tier demons, a beam of black light shot out of the back of the demon ranks and towards the Dragon Country soldiers. The man in black armor watched the incoming black light. His eyes narrowed and he snorted coldly. Then, 2 giant axes appeared in his hands, and he swung down upon the black light with a Mount Hua split, causing the black light to dissipate instantly. He, Hua Shuo, I didn't expect that you would lead this campaign." The wolf-headed demon laughed coldly, speaking to the man below. "Hemph, it's you little wolf pup." Hua Shuo sneered, looking disdainfully at the howling moon wolf king in the sky. "You're courting death." A murderous glint flashed in the howling moon wolf king's eyes as he lunged at Hua Shuo. Hua Shuo stomped down hard on the ground, causing a large crater to form, and then used that force to shoot himself into the sky. Man and demon met in the sky. Hua Shuo swung his battle axes down relentlessly at the howling moon wolf king. The howling moon wolf king did not dodge. His hands transformed into a pair of wolf claws that shone with a cold, metallic light, with streaks of moonlight glimmering from them. Boom! It was like a thunderclap. The invisible shockwaves spread outward, and the entire space shuddered. Whir! A violent wind swept across the battlefield, and rocks and sand flew into the air. After a brief exchange, man and demon separated quickly. Just that one clash had unleashed such terrible power. Hemph! Hua Shuo's black hair fluttered in the wind. He held his axes, his muscles bulging, looking like a war god from the ancient times. The howling moon wolf king curled his lips, his face twisted into a cruel smile, and swiped his claws forward. 5 giant, silver-white beams of light shot out, transforming into 5 streaks of light that rushed towards Hua Shuo. Tricks and skills, you dare to show off in front of this grandpa. Hua Shuo's muscles expanded, his right foot taking a firm step forward. That step was like stomping on the ground, and cracks formed in the space itself. The 2 giant axes that were unbelievably heavy were wielded in his hands with the wind, turning into 5 afterimages that collided with the 5 silver beams. The 5 silver beams cracked and shattered, turning into starlight that scattered in every direction, creating an incredibly dazzling scene. After resolving this attack, Hua Shuo didn't stop. His figure vanished from the spot and charged towards the Howling Moon Wolf King. The Howling Moon Wolf King's expression changed slightly, and a faint moonlight surrounded its body, enveloping it entirely. After completing that, it looked at Hua Shuo with a sneer and said, "As long as there's a moon, my power is endless." After saying that, it stood in place and let Hua Shuo's axes come down upon it. It was confident that, with the support of the moonlight, Hua Shuo would not be able to break its defense. Boom boom. 2 huge sounds. As the Howling Moon Wolf King had expected, Hua Shuo's axes came down together, causing the moonlight around the wolf to collapse inwards a bit before quickly returning to normal. Hua Shuo's brow twitched, his aura surged once more, and his body began to flicker with electricity. At the same time, the axes in his hands also began to swell, growing to more than double their previous size. Hua Shuo raised his axes again, with lightning crackling around them, and he once again used a Mount Hua split. But this time he did not use the blade of the axe to strike. Instead, he turned them around and smashed them down with the back of the axe. In an instant, thunder roared, and the sky was filled with lightning, spreading out like a spider web. Crack, crack. After 2 crisp sounds, cracks spread across the moonlight shield, and it shattered. How is this possible? The Howling Moon Wolf King widened its eyes, looking completely incredulous. Seeing its shield broken, Hua Shuo was overjoyed and quickly moved to attack the wolf's head. However, as Hua Shuo got close, the Howling Moon Wolf King, who had previously looked flustered, changed his expression, a cold smile of triumph forming on his lips. At the same time, Hua Shuo felt a gust of wind coming from behind. He knew that there was an ambush, so he quickly dodged to the side. Although he had tried to dodge as fast as he could, it was still too late. A purple beam of light crashed into his left shoulder. Hua Shuo was unable to control his body. He was like a shooting star, crashing to the ground. With a loud boom, the ground erupted, creating a crater more than 10 meters deep. Hua Yang and Meng Hang, who had been fiercely battling the 3 fifth-tier demons without faltering, changed their expressions at this. They were about to rush to his aid, but the 3 demons were not going to let them. They attacked even more fiercely, preventing the 2 from breaking free. I said, "Howling Moon, if not for your last smile, this attack would have killed him." A bare-chested humanoid figure with 2 horns on its head appeared in the sky. "Hemph, if you had not acted so slowly, why are you blaming me?" The Howling Moon Wolf King snorted coldly, rebutting. Cough cough. A few coughs came from the crater on the ground, and Hua Shuo staggered out. He was covered in blood, and his black armor was mostly ruined. His left shoulder was a bloody mess. Well, the Earth-Shaking Demon King and the Howling Moon Wolf King. I didn't expect that the 2 of you, 6th-tier Demon Kings, would join forces. It seems you were waiting for me here today. Hua Shuo's left arm hung uselessly. He was severely injured, and his face was now as pale as a sheet. Hearing this, the Earth-Shaking Demon King grinned proudly and said, "Ha ha ha, you think that's it? Listen. Aolo. Aolo. Aolo." As soon as it finished speaking, the sounds of countless demons howling rose from all around the battlefield. Dense footsteps followed. The ground began to tremble, and countless ghostly eyes lit up in the dark. Seeing this, Hua Shuo's already pale face turned even whiter. With the addition of these nearly 10,000 demons, the battle that had been evenly matched instantly turned into a one-sided slaughter. Large numbers of soldiers fell, their blood flowing like rivers. Their flesh and bones were crushed by the demons, mixing with the black-red mud to create a deeper-colored sludge. Chapter 231. The Rinnegan. Hua Shuo looked at the scene before him, a bitter smile forming on his face. Then, his expression turned stern, and he roared, "Brothers, it seems today we all die here. Are you afraid?" "No, no, no." The warriors, weapons in hand, roared back just as loudly. "Haha, that's the spirit." Hua Shuo laughed towards the sky, then continued, "The wives in the city have already prepared your funeral shrouds, so what's there to be afraid of? 10,000 lengths of white silk rise with the wind. Why should the Dragon Kingdom sons be buried in enemy soil? Why should we be buried in enemy soil? Why should we be buried in enemy soil? Why should we be buried in enemy soil? Kill, kill, kill. The warriors, who were originally trapped in an ambush and had low morale, no longer looked lost. Instead, their eyes were filled with a newfound determination. Seeing this, Hua Shuo laughed heartily. He pulled out countless pills from his spatial ring, stuffing them into his mouth as if they were worthless. Then, his eyes burned with fanaticism as he looked towards the two demon kings in the sky. Killing one is a win. Killing two is hitting the jackpot, he thought. Just as he was about to charge into the sky again, his body trembled. His head mechanically turned to the right. A person wearing black robes and a bizarre mask suddenly walked past him. Although he couldn't see the person's face, the icy aura emanating from him sent a shiver down his spine. What shocked Hua Shuo the most was that he hadn't sensed this person's approach at all. This mysterious person, as if oblivious to the battle unfolding around him, walked straight into the thick of the fighting. The heaven-shaking Demon King and the Howling Moon Wolf King also noticed him, both momentarily stunned. They exchanged a glance, surprise evident in each other's eyes. They, too, had not detected when this person had appeared. The fierce battle continued, but Hua Shuo and the two Demon Kings had tacitly stopped their attacks. They were all curious about what this person intended to do. The masked stranger walked unhurriedly through the battlefield, picking through the mountains of corpses. A beast, its eyes bloodshot, noticed a human approach. Without a second thought, it lunged to bite him. The masked stranger didn't hesitate. A long blade appeared in his hand, and he sliced the beast in two. Having done that, he acted as if nothing had happened, continuing his search in the field. The Dragon Kingdom soldiers also watched his appearance with strange expressions. However, following the principle that the enemy of my enemy is my friend, they made sure to avoid his path. After observing for a while, Hua Shuo and the two Demon Kings finally understood what he was looking for. He was collecting the corpses of the beasts. He rummaged through the bodies as if looking for something in a trash bin, throwing away the unwanted ones like garbage. When he found a tier 4 or higher beast, he immediately stored it in his spatial ring. Sometimes, he'd even brighten at the sight of a live tier 4 beast, instantly appearing in front of it, killing it without a word, and storing it away. Meng Hang searched for a while, discovering that while there were many beasts, they were mostly low tier, below tier 4. Tier 4 beasts were exceedingly rare. Human, where did you come from? Are you seeking death? The heaven-shaking Demon King finally couldn't take it anymore and roared at him. As if to show his anger, a purple light emanated from the horns on his head, rushing towards Meng Hang. Seeing that the half-human, half-demon beast dared to attack him, Meng Hang's eyes brightened, and he looked toward the heaven-shaking Demon King in the sky, a strange laugh coming from under his mask. Hehehe. Since you seek death, you can't blame me. The deep eyes behind his mask suddenly changed. Still Sharingan? That's too monotonous. His previously black and white eyes turned purple, and black patterns like fists appeared on them. It was the Rinnegan. With Hashirama cells and the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, he should have been able to awaken the Rinnegan long ago. However, awakening the Rinnegan was not easy. Even Madara, after obtaining Hashirama's cells, only awakened it in his old age, when death was near. Meng Hang had been on his way to the first-line sky from the Dragon Kingdom when he was surprised to discover that he had awakened the Rinnegan. Almighty push. Meng Hang's mouth curved into a smile beneath his mask. He stretched out his right hand and flicked it towards the incoming purple energy wave. The terrifying energy wave was sent flying back, hurtling towards the heaven-shaking Demon King and the Howling Moon Wolf King in the sky. The two demons' eyes widened. Though somewhat disbelieving, they quickly dodged to either side. The purple energy wave shot up into the sky and disappeared above. Meng Hang's outstretched hand didn't retract. Instead, he roared again towards the direction of the heaven-shaking Demon King. Universal pull. The heaven-shaking Demon King, just having stopped in the air, felt a massive force pulling him from below. Before he could even react, his body was flying uncontrollably towards Meng Hang. The next moment, Meng Hang gripped his head with one hand, slamming it into the ground with great force. Boom! A huge force traveled from Meng Hang's hand to the ground. The ground began to shake instantly. The two sides who were still battling felt their footing become unstable and couldn't help but stop and stare in shock at Meng Hang. Centered around Meng Hang, the ground cracked inch by inch before sinking, finally forming a huge crater, dozens of meters across. The heaven-shaking Demon King, lying in the center of the crater, was covered in blood. His eyes were rolled back, and blood froth bubbled from his mouth. The howling moon wolf king in the sky was stunned, then instantly enraged. Oh, whoa! It howled angrily at the moon. The eyes of the beasts below, who had already stopped fighting, turned bloodshot again. Then, tens of thousands of beasts charged towards Meng Hang like madmen. Hua Shuo, who was heavily injured and prepared for death, saw this and his eyes lit up. He thought that Meng Hang was a friendly reinforcement and quickly said, "I am Hua Shuo, a 10,000-man captain of Taiji City. Although I don't know which of the 4 great cities you belong to, thank you for your assistance. What you have done is enough. Let us stop these beasts." Meng Hang didn't answer, but his purple eyes glanced at him, revealing an expression of insane ruin. Hehehehe. You're thanking me too early. Here's a warning, run away quickly, or you'll regret not ripping me to shreds soon. Hua Shua's expression froze. Meng Hang's words gave him goosebumps. The intuition he had gained from fighting in battles told him that something terrible was about to happen. Hua Shua's expression changed drastically. He roared loudly at the thousands of soldiers who were still standing stunned on the spot after the battle. Run. All of you. Use all of your strength. Run for your damn lives. Chapter 232. How many floors can a bag of rice carry? Although the soldiers didn't know why their commanding officer was saying this, they followed their military orders without question and turned to run as fast as they could. How many floors can a bag of rice carry? Looking at the beasts charging towards him, Meng Hang's eyes behind his mask were filled with indifference. Huh. Hua Shuo, who was also preparing to escape, was stunned and looked at Meng Hang in confusion, asking, "Did you ask me how many floors a bag of rice can carry?" Although he didn't know why Meng Hang was asking this, he answered honestly, "Considering that this person had saved his life, considering my current physical condition, I can carry a bag of rice for a year without any problem." Meng Hang's mouth twitched. He ignored him and continued to say blankly, "A bag of rice needs to carry 2 floors. At the same time, his body left the ground, flying straight up into the air. "A bag of rice needs to give more. A bag of rice is washed by me." Meng Hang flew higher and higher. His figure was obscured by the moonlight, making him difficult to see, except for his purple eyes, which were very distinct. Hua Shuo looked at Meng Hang in the sky, somewhat puzzled, and muttered, "What is this BGM that's playing in my head?" Meng Hang descended from the sky like a god, looking down at the scene below. With his arms outstretched, he said indifferently, "Almighty push." The soil and stones below him began to shatter as if they had been crushed by a huge object. Dust and smoke rose tens of meters high and quickly spread in all directions. Hua Shuo, who was still thinking about Meng Hang's previous words, was instantly shocked. He didn't dare to delay anymore and ran for his life, without daring to look back. The Dragon Kingdom soldiers, who had already run a distance away, felt the ground tremble and couldn't help but stop and turn their heads. When they saw a huge crater in the distance, as if it had been bombed by an atomic bomb, and it was spreading towards them at an alarming speed, they were all terrified and wished they had more legs, running for their lives. The beasts that were rushing towards Meng Hang felt a terrifying pressure. Thousands of them were instantly reduced to minced meat. Moo. Just then, the heaven-shaking Demon King, who had been knocked unconscious by Meng Hang, woke up. Remembering the humiliating state he was in after being defeated by Meng Hang, he was immediately enraged. A thunderous roar erupted as the heaven-shaking Demon King's body began to expand. In the blink of an eye, it became several dozen meters tall and continued to grow. But, the next second, its waist was bent by an enormous pressure. Impossible! The heaven-shaking Demon King roared in disbelief. It used all of its strength to try to straighten itself. Unfortunately, the force made it feel as though a planet was pressing down on him. That's right, it felt like a planet. It was called the heaven-shaking Demon King because of its immense strength. Even a huge mountain could be shaken by it. But now, it couldn't resist this pressure. It transformed into its original form, and its 4 legs began to tremble. Finally, it fell to the ground with a thud. Its entire back became a bloody mess. The next moment, its huge body was blown into countless pieces. The invisible force continued to spread outward. Although the beasts below weren't very intelligent, their instincts told them that this force was invincible. They all turned to flee. But no matter how fast they were, they could not outrun the spread of this force. The entire scene instantly turned into a living hell. Tens of thousands of beasts were instantly torn to pieces. Finally, the ground turned into a huge crater, several dozen miles across. Most of the beasts in the field did not escape the almighty push. Even the Dragon Kingdom troops who had fled in advance, some of whom were not fast, as well as those who were injured and could not move quickly, were drawn into it. Hua Shuo, who was at the back, was pulling 2 injured soldiers with each hand and had one under each arm, running frantically away. When he saw this, his face became extremely distorted. He finally understood why the masked man had said those words. But he couldn't understand why, as a fellow human, he could attack his own kind so ruthlessly. The Howling Moon Wolf King in the sky was already terrified. It didn't dare to stop him and ran away. Seeing the Howling Moon Wolf King escaping, Meng Hang smirked, and a black sphere appeared in his hand. The sphere slowly rose into the sky. At the same time, a huge suction force was generated from it. Countless pieces of rubble floated into the sky, shrouding the black sphere. The Howling Moon Wolf King, having just escaped a few steps, was also engulfed by the stones. Humph! With a cold snort, he threw a punch that shattered the surrounding stones. But the next moment, countless pieces of rubble rushed towards him again. The Howling Moon Wolf King, unwilling to give up, threw punch after punch at his surroundings, smashing the stones into dust. Unfortunately, no matter how fast his fists were, he could not outpace the stones, coming from all around. No! The next moment, the Howling Moon Wolf King's hands seemed to be restrained by something, firmly stuck to the rocks. Layers of rubble shrouded him, forming a giant sphere. Then, this sphere, as if called by the black sphere in the sky, quickly flew towards it, colliding and forming a huge meteorite once again. Meng Hang floated in the air, controlling the sphere. His right hand was raised, as if he was carrying something. Then, he threw it down. The huge sphere, which was now almost 100 meters in diameter, flew like a meteorite towards the remaining fleeing beasts. Boom! The ground, which was already full of holes, trembled again, and countless beasts screamed in pain. Thus, the nearly 100,000 beasts sent out by the demon race were all wiped out. The once battle-cry-filled battlefield was now silent. A breeze blew through, moving the hem of Meng Hang's clothes. The moonlight shone on his strange mask. Countless limbs and corpses lay at his feet, making him look like a demon god standing on a mountain of corpses. The Rinnegan disappeared, and his eyes changed back to his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. That's right, his Rinnegan could be reversed. If he couldn't change back to Sharingan, his cheat would be meaningless. His blood-red eyes scanned every corner of the battlefield, and he absorbed all the corpses into his Kamui dimension. Originally, he just wanted to collect the corpses of the Tier 4 and above beasts to use for impure world reincarnation in the future. But just now, a bold idea had suddenly occurred to him. Why did the first line sky only have the 4 major cities? He would build a city here. A giant city of bone, grander and more imposing than the 4 cities. Since the Dragon Kingdom couldn't accept him, he wouldn't deign to join the demon race. Why should he hide and remain concealed with his current abilities? He would establish a city to suppress both humans and demons and become the king of this world. Chapter 233, The Secret of the Ancestral Star. About 15 minutes after Meng Hang disappeared, the void twisted and a slender figure dressed in purple appeared on the battlefield. She had an oval face, long and elegant eyebrows. Although her skin was a light tan, combined with her phoenix eyes, she exuded an aura of heroic charm. This person was none other than the city lord of Taiji City, Lin Luoxue. After Hua Shuo, dragging his heavily injured body, returned to Taiji City, he went straight to the city lord's mansion, neglecting to tend to his wounds, to report what had transpired that day. When Lin Luoxue heard that the battle had been ambushed, a boundless murderous intent appeared in her eyes. The temperature in the room dropped several degrees. After a long while, she finally spoke, her lips barely moving, as she murmured to herself, "The heaven-shaking Demon King? Isn't he a subordinate of the Titan Ape King? Why would he interfere in the fight of the Rakshasa Dragon King?" Hua Shuo was equally confused by this, but that wasn't his primary concern. So, he also recounted Meng Hang's appearance. What? A human with the strength comparable to the 4 city lords? This time, even Lin Luoxue couldn't remain calm. She rose abruptly, asking incredulously. Hua Shuo nodded, replying, "This person wore a mask, so we couldn't see his true face, but from the eyes he revealed, he seemed to be a user of eye techniques." Upon hearing about the eye technique user, the temperature in the entire room dropped to freezing point. Frost formed on both the floor and the walls. Even Hua Shua couldn't help but shudder, the air he exhaled turning into white mist. An eye technique user? Is it Meng Hang? He dares to come to the first-line sky? Long Chinchio spoke coldly, her delicate hands clenched into fists. If one were to speak of who was the most well-known eye technique user in the entire Dragon Kingdom, Meng Hang would be second to none. Since Meng Hang killed Elder Kong in the capital, committing heinous crimes, all of his information had been investigated. Afterward, everyone knew that most of Meng Hang's powers came from his strange red eyes. So, when Hua Shua mentioned an eye technique user, Long Chinchio's first thought was Meng Hang. Realizing that the city lord had misunderstood, Hua Shua quickly waved his hands. No, city lord. Although this person was also an eye technique user, he had a pair of strange purple eyes. And he didn't use Meng Hang's most famous spatial abilities, but instead, a technique that reflected other people's attacks. Unfortunately, although this person is a fellow human, he was ruthless and heartless. His attacks didn't distinguish between friend or foe. They were direct wide-area attacks. After Hua Shua's description, Long Chinchio frowned deeply. I understand. You should go and heal your wounds. I'll go take a look. That is why she had appeared on the battlefield at this time. She stood in the void, looking at the two huge craters, reminiscent of an atomic bombing, and couldn't help but gasp. Just who are you? Long Chinchio muttered, gazing into the distance. The space twisted again, and Meng Hang returned to where Luo and Kong Weiguo were. Luo pouted, hands on her hips, looking at Meng Hang, appearing extremely adorable. Humph, young master, you went to eat without me again. Meng Hang affectionately patted her head, then said to Kong Weiguo, Elder Kong, are there any places where the demon race keeps the remains of demon kings and demon emperors? Of course there are. Kong Weiguo looked at him strangely, then continued. When the blue star changed drastically and spiritual energy recovered, it was an old dragon that led the demons to open the void rifts. The 4 demon emperors now are all considered its descendants. After that old beast passed away, the entire demon race built a demon emperor's tomb specifically for it. Over the years, it has become the holy land of the demon race. Why do you ask about this? I'm telling you, the demon emperor's tomb is located in the center of the demon realm. Humans have no way of entering. Kong Weiguo warned Meng Hang, afraid that he might get hot-headed and do something reckless again. Upon hearing this, Meng Hang's eyes lit up. He showed no signs of fear. Heh, it's nothing. I just want to go there and take a look. Let's go. Let's make that our next destination. Hey, young Ming, that is the demon realm. Even if you're strong, they could drown you with just their saliva. Kong Weiguo was alarmed by Meng Hang's eagerness and quickly advised against it. Hee, it's okay. It's okay. I have my ways. Meng Hang shook his head, unconcerned, and walked forward with his hands behind his back. While Meng Hang was heading towards the demon emperor's tomb, in a huge cave in the demon realm, lights burned brightly. 4 imposing figures sat at a large stone table. A message from the upper realms says that the ancestral star is about to undergo a major change, and they are asking us to launch a full-scale attack immediately. A man dressed in black robes, with dragon horns on his head, emanating a cold aura, spoke. Humph, they say it like it's easy. We've been in a stalemate with the humans for so many years. If we could annihilate them, we would have done it long ago. Why wait till now? The humans aren't just for show either. If we launch a large-scale attack, even if we win in the end, we will suffer heavy losses. Then what can we do? The 108 divine clans will eventually descend into this realm. In their eyes, we are just a group of domesticated livestock. When they see that we haven't done anything, they won't spare us. A figure, humanoid, but with dozens of arms growing on both sides of his body, spoke, stuffing food into his mouth with those hands. It's not like we don't have a chance. The golden-winged Pong King, the only one who had not yet spoken, had stars twinkling in his eyes, and said with narrowed eyes. His golden hair flowed down his back like a waterfall. His body was magnificent. Even just sitting there, he exuded an unnerving sense of oppression. Oh, Brother Pong, what do you mean? The other 3 demon kings, hearing this, looked at him with curiosity. My Pong bloodline is impure, but I am still a member of the Pong clan. As he said this, the golden-winged Pong King straightened his back. The other 3 demons showed expressions of envy when they heard this. So, I used a bloodline secret technique to hear some rumors from my clan. The reason why the 108 divine clans have been coveting the ancestral star for so long is because the ancestral star has the only opportunity for achieving sainthood. And this only opportunity will be during the ancestral star's second transformation, which is coming soon. The 108 divine clans' divine lords have been waiting for so long for this very opportunity. What? The other three demon kings stood up abruptly, staring at the golden-winged Pong King in disbelief. Chapter 234. Infiltrating the Demon Race. Brother Pong, is this true? The Rakshasa Dragon King, unable to contain his excitement, asked. Although it is not 100% certain, since this matter is being circulated within my clan, it is definitely not unfounded. So, what are you suggesting? The hearts of the other three demon kings pounded. They seemed to have guessed what the golden-winged Pong King meant. The golden-winged Pong King narrowed his eyes, as if he had made up his mind, saying, "That's right. This is our only chance. As long as we destroy the Dragon Kingdom and unify the ancestral star, when the world changes drastically, we will be the first to reap the benefits because we have the right timing, the right place, and the right people. When the 108 divine clans descend, we will once again be reduced to the lowest level of beasts. If we can grasp this once-in-10,000-year opportunity, maybe the chance to achieve sainthood will fall upon us. Hemph, by then. What 108 divine clans? They will all be our prisoners. Now, it depends on whether you three dare to take the risk with me." After saying that, the golden-winged Pong King looked at the other three demon kings, whose expressions varied. "Damn it, let's do it." The Titan Demon King, the most hot-tempered of them all, slammed his hand on the stone table, saying loudly, "It's a knife either way. We might as well take the risk. We can't just watch such a great opportunity fall into the hands of those bastards." The Rakshasa Dragon King, with his triangular eyes and sinister expression, smirked, saying, "In that case, it's decided." Then, the four demons looked at each other, a tacit smile appearing on their faces. In a couple of days, it will be the once-in-10 years 10,000 demons assembly. At that time, all the demons that can transform will go to pay homage to the remains of the Dragon Emperor. We can use this opportunity to spread the news of the impending full-scale attack on the humans. In the demon realm, there was no day and night. It was always dim, with the light of the moon falling like silver on the land. The outskirts of the demon realm were all inhabited by low-level beasts without intelligence. Here, the most primitive law of the jungle was still maintained. Of course, the demon race wasn't afraid of humans sneaking in. If a human entered the demon realm, their presence would be amplified infinitely. They could be sensed from hundreds of miles away. And in this environment, a half-human, half-demon figure stepped into the demon realm. His entire body was snow-white, covered in white scales, with a pair of dragon horns on his head. The most eye-catching thing was the huge tail behind him. This tail was actually a living white python, its slender tongue flicking out from time to time. When Meng Hang stepped into the demon realm, he frowned as the acrid smell of decay filled the air. Hearing footsteps, countless pairs of eerie green eyes suddenly appeared in the darkness, staring at Meng Hang. But seeing Meng Hang's half-human, half-demon appearance, they prostrated themselves out of respect and slowly retreated. In the demon realm, strength was revered. Meng Hang's half-human, half-demon look was something that only a Tier 5 or higher transforming beast could achieve. The low-level beasts that lived on the outskirts naturally didn't dare to provoke him. Meng Hang licked his lips with his slippery tongue, smiled proudly, and strode towards the interior of the demon realm. The hierarchy of beasts was strictly divided according to their strength. The deeper he went, the stronger the beasts became, and the higher their intelligence also grew. The further he went, the more Meng Hang noticed that the interior was not as desolate as the outskirts. He even saw some crudely built cities. Although the cities here were not as intricate as those built by humans, they did have an exotic charm. At that moment, he saw several figures in the city not far away, all flying towards the same direction. Meng Hang's eyes lit up, and he quickly rushed into the sky, stopping a plump figure. The one he stopped was a black-faced, short-haired, human-bodied boar demon with fan-like ears. His body was incredibly bulky, with a thick patch of black fur on his chest, and his mouth was filled with needle-like fangs. Meng Hang raised his eyebrows, feeling amused. He had encountered Brother Pig. Suppressing his laughter, Meng Hang bowed to him, asking openly, "Brother, may I ask, how do I get to the Demon Emperor's tomb?" The boar demon, furious at having his path blocked, was about to curse, but seeing the pair of dragon horns on Meng Hang's head, he felt a chill in his heart. Although both were transforming beasts, it was clear that Meng Hang was a member of the dragon clan, which was naturally stronger than low-level beasts. So, he immediately became extremely obsequious. Ha ha ha, I suppose you're also going to attend the 10,000 Demons Assembly. That's great, that's great. I'm also heading to the Demon Emperor's tomb. We can travel together. Meng Hang asked curiously, the 10,000 Demons Assembly? What is that? The bored demon frowned, looking at Meng Hang suspiciously. You're a member of the demon race. It's one thing if you don't know about the Demon Emperor's tomb, but you don't even know about the 10,000 Demons Assembly? Meng Hang chuckled, saying, Brother, you don't know. I was just a mindless dragon a while ago. By chance, I consumed a spiritual herb, and my strength increased dramatically, and I gained sentience. So, before, I was ignorant and didn't know anything about the higher levels of the demon realm. Hearing that there was a spiritual herb that could make a demon's strength increase dramatically, the bored demon's eyes immediately filled with greed, and saliva dripped from his mouth. Is there really such a herb? Take me to see it. As he said this, the bored demon grabbed Meng Hang, wanting to leave. Meng Hang quickly waved his hands, saying, That kind of herb is rare. How could you find another one? Besides, weren't you saying that you had to attend the 10,000 Demons Assembly? We need to hurry. Hearing Meng Hang say this, the bored demon smacked his forehead. Little brother, don't take offense. I lose my mind whenever I hear about food, and just act rashly. Right? My name is Zhu. I transformed earlier than you, so you can call me Big Brother Zhu. Right? What's your name, little brother? Meng Hang was stunned. He really hadn't thought of a name yet. Looking at his white scales, he unconsciously thought of Kabuto Yakushi. But then Meng Hang shook his head. He didn't really like Kabuto. By comparison, he still preferred Orochimaru. Thinking this, his lips curled up, and he bowed to Zhu, saying, I'm Orochimaru. Nice to meet you, Big Brother Zhu. Ha ha ha, good good good. Zhu was very pleased. He hadn't expected to have a dragon as his subordinate as soon as he stepped outside. Since it's your first time here, today, I'll take you to see what the 10,000 Demons Assembly is all about. With that, they turned into two streaks of light and flew towards the Demon Emperor's tomb. Chapter 235, The 10,000 Demons Assembly. The closer they got to the center of the demon realm, the denser the buildings became. But as they finally reached the heart of the demon realm, the buildings disappeared, replaced by a vast, empty space stretching as far as the eye could see. Meng Hang gasped when he saw the open ground below. There, coiled in the middle of the space, was a massive dragon, its body spanning thousands of meters. Its scales shimmered with a chilling light. The aura emanating from it made even Meng Hang feel a tremor of fear. If it weren't for the fact that the dragon's eyes were tightly shut and that no hint of life was present, Meng Hang would have thought it was alive and just sleeping. Brother Zhu, is that the legendary Dragon Emperor? It's been dead for so many years, and yet the body hasn't decomposed? Zhu, seeing Meng Hang's shocked expression, said proudly, the Dragon Emperor was the greatest demon emperor of the demon race. His physical body was immensely powerful. Even after his death, his body is indestructible and incorruptible. Indestructible and incorruptible, that's good. If it was just a pile of bones, that would be a true waste. Meng Hang raised his eyebrows, muttering excitedly to himself. Waste? What do you mean? Nothing. I meant that the Dragon Emperor is truly a model for all of us. I wonder when I can reach his level, with an indestructible and incorruptible body. Meng Hang smiled sheepishly, quickly explaining. Ha ha ha, my brother, you're extraordinarily talented. I believe you will soar into the sky in the future. Who knows, maybe you'll shine in the war against the humans too. Don't forget me then, brother. Zhu showered Meng Hang with flattery. The Demon Emperor's tomb was already crowded with transforming beasts. When Meng Hang landed, he took a look around, marveling at the scene. It truly was a gathering of demons. Although these demons were imitating humans by wearing clothes and putting on human-like airs, around 90% of the beasts in the field still retained parts of their original animal forms. Meng Hang even saw a scantily clad demon with a voluptuous figure, her breasts seemingly about to spill out of her clothes. But when Meng Hang looked higher, his expression froze. She had a fox face covered in white fur. Meng Hang felt disgusted and got goosebumps, but Zhu beside him had wide eyes, and his breathing had quickened with excitement. Brother, wait here for a bit. I need to take care of something. With that, He walked straight towards the female fox demon. Meng Hang didn't stop him. After glancing around, he came to a secluded spot, clapped his hands, and said softly, "Would release. Would clone technique?" Instantly, a clone identical to Meng Hang appeared in front of him. The original and the clone exchanged a smile. The original then blended into the crowd, and the clone returned to the spot it had been previously. When Meng Hang returned, he saw Zhu Er walking back with a disgruntled expression. It was clear he had failed to win over the fox spirit. Nothing special about her. She actually looks down on me. Zhu Er returned to Meng Hang, muttering to himself indignantly. Meng Hang was just about to offer a few words of consolation when he suddenly raised his eyebrows and looked toward the front. The previously noisy crowd had also grown quiet and were looking towards the front. On the high platform in front, four towering figures appeared. They were none other than the four most powerful demon emperors of the demon race. Meng Hang raised his eyebrows, asking Zhu Er beside him, "Are those the four demon emperors of our demon realm?" Zhu Er puffed out his chest excitedly, saying with pride, "Of course! These four are the four pillars of our demon realm. See the one with the golden hair? That's the renowned golden-winged Pang King. And the one with dozens of arms? That's the thousand-legged Centipede King. The other two beside him are the Titan Demon King and the Rakshasa Dragon King. Oh, they look like nothing special. Are they really as powerful as they say?" Meng Hang looked at the four demon emperors, seeming unimpressed by their appearances. Hearing this, Zhu Er turned pale with fright and quickly covered Meng Hang's mouth, whispering, "My little ancestor, how can you say something like that? These four are all Tier 7 Demon Kings, equivalent to the human Emperor realm. If they hear you, they'll tear your dragon tendons out." I understand. I was just speaking recklessly." Meng Hang pulled Zhu Er's greasy hand away, saying that he was reckless, but his face showed no fear. The four demon emperors exchanged a glance. The golden-winged Pang King with his waterfall of golden hair stepped forward and looked at the dense crowd of transforming beasts below, nodding in satisfaction. "Today is the once in 10 years 10,000 demons assembly. Here, I have 2 matters concerning our clan to announce." Hearing that it was something concerning the clan, the crowd instantly erupted into a clamor. The golden-winged Pang King pressed his hands down, signaling for the demons to be quiet, before continuing. "Our demon race has been in a stalemate with the human race for several hundred years. It is time we settle this. So, the first thing is, we 4 demon emperors have agreed to launch a full-scale attack on the humans. The fertile land of the Dragon Kingdom will be ours, and those humans will become livestock that we breed. Think about it. If we defeat them, that incredibly delicious human flesh and blood will be ours for the taking." The golden-winged Pang King's words made all the beasts below shake with excitement. Thinking of the sweet taste of human flesh and blood, saliva dripped from their mouths. Beasts were naturally fond of killing. Not only did they not resist the idea of a full-scale war, they instead showed an expression of anticipation. Zhu Er wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth with his arm, saying excitedly, "Brother, human flesh and blood are great stuff. Especially the tender and delicate flesh of young girls. Those soft and boneless arms, once you taste them, you'll never forget it. If we can really break into the human hinterlands this time, it will be like living in paradise." Meng Hang didn't find Zhu Er's words repulsive. Instead, he savored the words and licked his lips with his long, slender tongue, saying, "Human blood is indeed delicious." Zhu Er's eyes lit up, as if he had found a kindred spirit. He excitedly grabbed Meng Hang's hand with his huge, coarse hand and said, "I didn't think you were also a connoisseur of food. I wonder, do you like to eat it raw, steamed, or fried?" Seeing that the emotions of the demons had been stirred, the golden-winged Pang King curled his lips and continued, "If the first thing is still far away, then the second thing is closely related to everyone present." Hearing this, the demons looked at him again with anticipation. Chapter 236, Dragon Saliva. If the first matter was already so explosive, then the second matter was definitely extraordinary. The second thing is that we will choose a 5th demon emperor among you. After all, the great war with the humans is about to begin. Having another top-tier force will increase our chances of winning. Hearing this, the entire place exploded. A 5th demon emperor is going to be chosen among us? Heavens, ever since the old dragon emperor passed away, our demon race has been ruled by these 4 demon emperors. We have never heard of a 5th demon emperor. This 5th demon emperor, I will be it. One demon beast said eagerly. Hee, I'm a tier 6, and I haven't said anything yet. With just your tier 5 newly transformed body, you want to be a demon emperor. That's not right. The demon emperor is the representative of the demon realm's top strength. The 4 demon emperors above us, which of them didn't get their title through their strength? When has it been that a demon emperor was chosen? A monkey-like demon with a pointed mouth and thin cheek spoke. Besides, even if we choose a demon emperor among us, just the title without the actual strength, how much power can that demon emperor exert in the human-demon war? They'd just be slapped to death by one of the 4 city lords. Hearing this, the excited expressions of the beasts froze. No one dared to shout that they wanted to be a demon emperor anymore. It was as the monkey demon had said. Having just the status without the comparable strength was as good as being a live target on the battlefield. Seeing that the scene had become silent, the golden-winged Peng King, as if he had expected this, smiled slightly, unfazed. Don't worry, since the 4 of us have decided to choose a demon emperor from among you, we will certainly have a way for that demon emperor to gain the strength that matches their title. You have all cultivated to the point of transforming. You have heard of dragon saliva, haven't you? The one who is chosen will receive a drop of dragon saliva. Damn, dragon saliva. With a whoosh, the entire place was like a pot of boiling water, directly erupting. I didn't expect that the 4 demon emperors would be so generous this time. They've actually brought out the dragon saliva. With that, advancing to a tier 7 demon emperor is no longer a dream. Some demon beasts said excitedly, their eyes turning bloodshot with the immense surprise. Meng Hang, seeing that all the beasts present were like they had taken an energizer, quickly asked Zhu Er beside him, Brother Zhu, what is dragon saliva? At this moment, Zhu Er's face was flushed with excitement, like a cooked pig. I say, brother, you are a bit too ignorant. That is dragon saliva. How have you not heard of its great name? If I knew about it, would I ask you? Meng Hang couldn't stand his slowness and rolled his eyes at him. Zhu Er didn't mind, smiling and saying, Hee, dragon saliva is a liquid that was spat out by the old dragon emperor from his mouth, with all of his essence, when his life was about to end. Damn, that's disgusting. So it's just his spit. You guys are so excited about a glob of phlegm. Don't you have any dignity? Upon hearing that it was the saliva of the old eel, Meng Hang's face showed disgust. What? What are you talking about? Zhu Er, when faced with Meng Hang's ridicule, immediately flared up. What do you know? This dragon saliva was created by the old dragon emperor using his entire essence. The energy within it can allow a transforming beast to directly break through to the tier 7 demon king level. Do you see the Rakshasa dragon king on the platform? He was just a tier 6 beast at the time and was far behind the power of a tier 7 demon emperor. But who could blame him for having a good destiny? He was related to the old dragon emperor, so the old dragon emperor directly gave him a drop of the saliva before he died. And it is because of that one drop of dragon saliva that the Rakshasa Dragon King became the tier 7 demon emperor that all demons admire. I'm telling you, when the news spread out, I don't know how many beasts it made jealous. Hearing Zhu Er's explanation, Meng Hang could no longer remain calm. Like the other beasts, he was shaking with excitement. There's actually such a good thing in the world. I came here for this old eel's body, but I didn't expect such a twist of fate. Meng Hang licked his dry lips, his heart full of anticipation. If he didn't know where the dragon saliva was, he would have directly taken action to steal it. But that doesn't sound right. Just when Meng Hang was planning his next step, Zhu Er revealed a pensive expression. What's not right? Legend says that the old dragon emperor only created one drop of dragon saliva. So where did this one come from? Zhu Er stroked his chin, looking confused. Of course, not only was he confused, but all the demons who had calmed down also had the same question. At this time, the Rakshasa Dragon King, who had been silent until now, finally spoke. I suppose everyone is curious. The only drop of dragon saliva has been ingested by me. So where is there another drop of dragon saliva? You have all underestimated the old dragon emperor. Although the old dragon emperor has been dead for hundreds of years, its body has not decomposed, and it still contains immense spiritual power. After so many years of accumulation, all the spiritual power within it has come out and slowly condensed into another drop of dragon saliva. Heaven is blessing our demon race. This drop of dragon saliva will be produced today. The demons were enlightened, and they became even more eager to try. This once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to achieve greatness was right before them. How could they not be excited? Okay, the selection process is divided into 2 stages. Next is the first stage. As if he had not seen the excited reactions of the demons below, the Rakshasa Dragon King directly announced the beginning of the selection process. The eyes of the demons lit up as they speculated what kind of selection it would be. Without giving them much time to guess, the Rakshasa Dragon King finished speaking, and the remaining 3 demon emperors stepped forward at the same time. At the same time, the 4 demon emperors released their full aura, without giving the demons below any time to react. The aura spread through the field. In an instant, the faces of the beasts, who had been excited, changed drastically. Their faces twisted, and they gnashed their teeth, using all their strength to resist the pressure that the 4 demon emperors had released at the same time. Although they were using all of their might, how could they resist the aura of 4 Tier 7 demon kings so easily? The demons only felt that the gravity here had suddenly increased countless times, suppressing their bodies and keeping them from standing straight. It also felt like an invisible hand had grabbed their throats, making it hard for them to breathe. The pressure was like a wave, each wave more powerful than the last. Soon, some demons couldn't resist, directly collapsing to the ground. As if on cue, the dense crowd of demons fell like harvested crops, large patches of them collapsing to the ground. Chapter 237, The Second Trial. Meng Hang picked at his nose while pretending to bend over in a show of struggle. At this moment, not only was he not forced to the ground by the immense pressure, but he also felt like laughing. Just kidding, he thought. He was in sage mode. How could he be knocked down by mere pressure? Of course, the one who hadn't fallen was Meng Hang's wood clone. His main body had long since acted like he couldn't take it anymore and had collapsed, pretending to be overwhelmed by the pressure. Soon, most of the demons were lying on the ground, unable to move. Only 5 beasts were still struggling. Seeing this, the 4 demon emperors nodded with satisfaction and retracted their auras. All the demons, now sprawled on the ground, immediately felt a sense of relief, as if a mountain had been lifted from their backs. Zhu Er, whose face had turned red from the pressure, sat on the ground, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Brother Snake, don't be discouraged. After all, it was the pressure from all 4 demon emperors. Being forced to the ground is nothing to be ashamed of. Zhu Er consoled Meng Hang while turning his enormous boar head toward him. But when he saw that almost everyone else was sitting, while Meng Hang was standing there wiping sweat from his head, he was immediately stunned. Hey, how did you stand up so quickly? Brother, you're just too proud. What's the point of standing up now? Zhu Er had been so focused on trying to resist the pressure that he hadn't noticed if Meng Hang had also been forced to the ground. Now that he saw Meng Hang standing, he naturally assumed that he had just gotten up. Hee, very good. It seems that 5 of you were able to withstand our combined pressure, which is more than we expected. The golden-winged Pong King chuckled, appearing very satisfied with the outcome. What? Is the first round over just like that? The demon beasts, whose legs were still weak and who had not yet recovered, looked at the stage with bewildered faces, unable to believe that they had been eliminated so easily. In reality, the 4 demon emperors' method was both fair and efficient. After all, there were so many beasts in the field. It wasn't like they could act like humans and hold a grand competition, then have all the demons draw lots and fight one-on-one. They would have to continue until the end of time. The demons always simplified things and did not like causing trouble. This wave of pressure was a very practical method, but not all the demons thought so. That's not fair. It's a cheat. Absolutely a cheat. I wasn't even ready, and you launched a surprise attack. You must have all colluded in secret. I knew it. How could you be so generous to give a treasure like dragon saliva to one of us? You must have already decided on your winner. A honey badger-like beast stood up angrily, shouting at the golden-winged Pong King and the other demon emperors. The demons around him gasped, staring at the honey badger with expressions as if they were looking at a madman. It had to be said that the honey badger's title, the badger with no fear, was not just a name. No matter who you were, even the 4 demon emperors, if you provoked it, it would curse you just the same. No one knew how a honey badger with this personality had managed to survive until now. The golden-winged Pong King narrowed his eyes as he looked at the honey badger below, his towering body flickering slightly. Just when the demons thought they had imagined it, they saw that the golden-winged Pong King was holding a head in his hand. Upon closer inspection, it was the head of the very honey badger that had been shouting just a moment ago. Hiss! The demons gasped. The other beasts who were about to agree with him immediately shut their mouths tightly, secretly glad that they hadn't spoken. The golden-winged Pong King's clothes flapped in the wind as he held the bloody head. The smile had disappeared from his lips, replaced by a cold, killing intent. It seems I was too kind to you. You have forgotten what place this is and who I am. The demons' faces showed fear as they became silent. No one dared to speak anymore. All right, don't let a small interlude spoil today's fun. Seeing the oppressive atmosphere, the thousand-legged centipede king smiled, trying to smooth things over. Okay, those 5 who are still standing, come forward. It's time for the next round of the trial. Hearing the thousand-legged centipede king say this, Meng Hang began to walk forward. Brother Snake, are you crazy? The centipede king was talking about the 5 who stood until the end. Why are you going? When Zhu saw Meng Hang also walking forward, his face changed drastically, and he quickly grabbed him. Meng Hang smiled and patted Zhu's shoulder, saying, Brother Zhu, count how many are walking towards the stage. Zhu was stunned. He subconsciously counted the figures walking towards the platform. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hey, weren't there supposed to be 5? Where's the 5th one? Meng Hang smiled, shook off Zhu's hand, and walked straight ahead. Zhu widened his eyes, staring at Meng Hang's back in disbelief. He had never imagined that this little demon beast, who had just transformed, was one of the 5 who had made it to the end. At the same time, on the other side of the demon beast crowd, a demon beast stared blankly at Meng Hang's back as he walked towards the stage, and then looked at Meng Hang, who was half human, half snake, standing beside him. Brothers, what's going on here? The main Meng Hang sighed, looked up at the sky, and said with some loneliness, he is my twin brother. Unfortunately, since childhood he has been gifted and his strength far surpasses mine. The demon beast patted Meng Hang's shoulder, full of emotion. Brother, say no more. I understand. The 5 demon beasts stood on the platform. Apart from Meng Hang, there was also a giant humanoid lion, a mantis beast with a completely green body and scythe-like hands, a poisonous scorpion beast with a deep purple armor covering its entire body, and a poison hook that was raised high behind it with a ghostly green light. The last one was a woman dressed in a jade green robe, who looked no different from a human. Okay, the rules for the second round are still very simple. It's a 5-way free-for-all fight. Whoever wins the final fight will get the dragon saliva, and also be the 5th demon emperor. Hearing this, all 5 demons showed excitement. At the same time, they looked at each other. All their eyes showed a strong killing intent. The dragon saliva was a matter of their future, a treasure that they were all determined to obtain. So, in the eyes of these 5 demons, the other 4 were obstacles on their path that had to be eliminated. The demon emperor's tomb was huge. Although the dragon emperor's corpse occupied 80% of it, the remaining space was still enough for the 5 demons to fight. Even if they simultaneously showed their true forms, there would still be more than enough space. Chapter 238, Melee. Okay, let the battle begin. After the Rakshasa Dragon King finished speaking, the 4 demon emperors retreated, giving the 5 demons enough space to fight. Instantly, the killing intent in the field surged. It may have been a coincidence, but the poisonous scorpion and the mantis moved simultaneously and attacked the Lion King who was trapped between them. The mantis beast, with its scythe-like hands, rushed toward the Lion King at high speed. The 2 scythes turned into afterimages, creating a sonic boom as they slashed at the Lion King. The poisonous scorpion wasn't willing to be outdone. Its ghostly green scorpion tail also pierced toward the Lion King. There was no doubt that the scorpion's tail was covered in poison. Just a touch would cause the skin to rot and instantly lead to death. Seeing that he was being attacked by 2 demons, a cold glint flashed in the Lion King's eyes. Oh, whoa. With a deafening roar, the Lion King, fighting 2 against 1, did not panic at all. The muscles all over his body began to bulge. He raised one arm, wanting to use the strength of his physical body to block the 2 sharp scythes of the mantis beast. At the same time, he was still wary of the poisonous scorpion's attack. He didn't try to block it with his hand. Instead, he opened his fan-like palm and directly grabbed the poisonous scorpion's tail. The next moment, with a clang sound, the mantis beast's indestructible scythes hit the Lion King's arm, creating a metallic sound. It didn't even break the skin. Although the Lion King, with his bulging muscles, looked cumbersome, his other hand was as quick as someone who had been single for decades. It was incredibly fast. He was able to grab the incoming scorpion tail from the countless green flashes of light. Seeing that his attack was ineffective, the fully green mantis beast narrowed its eyes and retreated rapidly. Humph! With a cold snort, the Lion King would not let it retreat so easily. The left hand gripping the scorpion's tail tightened, and he swung the poisonous scorpion around in midair before slamming it directly at the mantis with lightning speed. The mantis beast was able to withstand the aura of the 4 demon emperors, so it wasn't to be underestimated. Although it could not beat the Lion King in terms of strength, its speed was frighteningly fast. It instantly turned into a green light and retreated, easily dodging the poisonous scorpion that was being slammed toward it. Having missed the target, the poisonous scorpion was unable to control its body. It wasn't slammed at the mantis, but was slammed by the Lion King directly into the ground. Boom! With a loud noise, the field filled with dust. The ground beneath the poisonous scorpion had a huge crater in it. The poisonous scorpion, having suffered a loss at the first move, had an ugly look on its face. Its entire body was covered with a tough exoskeleton. Although this attack had not caused any substantial damage, being humiliated in front of so many demons still made it very angry. The poisonous scorpion exerted force, trying to break free of the Lion King's grip. But the Lion King did not want to let it go so easily. He held on tightly, not letting go, while also trying to repeat his previous attack, wanting to swing the poisonous scorpion into the ground again. But the poisonous scorpion, having suffered the loss once, wouldn't suffer the same thing twice. Its tail quickly lengthened from the part that the Lion King was holding. Then the tip of the tail turned sharply, piercing towards the Lion King's arm. The Lion King raised his eyebrows, not daring to take the attack head-on. He let go, and with a flash, he dodged the attack. The 3 beasts stopped, carefully sizing up each other. They no longer rushed to attack. While the mantis and the poisonous scorpion attacked the Lion King at the same time, the woman in the green robe also launched an attack on Meng Hang. She stood still, her long hair dancing. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a dense number of willow branches, binding towards Meng Hang. This woman was a plant spirit, her true form a willow tree. At this time, Meng Hang was in demon beast form. Before he obtained the dragon saliva and the dragon emperor's corpse, he did not want to reveal too much. After all, if the 4 demon emperors attacked him at the same time, even he would have to run. So at this time, he could only use some demon-like methods, but luckily he had many moves like that while in sage mode. Seeing the dense willow branches rushing towards him, Meng Hang's face didn't change. He extended his right hand and directly transformed it into countless poisonous snakes, intertwining with the willow branches. The willow branches and the poisonous snakes intertwined, biting and tearing at each other. For a moment, neither seemed to have an advantage. At this moment, Meng Hang's neck suddenly stretched, transforming into a white-scaled serpent, opening its bloody mouth and biting towards the woman. The woman's mouth revealed a cold smile. Such a simple attack, in her opinion, was too ordinary, and she didn't think it would cause much damage to her. Even if Meng Hang's teeth were poisoned, like the poisonous scorpion's tail, she would still be wary. Meng Hang's slender neck turned into an afterimage, arriving in front of the woman in the blink of an eye. When the distance between the two was only less than a meter, the woman finally moved. Her right hand turned into a willow branch as thick as an arm. It directly wrapped around Meng Hang's slender neck, immobilizing him. At this moment, Meng Hang was like a mad dog chained by a leash. No matter how much he struggled, he could not reach the woman who was within his reach. Zhu Er, who had recovered from his shock, began cheering for Meng Hang. His face was filled with unconcealable surprise. His expression was even more vivid than that of a female demon beast being offered to him. If Meng Hang won the competition and became the 5th demon emperor, then he would be the demon emperor's brother. Then he could just walk sideways in the demon realm. However, the excitement on his face didn't last long before he saw Meng Hang being tied up like a dog by the neck, unable to move. Zhu Er smacked his forehead hard, muttering with some heartache, "Brother Snake, that was not good. How did you lose in the first round?" Hehehe. The green-robed woman giggled, and even teased Meng Hang, who was struggling desperately. "Little Snake, is that all you got? I was hoping to play with you longer, little Snake." After saying that, her left hand also turned into a willow branch, directly piercing through Meng Hang's head. Meng Hang, who was still struggling, trembled. His frantic eyes slowly dimmed, then he became completely still. "Who?" The demon beasts below cheered, their eyes filled with excitement as they cheered for the woman in green. In the demon realm, where the strong preyed on the weak, losing meant death. Everyone only cheered for the victor. No one would grieve for the loser. Zhu Er sighed and muttered, "It's a pity about that spiritual herb, brother snake. Next time, recognize your own abilities and don't overreach." Just when the cheers did not stop, the serpent's head that had stopped breathing suddenly opened its bloody mouth. The green-robed woman was startled and quickly retreated. But it was too late. The snake's mouth opened wide to an exaggerated extent, and Meng Hang, covered in a disgusting, sticky liquid, crawled out from it. Chapter 239, Sage Art, White Outburst Technique. Meng Hang, having crawled out from the serpent's belly, looked as if he had returned from hell. His expression was grim as he held a long blade in his hand. Holy crap, what kind of move was that? Zhu Er, who was mourning the death of the old snake, immediately widened his eyes, staring at Meng Hang in disbelief. The other demons were also shocked. They had all been intimidated by Meng Hang's actions. Even the 4 demon kings, who had been standing in the distance with calm expressions, couldn't help but raise their eyebrows. This move is a bit like molting. The golden-winged Pong King said with some surprise, then turned his head to look at the Rakshasa Dragon King, who was also surprised. Speaking of which, molting is your Dragon Clan's specialty. You wouldn't know this trick too, would you? Hearing this, the Rakshasa Dragon King's lips twitched. He replied without hesitation, "I don't." The green-robed woman's face also changed drastically when she saw Meng Hang's sudden move, and her body quickly retreated. How could Meng Hang give her a chance? With a sinister smile, he took a step forward, arriving in front of her at an imperceptible speed. He swung the blade and sliced off her head. The green-robed woman's head bounced twice on the ground before coming to a stop. Her beautiful eyes were wide open. Even in death, she couldn't believe that she would be killed so easily. The reversal on the stage caused the demons below to be stunned for a moment before erupting into earth-shattering cheers. "Brother Snake, I knew you could do it. Big Brother has faith in you." Zhu Er's face flushed with excitement, and he shouted enthusiastically from below. The 3 beasts that were still facing each other were all wary of Meng Hang. "Let's put aside our fight for a while and take care of him first." The Lion King's eyes narrowed as he said to the other 2 demons, "Okay." The Mantis Beast and the Poisonous Scorpion replied in unison. Then the Mantis Beast, which had been in a human form, suddenly exploded with a powerful aura. Waves of air rippled outward, causing the sand and dust to fly. When it stepped out of the dust cloud, it had turned into a giant mantis, about 2 meters long, with a completely green body. Its 2 forelegs were slightly bent, and the chilling aura they emanated made the demon's skin prickle. The Lion King glanced at the mantis warily. If the mantis had used its true form to attack him earlier, the Lion King wouldn't have been able to block it head-on with his body as he had just done. The 3 demon beasts no longer wasted words. They turned into 3 afterimages, each taking one of 3 directions, before rushing towards Meng Hang in the middle. Hehehe. Weak wild dogs can only find safety when they are together. Meng Hang licked his tongue excitedly, letting out a strange laugh. The next moment, the snake-like tail behind him directly transformed from 1 into 3, and instantly grew larger, each rushing toward the 3 demons in 3 different directions. The 3 demons were not afraid when the giant snakes charged toward them. The Lion King's right hand instantly grew larger and grabbed the serpent's head as if he was picking up a chicken. With immense force, the snake's head was crushed into a pulp. The poisonous scorpion also didn't hesitate. The venomous hook behind him turned into an afterimage, piercing through the snake's scales with ease and entering its forehead. With the terrifying poison, the snake began to dissolve like mud. That was not all. The poison quickly spread along the snake's body toward Meng Hang, corroding everything it touched. Meng Hang did not say a word. He simply raised his blade and, without even blinking an eye, directly severed the tail at the root. The severed snake body twitched on the ground, then turned into a puddle of thick liquid, corroding a huge hole in the ground. It was still emitting a pungent smoke. The giant mantis was even more decisive. With just a swing of its foreleg, the snake's head was easily cut off as if it were foam. Sigh, 3 against 1 is still too difficult. A demon beast below shook its head helplessly and said, "Yeah, it can only be said that he was too impulsive. Using his trump card so quickly caused the other 3 demons to be wary. If he had been able to hide his abilities, and then use that move at the very end to surprise everyone, he might have been able to win. It's too late to say anything now. We can only see if he has any other means left." Even though all 3 of his tails were severed, Meng Hang's face didn't change at all. The next moment, Blood and flesh rolled from the severed ends, and 3 fully intact giant snakes appeared before the demons once more. What a strong recovery ability! All the demons silently clicked their tongues in awe. Unfortunately, strong recovery alone was not enough. No matter how strong the recovery, without strong attack power, he could only become a live target for the 3 demon beasts in the end. Kid, stop struggling, just die. The mantis, having transformed into its true form, spoke in a human voice. At the same time, its forelegs, like scythes, flashed and created countless light and shadow as it charged towards Meng Hang. Meng Hang grinned, clapped his hands, and a layer of shadow appeared on his cornea. Sage art. White outburst technique. As soon as he finished speaking, the demons saw a black energy sphere with a coiled dragon being spat out from Meng Hang's mouth. As the black energy sphere appeared, the entire area made an ear-piercing screech, causing the air to vibrate at a high frequency and creating a blinding white light. The 3 beasts, who were charging toward Meng Hang, felt as if their bones were being crushed, causing them excruciating pain. They instantly stopped and covered their ears with their hands, mobilizing their energy to try to resist the force. Unfortunately, the sound waves seemed to be omnipresent, crushing their bodies at every moment. The pain, like a wave, rose higher and higher. If they were not demon beasts with their strong bodies, that vibration alone would have caused them serious injuries. The 3 beasts desperately covered their ears, forcing their eyes open, trying to find Meng Hang's location. But all they could see was a blinding white light. There was no way to see Meng Hang's figure. The demons below also quickly covered their eyes with their hands, looking at the stage with some surprise. Damn, what kind of move is this? Damn, it's blinding my eyes. How can I see anything? Are there any brothers who aren't afraid of bright light? See what's going on in there. The 4 demon emperors stood in the distance, their eyes narrowed as they watched the scene. It was as if the light had no effect on them. The 1,000-legged centipede king, with his dozens of arms crossed in front of his chest, watched Meng Hang with interest and said to the Rakshasa Dragon King, "When did such a talented young dragon emerge in our demon realm? And he's also of the dragon lineage. Could it be that this kid is a junior you raised in secret, Brother Rakshasa? Are you trying to learn from the old dragon emperor and use this opportunity to give the dragon saliva to a relative of your own?" Chapter 240, The 5th Demon Emperor. Hearing the 1,000-legged centipede king's words, the remaining 2 demon emperors instantly narrowed their eyes. The centipede king's words awakened them from their stupor, and now it was all so clear. If this kid was really a descendant of the Rakshasa Dragon King, and he obtained the dragon saliva to become the 5th demon emperor, then wouldn't the Rakshasa Dragon King become dominant? If the Blue Star really did undergo a major change, who would be able to compete with the Rakshasa Dragon King? Seeing the eyes of the 4 demon emperors, the Rakshasa Dragon King instantly understood what they were thinking and snorted coldly. "Centipede King, stop trying to sow discord here. My true form is a true dragon, but this kid is just a dragon. We are not even distantly related to each other. I, with my noble dragon lineage, have no need to claim kinship with a mere transformed dragon." Hearing his words, the other 4 demon emperors looked at the Rakshasa Dragon King with some suspicion, but didn't say anything more. They all knew that the Rakshasa Dragon King always took pride in his true dragon lineage, and he would not lie about such a thing. Among the group, the golden-winged Peng King understood the Rakshasa Dragon King's feelings the most. If someone were to say that he was blood-related to a sparrow, he would have crushed that person's head. How could he, with his noble Peng bloodline, allow anyone to insult him in that manner? Although the ear-piercing vibrations and blinding light made it impossible for the 3 demons to locate Meng Hang, with the thin membrane over his eyes, was like a fish in water in the white light. Meng Hang took a step forward, walking as if he were taking a leisurely stroll. He first appeared before the mantis beast. With a flash of the blade in his hand, the mantis didn't even have time to let out a scream before falling straight to the ground. Then, he arrived in front of the poisonous scorpion, and, seeing that it was still struggling to resist the white outburst technique, Meng Hang grinned sinisterly. Without wasting any words, he directly pierced the poisonous scorpion's eye with his blade, reaching its brain. Then he cruelly stirred the blade around before pulling it out. Ah! With a shrill scream, the poisonous scorpion was both shocked and terrified. In this environment, Meng Hang was like a ghost. It hadn't even seen when Meng Hang had approached it. "I'll take you down with me." Feeling the pain as if his brain was exploding, The poisonous scorpion knew that his life was coming to an end. So, it recklessly stabbed around with its venomous hook, trying to hit Meng Hang and take him down with him. But how could it know that after doing all of this, Meng Hang didn't even turn his head around and headed towards the next target? Just when Meng Hang arrived in front of the Lion King, the poisonous scorpion fell to the ground without a sound. At this moment, the Lion King had no idea what was happening. He was using his energy to block his ears while wildly flailing his claws around. Meng Hang raised his eyebrows, thinking that this lion had some brain after all. He swung his blade, likewise at the lion's neck. Clang! Unlike what Meng Hang had expected, the lion's head did not fall. The blade hit his neck as if it were hitting a steel pillar, and it did not even cause the slightest bit of damage. Oh, whoa! With an angry roar, cold sweat poured down the Lion King's body. If his skin had not been so tough, he would have been killed by this little white eel. Knowing that he would only be beaten if he continued like this, the Lion King's body grew as if it had been hit by a gust of wind. In the blink of an eye, he had become a majestic lion, tens of meters tall, with a completely golden body. The Lion King raised his giant paws, as large as small hills, and slammed them toward the spot where Meng Hang was. With a loud bang, the earth shook, and a huge paw print appeared on the ground. Meng Hang, having dodged this attack, knew that the white outburst technique was useless. So, he canceled the technique and looked up at the enormous Lion King. The white light dissipated. The demons below could now see the scene on the stage. When they saw the headless corpses of the mantis and the poisonous scorpion, they couldn't help but gasp. From the time the white light appeared to the time it disappeared, only a few seconds had passed, and he had already killed 2 of them? Good heavens, what is my newly acquired brother? He fought 3 demons on his own and killed 2 in an instant. His terrifying strength is not what a newly transformed demon beast should have. Zhu Er wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. The joy on his face had been replaced by terror. Even if he was foolish, he now knew that Meng Hang had been pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Little eel, show your true form, and let's have a good fight. The Lion King, looking down at the ant-like Meng Hang, said in a booming voice. Hee, if I transform into my true form, I'm afraid I'll scare you to death. Meng Hang grinned and sneered. You're seeking death. The Lion King's eyes flashed with golden light, as if 2 balls of fire were burning within them. Opening his bloody mouth, a huge flame appeared out of thin air. It carried an intense heat and shot toward Meng Hang on the ground. Himph! 8 inner gates formation, 6th gate, view gate, open. With a cold snort, a pale blue flame-like energy appeared on Meng Hang's body. At this time, Meng Hang, with Hashirama cells and Sage Mode, had more than enough strength to use the 8 inner gates formation. Even if he were to force open the 8th gate, the gate of death, he wouldn't be as pitiful as Might Guy. But for dealing with a mere tier 6 demon beast, the 6th gate was already enough. With a flash, Meng Hang teleported 100 meters away, easily dodging the fireball from the Lion King. The fireball hit the ground, creating a crater, several dozen meters in diameter. Even the rocks were melted by the heat. Meng Hang's legs slightly bent, and the immense power caused the ground to crack. His figure, like a cannonball, shot straight into the sky. His body rubbed against the air, creating a series of sonic booms. In the blink of an eye, Meng Hang arrived in front of the Lion King's huge head. Before the Lion King could react, Meng Hang pushed off against the air, as if stepping on an invisible air wall. He arrived right in front of the Lion King, then kicked out. Compared to the massive Lion King, who was tens of meters tall, Meng Hang looked like a tiny, almost invisible ant. And when that foot landed on the Lion King's head, the Lion King felt an excruciating pain in the spot that was hit. The next moment, while the demons below were still processing what was happening, the lion's enormous head exploded. Wham! Wham! Blood poured out from where the lion's head had been, becoming a downpour from the sky. Meng Hang stood in the void, his whole body stained red with blood. He didn't care, though. He raised his head, like he was drinking fine wine, and opened his mouth wide to savor the falling blood. At this moment, the demons below were completely silent, dumbly staring at Meng Hang in the sky, his whole body covered in blood, like a demon god. Meng Hang's powerful and bloodthirsty image left a deep impression on their hearts. For the demons, who revered the strong, Meng Hang had completely won them over. Demon Emperor, Demon Emperor, Demon Emperor, Demon Emperor, Demon Emperor. It was not known who shouted first from below, but all the demons called out to Meng Hang in the sky at the same time.